On the 12th of January 2011, 15-year-old Shondale Gregory, known on the streets as Tooka, was waiting at a bus stop at the 600 block on East 63rd Street. At a certain point, a dark-coloured vehicle pops up and somebody hops out wearing a half mask. Some have said that this person exchanged a few words with Tooka, but ultimately within seconds they had shot Tooka multiple times and fled the scene. STL member FBG Duck was actually close friends with Tooka, saying that after hearing about his death, he actually ran to the scene of the crime, where in a tragic moment he even got to see his slain brother before he was taken away.
Me and him clicked, like that was one of my real close friends. Like every day, like spend the night at his house, he spend the night at mine. And my cousin came in there running to me crying and shit, telling me, your friend just got killed. You feel me? Then I ran all the way from 62nd and Wabash all the way to 63rd to St. Lawrence. Saked them right there on the floor. You know how that shit go, broke right down.
In response to this tragic loss, STL EBT would rename their hood Tookaville in his honor and as a commitment for revenge. And members like FBG Brick would rep Tooka's memory to the fullest.
Do you represent Tookaville?
Oh, to the fullest. That's what I do it for. That's what it's always been about since day one. Just Tooka. Like, my homie was 15 years old when he got killed. Never hurt nobody, never did nothing, you know what I'm saying?
As you may well know, Tooka's name has been endlessly dragged in hip-hop over the years. Now, I'm not going to get into every instance or drama over this happening, but story goes initially the GDs from Tookaville, people like FBG Duck, were apparently saying that they were smoking Tooka out of respect for him, a nod to the old story that Tupac's crew, the Outlaws, smoked his ashes in a blunt after he died. But the BD ops from Wick City immediately decided to flip this and start making fun of Tookaville. The most immediate and iconic diss, of course, was Chief Keef's song 300, where he says "fuck Tooka gang." And from here, other members continued to disrespect. One of Tooka's closest friends growing up was a young girl named KI, but you might know her better as the young girl who became a teenage assassin, supposedly racking up 17 bodies by 17. Story goes, it was the death of Tooka that actually turned KI into a cold-blooded killer. Apparently coached in shooting by her cousin, fellow Tookaville GD BossTrell, and maneuvering in the streets by her older brother Seaball, a bloodthirsty teenage KI would soon become a bona fide hitter for the Tookaville GDs. Hellbent on getting revenge for Tooka, KI would eventually find it in the form of Odee. At around 11:35 p.m. on August the 10th, 2011, 20-year-old Odee Perry, respected Wick City member, was shot and killed near Parkway Gardens on 400 block of East 64th Street. Odee suffered multiple gunshot wounds, including one to the neck, and was pronounced dead at Schroger Hospital within an hour of the shooting. Just like Tooka, in his memory, the Wick City BDs renamed Parkway Gardens OBlock, in his memory, committing to avenge him. Of course, the likes of Chief Keef and King Von immortalized OBlock, as it is now known today, in their music forever. The killing of Odee Perry was supposedly revenge for the killing of Tooka, with this apparently being exemplified by the fact that it went down on Tooka's very birthday. Odee's killers were never apprehended, but from here, rumors begun to swirl that this was actually the first victim of teenage Tookaville assassin KI. And one of the people pushing these rumors was of course Lil J, who had apparently shared the following image along with a caption saying "shout out to them twins that made OBlock," referring to FBG Butter and KI. However, for the record, no one has been convicted of this crime and there was never any proof tying KI or Butter to the killing of Odee Perry. Well, actually, many years later, a Freedom of Information request did reveal that the cops did officially name KI and BossTrell as subjects on the report. This came after an unnamed informant named them as the shooters in 2016, years after they had passed. At 6:47 p.m. on February the 12th, 2012, Sheroid Liggins of OBlock was discovered with a gunshot wound to the head at 6400 block of South King Drive, just outside Parkway Gardens once again. You're starting to see why they call it the most dangerous block in America now, right? Sheroid remained in hospital fighting for his life for around 4 days, until February the 20th, when he was unfortunately pronounced dead at Schroger Hospital. No one was ever caught for this crime. However, KI has suggested pretty heavily on Twitter that BossTrell from Tookaville was the one responsible, with some of the internet detectives over on Chiracology digging deeper into these tweets and suggesting that when this shooting went down, BossTrell had actually shot Sheroid from all the way across the street. Impeccable aim, apparently the result of his use of a gun with a red laser beam sight on it to improve his accuracy. That gun itself apparently even featured in the Lil J FBG Duck music video for the song Critical, a Chief Keef diss that actually dropped months after this happened. Combine this with the fact that BossTrell himself seemed to be bragging about the incident on Twitter later in the year, with KI also tweeting references to that red red beam. A frankly brazen attack, which naturally only beget more bloodshed between OBlock and Tookaville in the months that followed. Now, I've got some extra info for you here, because Sheroid, who was actually murdered early on in this beef, is actually the brother of C Murder, another OBlock member who was arrested by the feds for the murder of FBG Duck. We saw C Murder tribute to his fallen brother on Instagram regularly, so with this in mind, you can understand why he would have held a years-long grudge against the opposing gang who took the life of his brother. But it didn't end there, because the bloodshed in the streets would continue, with the likes of King Von apparently playing a major part in taking the lives of enemies from the opposing area. On October the 13th, 2012, a 17-year-old boy named Modell McCambry was walking along the street with his cousin on the way to meet a girl. This went down on the 6300 block of South Rhodes Avenue. At around 9:30 p.m, somebody walked up and opened fire, hitting Modell in the chest. He too later died in Stroger Hospital. But who was responsible, you ask? Well, many have suggested that it was actually OBlock future rap superstar King Von, mainly due to the fact that he himself had made numerous tweets to Tookaville op Wooski, where Von seems to hint at him, or at least his crew, being responsible for Modell's death. In fact, Von was actually rumoured to have been present for numerous shootings carried out by the OBlock during this period of time, which naturally built him up a feared reputation as a member who was always down to do some dirt. He himself even famously bragged in his songs to have a total of 7 bodies under his belt. Yes, it is thought that King Von himself actually carried out this killing, with Von around this time developing not only a talent for murder as part of the deadly ongoing war in his hood, but also a habit of bragging about the bodies that he had caught in the streets publicly, mainly using social media and sites like Twitter to brag about his exploits in the streets. Von would even go back and forth directly with ops online for everyone to see, including this iconic Twitter exchange with rival rapper Wooski about who has more bodies. Von would tweet things around this time that he just wants to kill, and that apparently women don't want to be with him when they find out that he's a murderer. Bragging about dirt in the streets on social media is a precedent that would be set early in this story and would continue throughout the entirety of the 10-year war. It seems that the young men involved in committing these crimes are surprisingly eager to brag and boast about their exploits online, presumably doing this for status or clout or ego, and it would be this habit that would play a huge part in their eventual downfall, but not before a whole lot more killing had taken place. On October the 30th, 2012, a man named Derek Johnson, also known on the streets as P5 or Crack, was gunned down. Now, he wasn't actually Tookaville, but a member of Jarrow City, a Chicago gang set north of Tookaville with a long history dating to back before this feud even began. But apparently, P5 was out walking on Tookaville turf, specifically the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue, where apparently JMoney, King Von, and Big A of OBlock were lurking in the area looking for Tookaville ops to attack. In fact, only a day before this incident went down, King Von himself had tweeted that he was out trying to catch more bodies so that he could catch up with fellow OBlock shooter T-Roy. So story goes that when these OBlock shooters were out lurking, they spotted P5 around 9:13 in the morning, opening fire and hitting him multiple times. Some have even gone as far as to suggest that he was actually hit 6 times in the head and 9 times in the body. P5 was taken to Stroger Hospital, but once again pronounced dead within the hour. And from here, the wanton violence between OBlock and Tookaville was far from over, as the OBlock side would continue to seek retribution for the attacks that had been done on them, and so soon after the P5 incident, OBlock would appear to claim a high-profile member of Tookaville. 17-year-old Rodney Stewart, aka BossTrell, aka the red beam slinging marksman who'd allegedly killed Sheroid from way across the street for Tookaville, was apparently planning to flee town, tweeting about being excited for a fresh start on the 6th of November, even purchasing a bus ticket with the intention of leaving town on the 10th. But unfortunately, only 2 days before his scheduled departure, on the 8th of November, BossTrell was found face down in an alley in the 2600 block of West 83rd Street. He'd been shot in the back of the head. Now, in case you couldn't tell, the location of this shooting is a long way from OBlock and Tookaville, and it's actually been suggested by some that JMoney and T-Roy were actually responsible for coordinating a setup of BossTrell via an allegedly disloyal ex-girlfriend, apparently luring him well away from Tookaville with the promise of meeting a girl, but when he arrived, BT was shot in the head and left for dead. His grandmother said the identity of the shooter is not a secret, but no witnesses were willing to step up. He didn't actually pass away immediately and apparently was left fighting for his life brain dead in the hospital for several days. This was followed by T-Roy of OBlock, who is widely believed to have been responsible for this incident, mockingly tweeting on the 8th of November, "No, Trell, stay alive." Meanwhile, Tookaville affiliates like FBG Cash were paying their respects to BossTrell, but ultimately he passed away later that day. Meanwhile, of course, over on OBlock, they were celebrating for having gotten retribution for their fallen brother Sheroid, but BossTrell was of course a devastating loss for Tookaville, and he would soon be avenged in spectacular fashion. as on September the 2nd, 2013, Jerome Wood, also known as JMoney, from OBlock was allegedly set up. Ironically, in a way not dissimilar to how BossTrell had been set up, with JMoney apparently visiting a location on the 6600 block of South Rhodes Avenue around 2 p.m. Allegedly set up by a girl on the ops turf, legend has it that JMoney was expecting to see a woman he knew, but arrived to the location to be greeted by Lil B and KI from Tookaville. He apparently attempted to flee down a gangway into an adjacent property, but he was unfortunately shot in the head, collapsing outdoors and not making it. Tweets from other gang members have suggested that this incident was direct retaliation for P5, as well as BossTrell, and KI actually tweeted after this incident about shooting people in the back of the head, tweets which many people thought suggested direct involvement by KI, referring to this exact incident. That's as far as things went in that Tookaville video. However, things would eventually catch up with that female assassin, KI, as she'd be gunned down on April the 11th, 2014. And for 7 years, many people, including myself, speculated on whether King Von had been involved with the killing with some assistance from fellow OBlock hitter Big A. And only after his death in 2021 did Chicago police release documents appearing to confirm that King Von himself was indeed the killer of KI, with apparently multiple witnesses pinning Von as the shooter, but the cops ultimately didn't have enough evidence to bring an official charge against Von at this point. But that wouldn't matter, because only around a month and a half after the murder of KI, King Von would catch yet another body, but this time end up in jail. A story which once again I have already covered in a detailed video on this channel. May 29th, 2014, a birthday party is taking place in Englewood, Chicago, on the 5700 block of South LaSalle Street. And in attendance at this party are 4 men. A man named Malcom Stuckey, who's chilling at this party with 2 unnamed friends of his. And also at the party is Davon Bennett, better known nowadays as King Von, the rapper from Chicago's OBlock. Now, at a certain point during this party, Malcolm and his homies are steady eyeballing King Von, who decides at this point to briefly leave the party. He goes away and allegedly gets his homie Michael Wade, aka Big Mike. Now, Big Mike later told the police that he had gone to this party with King Von with the intention of acting as muscle for Von, who had planned to confront the person who had been mean mugging him. And when Von and Big Mike got back to the party around 45 minutes later, they parked up in an alleyway. Allegedly at this point, they both got out with loaded guns and proceeded to the front porch of the property, where they opened fire on Malcom Stuckey and the 2 other men. Apparently they ended up firing over 20 shots. Malcom Stuckey was unfortunately fatally wounded in the head. Meanwhile, the 2 other men attempted to flee, one into the house and the other down the street. However, unfortunately, once again, both were hit by gunshots, but ultimately they both survived. At this point, allegedly, Von and Big Mike ran back to their car and fled the scene. But of course, this was a serious charge that neither of them could run from for long. And within a few weeks, they were both in custody. So, King Von would be picked up for murder and end up sitting in jail for around 3.5 years. Eventually, he would miraculously manage to beat those charges on a technicality. But while Von was locked up, the war would continue to play out in the streets. And with one of OBlock's most fearsome hitters, King Von, locked up, the block would be vulnerable to its enemies. This would ultimately lead to the deaths of a number of people who were very close to Von and his friends, who we introduced at the start of this story. In the face of yet more of their childhood friends being murdered, allegedly at the hands of their rivals from 63rd, the young men from OBlock, with no guidance, support, and nothing better to do than seek revenge against those who had killed their friends, formed a new gang focused solely on get-backs, getting retribution and revenge for their friends whose lives had been taken. This is the birth of Get Back Gang. Whilst Von had been sat in jail awaiting progress on the murder charge against him for killing Malcom Stuckey, rival gangs from the surrounding areas were plotting attacks on the most beloved members from OBlock, and soon lives would be lost. On July the 17th, 2016, Chino from OBlock, real name Sherino Gatewood, is murdered in a Sunday morning shooting on the 5700 block of South Union, after a car allegedly pulled up with someone asking Chino where they could buy weed before opening fire, emptying the rest of the clip into his body on the ground, with Chino later dying in St. Bernard Hospital. There's been a great deal of debate online about what set specifically had something to do with this killing, but regardless of who was responsible, what we do know is that Chino from OBlock was the brother of BJ, hence why he goes by the name Chino Mafia on Instagram. So here we have yet another person from OBlock who's lost a relative and is likely burning for some kind of revenge. And sadly, the bloodshed for OBlock would continue all the way through 2016, as Big A, the OBlock hitter, who is apparently a feared member accompanying King Von to the KI hit, is killed himself, allegedly by members associated with 63rd, being being shot in the face at Sammy's Grill restaurant just across the street from OBlock at around 3:10 AM. Big A was thought to be a big bounty for his opposition because of his alleged involvement with KI's death, with him apparently even sporting the new nickname Ask KI after her death, with it even being rumoured that one of the shooters that took out Big A is indeed a blood relative of KI. At this point, OBlock had already suffered a lot of losses in the streets, but the most devastating of all would come in 2017, when King Von's best friend and one of the most feared shooters in OBlock, T-Roy, would lose his life. T-Roy, or Troy, was apparently deep in the streets. He had the word Savage tattooed on his neck and went by OBlock Savage on social media, describing himself on video as a real shooter.
Shoot you, no problem. I will fucking shoot you. Yes, I will. So if you see me and ain't no shit, leave me the fuck alone. You don't know if I was on your ass, cause I ain't gonna get the motherfucking, looking at you and none of that shit. I'm just gonna scorn these dumb ass. Scorn, bitch.
BossTrell from OBlock would later tell Fuchsia's TV in an interview that Troy was a real fearless demon.
Roy just different, you know what I'm saying? He was a real enforcer. Like Shorty was right, he was out here for real, you know? Shorty is a savage on he's another motherfucker that was fearless. He had no fears. Get back, gang!
So apparently T-Roy was truly putting in work in the war in the streets. Shortly after tweeting an angry face on Valentine's Day 2017, T-Roy, real name James Johnson, would travel to a sports casual activewear store, where some have said he might have been shopping for an outfit, while others have claimed that he was op shopping, i.e. lurking in a store that he knows his rivals frequent, hoping to catch and murder them. But the story goes that the person that T-Roy was looking for spotted him first and was quicker on the draw when they ultimately came face to face. Gunfire erupted inside of a store, with T-Roy unfortunately losing his life. Only a brief moment of surveillance video was captured and released, showing the moment that T-Roy was caught off guard in the store by a man and an accomplice. T-Roy would be shot in the chest, later dying at the Northwestern Memorial Hospital at the young age of 23. T-Roy was beloved on his block, with the most successful Chicago drill rappers at the time honouring him in tweets. He was mourned by Chief Keef, Lil Reese, Lil Durk, as well as OBlock members like C Murder and King Von, who tributed him on Twitter with a caption that read, "Rest up T-Roy, real savage." This love was apparently reciprocated by T-Roy whilst he was still alive, because while King Von was locked up, T-Roy's whole Twitter page was dedicated to Von's freedom, with it still looking like this to this day, years after his death. While he was still alive, T-Roy would regularly post pictures of himself and King Von saying free his brother and right-hand man. Of course, King Von was still in jail when T-Roy was killed, with Von apparently being left broken-hearted, breaking down in his cell. Von would later go live and tell the story about what happened the day that T-Roy died and how Von prepared for vengeance.
Hey, what happened? I mean, they just killed T-Roy. Who? He what? Hey, I'm T-Roy. They just killed T-Roy. Oh, I got to break it down on King Dave. That shit. I couldn't help it. They hugging me. These some real niggas. You know what I'm saying? We grown ass men. Oh, hold on, boy, that's my best friend, boy. Tell me they just killed my best friend while I'm in jail. I'm in that bitch finna go crazy. Oh, I'm in that bitch, don't know what's going on. I'm in that bitch getting that. I'm in that bitch getting that. If he get got, there ain't a lot of hope for a lot of niggas. Everybody, now you everybody dying, everybody in jail.
This is when it said that Von demanded revenge, and it was at this point that Get Back Gang was formed. Booker from 600 announced on Twitter that there was a lot to come, and blood relatives of T-Roy, HK, Zelmuna, and Slutty would all be eager to see their brother avenged. Now, obviously, given T-Roy's fearsome reputation in the streets, after he died, the opposition was seen celebrating. FBG Duck went live with somebody talking about how they were happy they had gotten T-Roy out the way.
Look on them on here going crazy. They so happy. It's been funny as hell because I know folks know proud. They got him out the way. I know
I'm on live, G. Shut the fuck up. Till a nigga get killed. Till a nigga get spilled. Damn, they on here talking about what you think about T-Roy getting popped. Damn, T-Roy got popped? When that happened? When T-Roy get popped? Damn, somebody popped him. Is he dead? Is he dead? Did he die? Damn, merchant, they popped T-Roy. It must don't be, it must ain't that important shit. It ain't all over the internet. I ain't seen it. Shit.
Now, T-Roy was allegedly killed by a gang member by the name of TB, real name Terry Barry, with it being said that he'd been identified by a witness as the shooter in a photo lineup that circulated online. TB would also go on to tweet after the murder, Happy Valentine's Day, and saying that somebody got hit trying to do a hit. TB had actually been pictured numerous times near the murder location, as apparently this was an area that he was known to frequent. This is why it made sense for T-Roy to go there looking for him, but it would also end up, ironically, very close to where he would lose his life too. 2017 was a bloody year on the streets of Chicago, as we'd see the murder of numerous individuals, which many believe were part of Get Back Gang's coordinated revenge campaign to avenge T-Roy. Members from OBlock would tweet about an entire summer of get-backs, even suggesting that to them, killing feels like sex. One of the lives lost during this bloody summer was Poppie, real name Sheroid. On the 16th of June 2017, he was killed on the 7000 block of South State, outside the L&P Foods candy warehouse, where he was literally working a shift. After being asked to help a customer load some items into their vehicle, Poppie was standing outside when apparently a gunman jumped out of a car with a ski mask on, executing Poppie with a gunshot to the head, then firing 2 more shots into his body. The supposed shooter in this attack was Heck, or HK, from OBlock, with this incident himself apparently earning him the nickname Headshot King, hence the initials HK. But let me make it clear, this is nothing to be glamorized. The fact that people on the streets of America in 2017 are doing broad daylight headshot executions is something I struggle to wrap my head around. I mean, the insanity of this crime is driven home all the more by the shocking amateur video of the aftermath of this killing in scenes that are far too shocking to show you on YouTube, where traumatized members of the public scream in fear and grief in the aftermath of this terrible crime, frantically trying to help this man that's just been murdered at work in front of everybody. Poppie was mourned by people on his side of the war, people like TB, as well as FBG Duck's brother Brick, but it would only be a month and a day later, on the 17th of July 2017, that FBG Brick himself would suffer the same fate, being spotted by 3 individuals while standing on his block at 6300 South St. Lawrence Avenue. A number of men jumped out of a car and opened fire. FBG Brick, real name Jermaine Robinson, tried to run, and the man he was with, Kobe, real name Stanley Jacoby Mack, was shot dead on sight, whilst Brick was chased into a gangway where he was sadly shot to death too. A lot of conflicting reports have circulated suggesting who was responsible for these killings, and since his arrest for the murder of FBG Duck, C Murder from OBlock has also been accused of killing Brick, while many internet detectives believe that HK, the Headshot King, played a part in this slaying too. But regardless of who was involved, once again, there is nothing glamorous about this. The immediate aftermath of this horrendous act was also caught on video in scenes that are far too shocking to show you on YouTube. Once again, as traumatized members of the public stand by, as Brick's mother and FBG Duck arrive to the scene to witness and break down at the tragedy that has just unfolded in their community. After this, FBG Duck was pictured at the scene with his mother, and it was here that apparently something very important happened, because apparently this is when FBG Duck's mum told her son not to get revenge in the streets for his brother, but to instead focus on his music career and help his family in a better way.
And I was sitting on the ground and him and my auntie was hugging me. And I was in my son ear and I was like, Duck, I need you. I don't need you doing nothing stupid. I say, Duck, I need you. And me telling that to my son, he went to that motherfucking studio and went crazy. That pain music out here from 17 up until he got signed, that was motivation from me. Because I could have been like, hell no, I want all them motherfuckers dead. I'm finna go kill some motherfuckers myself. Nah. See, what God got planned for you, can't nobody interfere with it. Because God already written it for your life to be like that.
Now, Duck and Brick's mother is a strong woman, but more on her later on in this story. A little while after the killing, FBG Duck goes live on Brick's Instagram account. Initially, Duck just looked at the camera looking somber, as many in the comments would type RIP Brick, telling Duck to get out of the city as soon as possible. But after 2 minutes of silence, Duck did begin to speak, and it was serious.
If you mention Brick or Kobe, you gonna die.
Duck would later discuss the loss of his brother in a Vlad TV interview, refusing to say if he knew who was responsible.
So nobody knows what happened?
Like, even if I did, I wouldn't even speak on it.
A few days after the hit, OBlock members were pictured on their block in good spirits. And as time goes by, members of OBlock like E-Dog would tweet publicly that more get-backs are on the way. And this time, they were looking for their most coveted revenge, hoping to kill TB for the murder of T-Roy, with HK lurking in his ops IG lives, asking where TB is at in the days leading up to the attack. Then on September the 26th, 2017, it's thought that HK caught TB sitting on a porch, only moments away from that very same store where T-Roy was killed, and according to the incident report, shooters pulled up in a stolen black car, hopping out, firing multiple shots, and hitting 2 people. TB, real name Terry Barry, was later pronounced dead at Northwestern Hospital. If HK did this killing as the internet has suggested, then this means that he personally avenged his brother, T-Roy. And it does make me wonder just how much satisfaction he truly would have gotten out of carrying out that murder. Because at the end of the day, all we have is another young man dead, and the cycle continues. Tweets around the time of TB's passing mourned him with the nickname T-Roy Slayer, seemingly confirming that TB was indeed the killer of T-Roy. And following TB's murder, of course, OBlock members would tweet about there being new op packs, saying that TB shouldn't have dissed their dead friends and mocking him along with other deceased members. Boss Top from OBlock would later even tweet at him directly, saying that he begged for his life. These celebrations wouldn't continue for long, however, as the following month, on the 24th of November 2017, the supposed headshot king, Heck or HK, real name Hakeem Murray, is confronted at OBlock and killed. He was shot numerous times in the body and pronounced dead at Northwestern Hospital. This is yet another tragedy. T-Roy's brother, who had just avenged his death, HK, would now be gone too, leaving behind two more grieving relatives in OBlock, Slutty and Zael. Of course, OBlock's rivals reacted positively to HK's death on social media. Meanwhile, he was being mourned by OBlock members like C Murder, E-Dog, and even Lil Durk expressed his sadness at the news. But this war was far from over, and you can best believe that there was more bloodshed on the way after this incident. But what happened next surprised a lot of people, as one of the most feared members from OBlock, who had been out of action and off the streets for around 3.5 years at this point, would return to the war and play a massive role in assisting the killers from OBlock continue their bloody campaign for getbacks. The next unfortunate life to be lost in this story is a friend of FBG Duck's by the name of Can't Get Right, aka Man Man. Duck is seen in a vlog hanging out with Man Man back in the day.
Tooka game, man.
You got fake look?
Yeah. Everything Tooka game, man.
Interestingly, throughout this interview, Can't Get Right is looking over his shoulder and looking out for Duck the entire time. Just goes to show you how unsafe you really are standing on these blocks. And this was in an interview where Duck shockingly says that he will kill anybody who disses him.
How come there's never any Chicago rappers really dissing FBG Duck? You know, they diss each other, but nobody really disses you for any...
But they gonna die.
Right.
The fuck? It's not for play. You diss me, I'm gonna kill you.
Unfortunately, on July the 16th, 2018, Can't Get Right, aka Man Man, real name DeAndre Wallace, is waiting for food outside of a store on the 400 block of East 63rd Street. At some point, two people pulled up and waited outside. And when Can't Get Right was spotted coming out of the store, two men ran up opening fire, killing both their target and an innocent bystander who was just there sweeping up outside of the restaurant. Once again, CCTV footage captured the shooting, and witnesses on the scene with their smartphones captured the aftermath in scenes that are far too shocking to show you on YouTube. Both men were pronounced dead at University of Chicago Hospital.
We are looking for the gunman who killed two men overnight. They were standing outside of a store in the city's Woodlawn neighborhood when someone started shooting. A 43-year-old man was shot in the chest. He died at the hospital. The other victim, a 22-year-old, also died. Police say the 22-year-old is a known gang member and was the intended target.
And to make matters worse, it's said that FBG Duck was shot the same day in an incident said to have taken place some hours later at a different location. Though for the record, some have suggested that Duck might have been shot in the same incident as Can't Get Right, but may have only been found with injuries later on away from the scene, refusing to give an accurate report of his involvement. But regardless of what actually went down, it just goes to show you just how unsafe FBG Duck was staying in his city even after becoming such a successful rapper with a big deal. But in some ways, even more crazy than the crime itself was what went down on social media immediately afterwards, as King Von would go live on Instagram the same day as the double murder, alongside Memo600, apparently from Atlanta, with the sole purpose of mocking his deceased ops. And I've got to tell you, this live is wild. It's truly a masterclass in self-snitching. They start off lighting a blunt, saying Can't Get Right, and asking the viewers what just happened.
There you go. Can't get right. There you go. Can't get right because I can't get right.
All right, everybody, not at one time. What just happened? What just happened?
A lot of glizzies and
Oh, you right there with your hand. You tell me what happened. Who got killed? That's what I'm asking y'all. Who got killed, gang?
Yeah.
Can't Get Right got killed.
Word. Can't get right.
Hey, somebody show me a picture. I don't think I know y'all talking about. Is this Can't Get...
Is that Can't Get Right? Hold on, is this him? Is this Can't Get Right?
This ain't called snitching. I'm just trying to get verified.
From here, people start commenting in the chat, Can't Get Up. And it seems like the OBlock hitters are so amused by this wordplay that they basically just confess to being involved in the murder on the spot.
Can't get up. Oh,
They always make
make some shit before we do it. They beat us to it every time.
Y'all should start killing people. Cause y'all be doing this, you doing the name.
Oh, Steve, this thing crazy.
After this, we see the crew say that it was 2 people down, and that they're gonna have to roll another one, whoever it is, seemingly unaware that the second person who was killed at that scene was just an innocent cleaner.
They said 2 down. Dang.
2 men, that nah, I can't take
David, they said it on both our lives.
I can barely take
2 piece? 2 piece? I can take one. Somebody roll another one.
Can't take it.
Whoever else got hit.
Real talk, these guys are so twisted, they even started to react mockingly to their ops posting long tributes to their fallen friends on Instagram.
You see that paragraph under that picture, you know it's over.
Damn, best friend, you just told me to pop out.
I remember back in the days when you
just told me to pop out, best friend. Why the fuck you do me like this? You bogus as hell. They ain't try to, bitch.
They
Shut
gonna
up.
be dissing the sound you. You know, you better not get caught like that.
From here, they keep mocking the ops by specific block and saying that the FN gave him a fade like Boosie.
Steady taking losses. ST fucking L. Steady taking losses. Motherfucker gave him a fresh fade, Boosie Boost.
They fucked up folks up.
Fresh. Hey, why didn't they even put him on Front Street like he was even like that though?
Then Von comes back and says straight up that he must have known he was going to die and that no one will care he's gone anyway.
He probably knew he was gonna die.
Oh,
I wish I could talk to him. Don't nobody even care about Can't Get Right like that. I don't think they gonna slide like that. I don't think nothing finna happen because of that. So
they finna waste the rest of their money on that.
We ain't even gonna act like nothing finna happen. Just y'all go in the house.
Gotta pay for it.
Whoever ain't get shot, you lucky today. I'm finna go in the house. It's over.
Then they even started reliving the hit, saying that their ops aren't even used to somebody jumping out of a car and firing a gun at them non-stop.
You not used to somebody just popping out a cut for real, looking
at your ass.
Really on your ass. You just shit get the flat past your you just want to do like one of these because you acting like you fake tough. But when the bitch get the hitting you damn, this shit, I can't move.
Krump getting that there, little before they got you too.
So while Von is on live bragging about this hit from another city, back in OBlock, MUBU posted a picture with Duke telling the world that they are shooters. E-Dog from OBlock jumped on Twitter to say that the get back is not over. Von would later tweet about there being a new op pack suggesting that his brothers are the one that made it. Meanwhile, FBG Duck was reacting to the loss of his close friend and his own shooting on his story, saying that he was sick with grief. At this point, in my opinion, it is truly unbelievable that King Von really thought that he could manage and multitask his ties in both the streets and the music industry. By August, his song Problems is dropping on Lil Durk's Only the Family compilation album, with the whole song being about Von saying that he basically has hitters that are out catching bodies for him. The war was far from over, and we would soon see one of the most shocking and despicable acts of violence that the streets of Chicago had ever witnessed. Ironically, one where no one would even lose their life. But before that would happen, another senseless murder would set the stage. On October the 9th, 2018, Chicago rapper Dooski the Man, real name Ventrice Chris, will be shot in the head on the 5600 block of South Michigan Avenue, apparently the result of a drive-by shooting from a passing brown vehicle. Dooski was left laying dead on the street with pictures of his dead body circulating online. Members from 600 were celebrating Dooski's murder, while OBlock members would ironically be tweeting shush emojis. Anywho, Dooski was very close to another Chicago rapper by the name of Wooski, and they had dropped songs together like the February 2018 track Shooters. Apparently Wooski was a big target for Get Back Gang, especially considering the disrespect that he showed his ops on that diss song Computers at the start of the year. On the morning of the 4th of August 2020, the members from OBlock are chilling on their block, openly selling weed, or Tooka and Zaza as they call it, and discussing their operation to a camera recording live.
This is my dog on King David. On B, that's my roadie.
Hold on, man, I got Zaza.
King David, nigga. Big bag of that shit.
Zaza, stupid, man.
Big grocery bag of that shit. You got in your bag, bitch.
In the hood of the car, gang.
That man, you know that man. What you got over here, folks, on King David?
Everybody got Zaza, nigga, and I feel a big way. I cut a big whipple. Nigga, really doink, nigga.
That's all we do, we smoke. Big point, nigga, on BKN.
Yeah, motherfucker, I got.
That's my son on King David right there on BKN. That's my son on 4 now.
how much money I made today.
Another 100K nigga just
I just came outside like 30 minutes ago. No exaggeration, I swear to God.
Like, you got 20? Yeah, 25.
30 minutes. Just like 1,200. And I still got Tooka and friends.
We got that shit on us, boy.
It's clear that the guys from OBlock had absolutely no worries about committing crimes on camera for all to see. And later that day, we would see just how far they were willing to take this truly reckless attitude. 4 a.m. that same morning, FBG Duck wakes up in a bad mood, making a Facebook status suggesting that he was angry about the murder of his brother Brick, hoping that he bumps into the killer. Little did he know he would do just that very same day. Because on the afternoon of August the 4th, 2020, less than 1 month after the release of FBG Duck's incredibly disrespectful song Dead Bitches, Duck goes shopping in the Gold Coast, a place that's been described as the Rodeo Drive of Chicago, a luxury high-end shopping district and a high-profile tourist area. And it was here that FBG Duck must have been located by his enemies, because while he's shopping, 2 vehicles end up here 30 minutes away from OBlock, arriving directly outside where Duck is shopping. At about 4:37 p.m, Duck is confronted outside of the Dolce & Gabbana store by around 4 masked individuals who hop out of the car, opening fire. Duck pulls a gun and tries to return fire, but it jams, falling to the ground along with Duck himself as bullet after bullet is fired into his body. Duck is shot numerous times, with some outlets even reporting that he could have been shot as many as 38 times. And he's left to die there by the shooters, who immediately flee the scene in their cars. A man and a woman that were standing with Duck at the time of the shooting are both injured but luckily survive. At this point, scared and confused members of the public begin to crowd around Duck's body, with some even videotaping the aftermath of this terrible crime. Eventually, a 12-minute video is uploaded in its entirety, depicting the aftermath of that incident, where Duck lays there on the ground for an extended period of time, fighting for his life. This video is far too shocking to show you on YouTube, but once again, it really drives home just how much destruction these killers were so willing to inflict on the streets that they live in and upon the fellow citizens who live there alongside them. Duck's mother would later claim that the police actually stopped the ambulances getting through, preventing Duck from receiving medical attention in the adequate time frame.
They even blocked the ambulance off from getting to him. See, that's what they don't want the world to know, but I'm gonna tell it, and I'm gonna get justice for my son.
After Duck's killing, this brazen, broad daylight shooting made international news, with reporters comparing the killing to the slaying of Chicago mob bosses back in the 30s.
On August 4th, 2020, it looked like an old-time outfit attack here on Chicago's Oak Street. 2 attack cars, 4 shooters, and a hail of bullets. But the target wasn't a 1930s gangster, he was a new millennium rapper, FBG Duck.
Considering how publicly this murder was carried out, there was an insane amount of media attention around Duck's death. And according to his own mother, Duck had been reported dead on the news before she had even had an opportunity to identify her son's body.
The news actually announced he was dead before I can even go to the hospital.
But even more chilling than that is the fact that Duck's mother witnessed people finding out about the news on the street and clapping in joy.
Somebody actually clapped in the crowd when they pronounced my son being deceased. I hit the floor. I couldn't believe it.
Adding even further insult to Duck's family in this horrible time, the mayor of Chicago came out with a statement saying that Duck fancied himself as a rapper, but was really just a gangster. Clearly not aware of the work that Duck was doing to improve his life, or the pledge that he'd made his mother after his brother's death to focus on the music rather than the streets. Now, people made a lot of the fact that this happened in such an upscale and upmarket part of Chicago, far from the rundown hoods where this beef supposedly originated from. One article spoke of Duck bringing a street fight between the have-nots into turf controlled by the haves, suggesting that these drill rappers are so-called have-nots that usually just kill each other on the south side of the city where nobody cares. Going on to say that these killings are being done for clout, and comparing all of the white people standing on the street watching Duck die to the movie Hotel Rwanda, and going on to say that because of the socio-economic implications of Duck dying in this way, in this location, meant that there would be no way that his killers would evade justice. This is something that Duck's own mother once again echoed in a Vlad TV interview.
They want justice for my son just as well as anybody else because they feel they're not safe. If this can happen down here...
Duck's mother also vowed to get justice for her son.
I want them prosecuted. If they dead, they're not gonna do nothing.
But for over a year, there was no justice, as Duck's killers evaded all consequences for what they had done. But even more shocking than that, they weren't quiet about it either, running free in the streets and on social media, soaking up every single drip of clout that they could just for being involved in this horrific crime. It's no coincidence that following the murder of FBG Duck, that the cops had several cars watching over OBlock. They were apparently there to stop retaliation attacks, with warnings being issued in the local community that young people should stay off the streets because bullets are about to fly. The cops knew where the bullets that had killed Duck had been sent from, and it was a safe bet that some may be sent back in that direction soon after. But the thing is, building the actual case to catch the people that killed Duck would take some time. But fortunately, those who were involved in the crime would begin dropping crumbs and clues from the very moment that they got back from the hit. The very day that FBG Duck is killed, C Murder from OBlock posts a picture of himself to Instagram doing the GD killer hand sign with the caption "Anyway GDK," a reference to a King Von lyric. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum, soon after Duck's killing, Lil Durk went live on Instagram whilst getting off of a private jet. He didn't really say anything, but the comments are crammed with people mentioning that FBG Duck was just murdered. Of course, Durk was conveniently out of Chicago whilst this happened, something he had made publicly clear on Twitter only hours before the hit took place, with Lil Reese also sliding in on the alibi too. Now, a lot of people speculated that Lil Durk going live so soon after Duck's murder was a calculated move to show the world and the authorities that he was indeed far away from the crime when it happened, the perfect alibi. But on the flip side, Durk would also go on to tweet "Rest in peace Nuski," his cousin, only an hour and a half after Duck was killed. So clearly Duck's passing meant something to him. And the day after Duck's death, King Von would release his song with Lil Durk, "All These N-Words." That track doesn't have any specific lyrics pertaining to Duck's death, but the timing can't be ignored, and of course it's filled with King Von rapping about having bodies from way back. The fact that they went ahead and still released this in spite of what was going on just goes to show you there were really no plans for OBlock or their affiliates to keep quiet after this event had played out. And the same day that that song drops, Memo600 is seen smoking a blunt on IG Live, whilst all the comments ask if it's Duck that he is smoking. And he confirms this by showing off a custom Duck Cali pack. But he wasn't the only one showing disrespect. 600 Breezy dropped a snippet of an FBG Duck diss song, pondering publicly whether he should still release it even though Duck is dead. But it was exactly 10 days after Duck's murder, on August the 14th, 2020, when King Von is seen in Atlanta at the Icebox Jewelers, picking up a number of diamond-encrusted custom OBlock chains for his goons. The cops at 10:30 p.m, jumping out of the car and apparently opening fire. The police would return fire, striking Zael, real name Isael Jackson, eventually taking him into custody and taking his weapon, but sadly his injuries would be too much, and he'd be pronounced dead at 1:45 a.m. After this incident, some from No Limit would say that they were CPDK, a trend that surely would worry the police at the time. But sadly, the loss of Zael would be followed by the murder of another beloved member from the Muskegon Boys, as on April the 12th, 2010, 19-year-old Faison Robinson, known as G Fazo to his friends, was participating in a dice game at the 2900 block of East 79th Street. At some point, apparently things went left, with gunshots being heard and the police responding to reports of a shooting. Once they arrived on the scene, they would find Fazo shot in the back, taking him to South Shore Hospital where he would sadly be pronounced dead. Fazo would be sorely missed by his friends in the No Limit Muskegon Boys, with the likes of G Herbo going on to shout out Fazo countless times in his songs. He would also name his popular 2014 debut mixtape Welcome to Fazo Land, as well as popularizing a trend of referring to white Nike Air Forces as G Fazos in his honor. This is something that future pop sensation Juice WRLD would do in some of his songs, with this apparently coming from the fact that Fazo himself was a huge fan of the popular Nike sneaker silhouette. No arrests were made following G Fazo's killing, but many believe that the killing was the result of the ongoing beef with Lakeside. Following his passing, images of G Fazo would circulate with the caption "Lakeside Killer," suggesting that perhaps before his death he had indeed played a role in violence against Lakeside, possibly attracting retaliation. However, others that are closer to Fazo would suggest that his death at the dice game was nothing to do with the ongoing feud, but regardless of who was responsible, it's believed that Faison was a top member of the Muskegon Boys, leading to their enemies in Lakeside taking advantage of this loss and beginning to target Fazo's friends and family. Exactly a year after Fazo's death, a memorial barbecue in celebration of his life was held at 79th and Escanaba Avenue. Here, Fazo's family and friends would be gathered on the block when a car pulled up, slowing down, rolling down the window, and someone inside opening fire. 4 grown men and a 10-year-old boy would be hit, but fortunately no deaths were recorded. Sadly, this was just another example of how ruthless the shooters in this story were willing to get. And from here, naturally, things would continue to escalate and blood would continue to spill between these two warring groups. Violence between the No Limit Muskegon boys and their enemies continued in Terrortown throughout 2011. On June the 3rd, Boss Blizz, real name Randall Cummings, an older figure in the No Limit community, and allegedly the father of Fearro from No Limit, who would have only been 7 years old at the time, would be shot multiple times, being found lying dead at 6801 South Crandon Avenue. Witnesses say that after an argument, a silver car fled the scene, with this happening just down the road from a police station, with the police themselves even hearing the gunshots. Now, popular Chicago drill documentary channel Chicago Scene 88 has suggested that the alleged shooter in this crime was KTS Rio from Pockettown, and if Chicago Scene 88's research is to be believed, No Limit would hold a near decade-long grudge against Rio for this incident. But sadly, only days after that incident, another of No Limit's enemies would end up losing their life. Hakeem Graham, a 20-year-old with suspected ties to Black Mob, was shot multiple times and killed on June the 6th, 2011. And then another suspected affiliate of Black Mob was gunned down on November the 1st, 2011 at 7:45 in the morning at the bus stop at the 2400 block of East 75th Street. 18-year-old Rayvon Martin was shot in the back of the head, execution style, as a bus approached. 2011 was a bloody year in Terrortown, but things would only escalate further in 2012 when one of the most bloody incidents in this story took place on the streets of Chicago. On February the 19th, 2012, just before 7 p.m, Lakeside members had driven through No Limit territory looking for their ops. At this point, they apparently spotted a large group of No Limit members standing outside of a liquor store on the 2500 block of East 79th Street at the intersection with Essex Avenue. A shooter in a beige vehicle allegedly leaned out the car, opening fire at the group with an automatic weapon with an extended clip. 5 people were injured in the shooting but survived, including a 14-year-old, but 2 people would sadly lose their lives at the scene. A 53-year-old by the name of Gregory Glindsey, also known as Alamo, and a 19-year-old by the name of Jamal Harris, also known as Rock. Despite causing numerous injuries, the KTS shooters from Lakeside didn't break the spirits of the No Limit soldiers. Going forward, they would openly honor their fallen friend Rock, beginning to refer to their territory in Terrortown as Rock Block. Rock is actually the reason that you'll hear the likes of G Herbo and others frequently referring to where they're from as Rock Block, and Herbo himself would go on to honor Rock in many songs. KTS Von, heavily rumored to have been involved with the shooting, would mock Rock's death on Instagram, posting an image of Rock's headstone with a gun and pow emoji. Others affiliated with KTS would later take to social media to mock No Limit's losses and bait them to retaliate. But sadly, the violence was still just escalating from here. 6 months later, on August the 23rd, 2012, another mass shooting targeting No Limit members would leave another 8 people injured, with this incident taking place on the 7800 block of South Essex Avenue, only a block away from the previous mass shooting that claimed the lives of Rock and Alamo. According to police, 2 people opened fire from a moving car around 9:15 p.m. 8 people would be shot in this drive-by, with the news reporting victims from ages 14 to 28. A 28-year-old man was shot in the knee, a 16-year-old boy shot in the foot, another 16-year-old boy shot in the leg, a 20-year-old man shot in the leg, a 14-year-old shot in the arm, a 15-year-old shot in the neck, and a 19-year-old woman shot in the arm. The day after this shooting, Cairo from No Limit would tweet, telling the world that he was in pain. G Herbo was also one of the individuals targeted in these incidents, with Herb later opening up in interviews about being in the shooting that hit 8 people, including his 13-year-old cousin.
It was kind of big. It was like 8 of us got shot. Me, my younger cousin, my cousin was like 13.
Apparently at one point Herbo himself was shot in the foot, and apparently at one point a bullet passed through his hat, narrowly missing his head.
I got hit actually in the foot, like it was minor. The bullet went like through my hat, like I had my head on like on some Swiss Beats type shit. A lot of leg shots and stuff like that.
After the shooting, G Herbo and G Fearro would go back and forth on Twitter arguing over who had the worst lower body injury from the shootout, with Fearro himself claiming to have taken multiple bullets to the leg. Meanwhile, Ramo from No Limit would tweet telling his comrades from Rock Block to get well soon. This enormous wave of shootings shocked the Chicago community, with the Chicago Sun-Times posting a provocative cover story with an enormous headline reading Terrortown and a picture from the scene of the shooting of a body lying in the street. Others reporting on the incident referred to a war between 2 factions of the Black Peace Stones, perhaps a reference to No Limit and Black Mob. And to make the story even more crazy, after that second shooting, according to police, a dozen squad cars were sent to a nearby motel where a car riddled with bullets and covered in blood was spotted after the shooting. An apparent trail of blood leading from the car into one of the rooms would end with a dramatic SWAT team raid that, unfortunately for the police, led to nobody being found, and the cops ultimately being unable to determine whether the blood belonged to a shooter or a victim that had fled the scene. As a result, in an effort to disrespect No Limit going forward, KTS Von would begin referring to them as No Limbs. And naturally, in retaliation to both shootings and the ongoing disrespect from the ops, No Limit members would hit the streets looking for revenge. In the days following the incident, G Herbo had tweeted about following the shooter, then going on to tweet that he had just got off the phone with his own shooter, telling them that he needs to see something on the news. And then 2 days later, on August the 27th, Herbo would tweet saying that 3 people got shot on the 5, referring to Black Mob territory where Herbo's auntie lived, as well as firing off another tweet saying that his hitters are still in the field for him. G Herbo clearly went through a lot during this time, and his life in the dangerous streets of Terrortown as a member of No Limit meant that he could be the target of an assassination at any moment. Most of the No Limit members couldn't really say that they were safe in the streets of Chicago, but that very same month of the second shooting, a couple of young men from No Limit made the decision to try something different, making some music about the lifestyle that they were experiencing at the time, with no idea just how big their music would eventually become, eventually attracting millions of fans and a potential route out of the dangerous blocks of Terrortown. In the months that followed KTS members confronting younger No Limit members at McDonald's, violent incidents would play out all across Terrortown. On the 29th of October 2012, the uncle of Mad Max from No Limit, Big Los, real name Carlos Alexander, was walking outside of his home at 10:30 AM when 2 unknown men approached him, opening fire and fleeing on foot. He would sadly pass away, with tributes being left close to the scene of the killing. Mad Max would go on to pay tribute to his fallen uncle on Instagram, with KTS Von rumoured to have been involved in the killing, along with another individual from Lakeside by the name of Bud. Naturally, Mad Max would be lurking in the streets looking for revenge for this incident, and it would only take a couple of weeks for that revenge to take place, as on the 10th of November 2012, Bud, real name Anthony Bagsby, was out walking on the 2600 block of East 79th Street at about 12:55 PM. This is No Limit territory and close to the McDonald's that was featured in the No Lacking Part 3 video. The news reported that 3 to 4 men approached Bud on the street, shooting him several times and leaving him for dead. Mad Max himself was reportedly a shooter on this hit, which appeared to be direct vengeance for the hit on his uncle. Bud would later die in hospital, with the news reporting that the deceased man was known to police to have a lengthy criminal record and gang affiliations, with local friends and family leaving behind a memorial at the scene of his murder, with some speaking to the news and sharing personal stories from their life with Bud. Following the death of his alleged fellow shooter, KTS Von would get active on social media the day after the news broke, tweeting disrespect to Fazo, Los, and Rock, and in response to tweets saying RIP Bud, No Limit members would reply mocking Bud and saying that Von is next, with No Limit Ramo making a tweet suggesting a No Limit member by the name of Cratehead was involved in the killing of Bud, suggesting that before killing Bud he had made him say that he was a Lakeside killer. The following April 1st, No Limit Cairo would tweet an April Fool's saying that Bud is still alive, hanging out in front of the store, an apparent reference to him being homeless before he passed. But the KTS members weren't discouraged by the violence. Just a day after Bud's murder, KTS Von drops a song called No Love along with a music video uploaded to his YouTube. In the track he raps that he has youngers killing for him before they're even 16 years old, as well as lines saying once again that he kills people or turns them gotty when he goes on hits. Clearly KTS Von wasn't worried about catching the attention of his ops, as he even tweeted publicly that he would be attending Bud's funeral on November the 16th, 2012. A bold move considering just how many funeral services get shot up around these parts. He would also post a tribute video with KTS Dre speaking on Bud's death to their YouTube, showing the world that they're still on their block selling drugs and making money, and suggesting that they still have young boys ready to kill.
Y'all know what it is, man. Say Knife Bar Quet. We out here all day, man. Right here, Say Knife Bar Quet, man. Say Knife Bar Quet, blue camera, blue store, mics. And we getting that dough. Ain't nobody out here fucked up neither though. Nobody out here drilling like that. Boy chasing it every day, and I got packs and whatever else you niggas want, man. Come down here. Stop shooting out cars, man. My young niggas, they kill shit, man. Drumming. My young niggas be drilling, folks. Ain't no old heads out there, ain't none of that shit, man. Just me and my young niggas, man. My young niggas drilling, man. Every day on the lake, fuck. Stop shooting out cars. Stop doing drive-bys. This is not Grand Theft Auto, boy. No limit, good crack.
Moving into 2013, the war between No Limit and their many ops would continue. But fortunately, away from the streets, the young rappers in Terrortown were also making big steps towards getting their music careers going. On March the 14th, 2013, Lil Bibby drops a big street hit called How We Move featuring King Louie, a track that had lyrics painting a picture of life in Terrortown, where Bibby raps about letting his max spark on ops and turning them into track runners for dissing No Limit. But perhaps Bibby didn't even realize at the time the huge opportunity that he was creating for himself by turning his experiences in the street into art. The top comment on that video today is somebody praising Lil Bibby for taking the opportunity to earn money in the rap game, get out the hood and invest in real estate. And as time went by, the rappers seeing success from Terrortown would realize the opportunity that they had created, taking steps to get away from the cycle of violence that had trapped them. But until their careers had truly flourished, sadly the violence would continue to play out on the streets of Terrortown. The next person to lose their life in the war would be another Lakeside affiliate by the name of D'Angelo Simmons, aka Lolo. On the 5th of April 2013, at about 6 PM, Lolo and another Lakeside member named Mac Main were walking down the 8000 block of South Manistee Avenue, when they allegedly bumped into Mad Max and another No Limit member, with the news reporting a gunman walking up and opening fire on Lolo, leaving him pronounced dead on the scene just an hour later. It's been claimed that Mad Max is the one who fired the fatal shot into Lolo's chest, while the other No Limit member had allegedly shot an 18-year-old Lakeside member in the foot, with the news capturing that individual being taken away from the scene alive in an ambulance. Lakeside would later refer to their hood as Lolo World in honor of their dead friend, and in the days following the hit, G Faro would tweet about his ops not shooting and Lil Chris aka Mad Max doing hits. No Limit Cairo would make numerous tweets disrespecting Lolo and Bud. This was apparently Mad Max's third body in a short period of time. He was seemingly killing well-loved members from Lakeside, one after the other, and developing a fearsome reputation amongst his ops. As a result, Von and Posto were desperate for revenge, sliding on rival turf with itchy trigger fingers looking to kill anybody they found. Eventually killing a rival not from No Limit but from nearby Sircon City, an older set with a loose connection to No Limit. Fearro was a Sircon City member who had allegedly had previous beef with Pocket Town, notably dissing a deceased Pocket Town member by the name of Ronnie Moe. Real name Ronnie Arthurs, Ronnie had died in a grisly car crash whilst trying to escape a burglary in January 2013, and he was apparently beloved by KTS members too. So on the 25th of May 2013, many KTS members including Von were out looking for rivals passing through Sircon City territory near Pocket Town. Allegedly, the first person they saw was Fearro taking out the trash as his elderly father was too frail to do it. Von allegedly jumped out of the car shooting Fearro in the head 8 times, a brutal attack said to have left him near unrecognizable. And to make matters even more grisly, Fearro would be found by police under a street lamp, under a blood-soaked sheet that had apparently been placed over him. Fearro would be pronounced dead at 9:30 PM in the 7300 block of South Dorchester Avenue. Fearro's family and the local community were devastated by this loss, but a while after the murder, KTS Von begun mocking Fearro on Twitter, saying that he got killed in the alley with the trash. He mocked him for getting shot in the face, frequently calling him Face Fried Fearro, and subsequently even got in a public argument with Fearro's girlfriend, who said that they were going to make sure that KTS Von didn't get a funeral. Clearly KTS Von and others from Lakeside were itching to kill anyone even remotely associated with their ops. And sadly from here, things would only get worse, as going into the summer of 2013, we would see back-to-back violence between No Limit and their rivals, with things escalating even further with every week that went by. The summer of 2013 was one of the most violent summers in the history of Chicago's Terrortown. After the deaths of Simo, Tracy, Jordan, Pistol P, and Richie, it's hard to believe that the members on either side would get away with yet more violence. But sadly, in August 2013, one of the most beloved members of the NLMB would lose their life. On August the 10th, 2013, 21-year-old Jacoby Heron, also known as Kobe, would be out enjoying a dice game with other members of No Limit like G Herbo, Cairo, and more. When things at the dice game died down, the members dispersed and headed home. Story has it that Kobe refused a ride, instead deciding to walk home through the streets of Terrortown. And unfortunately, once again, outside that very McDonald's in Terrortown, where No Limit members had been confronted by KTS members, Kobe would be caught once again by the opposition with a car pulling up and one individual opening fire, with it even being rumored that another individual got out of the car, standing over Kobe and brutally shooting him in the head whilst he was on the ground. Kobe was found dead outside that McDonald's restaurant on the 2400 block of East 79th Street at 4:02 a.m. And it's said that when the shooting went down, Herbo and Cairo heard the shots rushing with guns towards the McDonald's, but when they got there, the shooters fled. Kobe was pronounced dead at the scene, and his body was left on the streets covered by a sheet whilst investigators secured the scene. Whilst officers bagged up evidence, eventually removing Kobe and hosing away a pool of blood left where he passed. Kobe was a beloved member of NLMB, and his death would hit the community hard. Following word of the incident spreading through the city, Kobe's murder would be covered extensively by the local media.
The more recent one was on 79th Street, just east of Yates. It was a 21-year-old man, shot a number of times. He was dead when police arrived, and he was out there this morning for a little bit while investigators taped off the scene and tried to talk to people. Not clear exactly what happened in that. A couple people out there said that they heard the gunshots. There was a lot of them when they found casings up and down the block. But right now, there's nobody in custody for any of these shootings overnight.
Kobe's family and friends would of course be heartbroken at the tragic loss, with G Herbo later naming his project Blick, or Ballin' Like I'm Kobe, in his memory, even putting Kobe's headstone on the cover art of the project. And during the press run for this project, G Herbo would speak with Sway on being there the night that Kobe was killed.
My homie got killed, and we was together, we was outside like 4 in the morning, just on the block chilling, shooting dice, all type of stuff. And that's my homie Jacoby, who I lost a couple blocks over, just walked off, and we heard shots going off, like a lot of shots. Kobe just walked off. We hear all them shots. So we get to the scene, and I see my homie out there dead, laid out.
Herbo and his friends would even visit Kobe's gravesite in clips that still circulate on social media. Other No Limit members would mourn the loss of Kobe on social media. Meanwhile, the ops would be celebrating. And since the incident took place, there's been a lot of debate as to whether Black Mob or Lakeside were responsible, with some even believing that it was members from both gangs arranging this attack on No Limit. But for the record, many years later, a Freedom of Information request on the police files around Kobe's case revealed that ShootaShellz from Black Mob was named as an official suspect in the murder. Conversely, many believe that KTS Von and Posto were responsible for the killing, particularly because soon after the murder, KTS Von released a song called Kobe, all about Kobe's death. A song that featured a very disrespectful cover art that featured a picture of Kobe with a cross over him. And in that song, KTS Von repeats over and over again that he's smoking Kobe, as well as dissing Fazo, Rock, as well as dissing G Herbo directly, saying that he will smoke Lil Herb. And Von would of course later be seen on social media saying numerous times that he's smoking on Kobe.
Kobe hit the out before the O's. I'll be smoking no limit, bros.
While the public might never definitively know who was responsible for the killing of Kobe, members from No Limit like Cairo vowed to get revenge, with Von continuing to take to Twitter, replying to No Limit members mocking Kobe. After this incident, Posto would later tweet that he kills No Limit members, with some believing this may very well be an admission of having played a role in the killing of Kobe and others. From here, No Limit members would go back and forth with trolls on Twitter who mocked their dead friends, and KTS members would continue to escalate their disrespect for the ops, eventually going as far as to have custom merch made, naming all of their murdered ops in a long list, with Kobe's name at the top. And KTS Von would continue to lurk in comment sections on his ops pages, ready to diss Kobe at the first opportunity, as well as making his own posts mocking Kobe for not getting a ride the day he was killed. Naturally, the war between these two groups was reaching fever pitch, and retaliation wouldn't be far behind. In fact, G Herbo would later rap on the 2021 track Pray for My Enemies that him and his crew made the trenches bleed, and that they crushed their ops after Kobe died. And the sad truth is, in the many years that followed, the trenches would indeed bleed heavily, with young men on all sides of this war taking heavy losses, with only a few of the struggling soldiers finding a way out of the deadly cycle that continued to play out on the streets of Terrortown. After the death of their beloved friend Kobe, members of No Limit were reportedly lurking around Terrortown, looking to kill a rival in revenge. And sadly, someone would lose their life only 3 days later. On August the 13th, 2013, 34-year-old Eric Chisholm was with another man in a parking lot outside of his home on the 7400 block of South Colfax Avenue. Around 9:40 AM, a light-coloured SUV passed by, and a gunman began shooting from the passenger seat. Eric was hit and sadly pronounced dead at a nearby hospital at 10:20 AM, with police describing the scene seen as littered with shell casings. Since this happened, many have suspected Mad Max from No Limit as having played a role in the shooting. And following the killing, Mad Max and other No Limit members would be lurking in the comments to remind their ops that they avenged Kobe with rapid speed. And as the year went on, other members from No Limit, like G Faro, would tweet shouting out someone on his team for dropping bodies like Mad Max, with this perhaps being early origins for the nickname that would eventually become infamous. Despite reports that Eric had not been affiliated with gangs, this incident had been seen as revenge against Black Mob by No Limit. However, they wouldn't stop there, because there were key members from rival gang Lakeside, which No Limit and their numerous members had a personal vendetta against. Other than KTS, Von and Dre themselves, the most wanted target for No Limit around this time would have been Posto. No Limit were desperate to get back at Posto for what some believed was the role that he had played in the killing of Kobe, as well as for his role in the No Lackin' 3 McDonald's incident. After all, Posto was known for regularly mocking his ops and G Herbo on social media.
Lolo world, how that is. I ain't never heard of you things start rapping.
Posto would be hard to catch, however, because he would end up being arrested on October the 5th in a scene caught on video. Posto would be released on the 18th of November 2013, and it would only take 5 days from his release for his opposition to catch him. On November the 23rd, 2013, at around 11:05 PM, 18-year-old Posto, real name Tyshawn Anderson, would be shot in the head in a first-floor hallway in the 2700 block of East 80th Street. Someone in the building called the police after hearing 3 to 4 gunshots, finding Posto laid out on the floor bleeding from a gunshot wound. After being taken to Northwestern Hospital, Posto would unfortunately be pronounced deceased at 11:50 PM. Cops would label the killing as gang-related, and in the years that followed, rumours circulated of a 2-man masked hit squad from No Limit, which included Mad Max, as being responsible. Others have pointed the finger at Crazy James from No Limit, with his lyrics on the song It's Real, including lyrics where he says, "Tell Posto pick his face up. This is no fairy tale, I drill. Headshots, I killed people." As a result of the hatred that No Limit members had towards Posto, following his death, members would mercilessly mock Posto on Twitter and Instagram, and in songs, with G Herbo actually making numerous tracks where he says he smokes Posto, and in a semi-successful effort to turn Posto into the Tooka of the East Side. Several other rappers have been heard saying that they smoke Posto on songs too, with one of those people once again being pop sensation Juice WRLD, who would rap that he was smoking on Posto numerous times.
Smoking on Katy Pack and Posto and Mr. the Most.
G Herbo even claimed at one point to be starting a legitimate cannabis company named Posto Canna after his favourite murdered op. I'm sure the authorities were rubbing their hands together like Birdman at that one. But sadly, when it comes to Posto, the disrespect that No Limit have shown this deceased op reaches a shocking new low in Chicago drill history. Because in a since deleted video which has been thoroughly scrubbed from the internet, we seemingly see G Herbo and Lil Bibby with other No Limit members at what they claim is Posto's gravesite, where they claim somebody urinated and defecated on his headstone. For the record, this clip has been thoroughly scrubbed from YouTube in the years that followed, but it still circulates on some website, but it's probably for the best I don't put that on YouTube. Naturally, Lakeside and KTS would be devastated at the loss of Posto and the ongoing disrespect, and KTS Von would be seen on social media spinning the block eager to avenge Posto, even returning to that very cursed McDonald's that has been so central to this beef.
Out here, man. Posto game, man. We were fast as shit up. Fuck you talking about? You don't want no McDonald's, man. No McDonald's. Fuck rock. Posto.
Despite the likes of G Herbo and Lil Bibby getting opportunities to make money and build careers in the music industry, the danger in Terrortown, the blocks where they came from, remained for their friends still in the streets. The violence would simply continue as their block and their gang begun to get more and more famous from drill music. The next person to lose their life in the ongoing conflict between NLMB and Black Mob would come on the 16th of October 2014, when a Black Mob affiliate by the name of T-Bone, real name Alexander D. Smith, was walking down the 7500 block of South Colfax Avenue accompanied by a 14-year-old boy. He'd allegedly be caught by rivals from NLMB, being shot multiple times and dying at the scene, with the young boy accompanying him also being grazed in the hit. Little is known about what happened after T-Bone was killed, but ShootaShellz would later rap about the situation, suggesting that he was upset that T-Bone was never avenged. But as you know, No Limit have many ops in the city, and separate to their war with Black Mob, they were still waging a bitter war with Lakeside and the KTS crew. Their most feared shooter, KTS Von, was the top trophy for the No Limit Limit soldiers. Von had seemingly taken a bullet to the chest in early 2014 that took him off the streets for a significant amount of time, but going into 2015, the war between No Limit and KTS would heat up once again. Ironically, for once in this beef, each side would trade shots at each other back and forth on songs rather than in the streets. On March the 10th, 2015, Bibby and Herb dropped Kill Shit Part 2, aka Ain't Heard Bout You, which featured lyrics where G Herbo invited his ops to pull up on him on Essex and 79th, as well as saying he smokes Posto, and naturally seeing as Bibby and Herb's careers had been taking off, with songs dissing dead ops, naturally once he'd recovered from his injuries, KTS Von would get back in the booth, recording some of the biggest songs of his career. On April the 10th, 2015, he drops the track Street Life, featuring a music video showing Von literally cooking crack on a trap house stove, and a chorus where Von says if he didn't kill for Posto, it wouldn't be right. He would rap that he got caught lacking when he got shot, but that every shooter isn't a killer. He also says on the song that he's smoking Kobe, and in a way, this song was a sad but true reflection on the dead-end street life that KTS Von had been born into. It came with other lyrics warning the listener that falling in the street life will have you doing awful things, like killing a friend of 10 years, or dying broke unable to fund the ongoing gang war. But it would be KTS Von's next song that would be the most famous of his career, and unfortunately, his last. On April the 29th, 2015, KTS Von releases the music video for the track Kill to Survive. The music video would feature yet more offensive merch listing their ops that they've killed, and the song's central chorus of Kill to Survive became the perfect national anthem for KTS gang members. Von would rap about literally living in the purge, and claiming to slide through Terrortown with Lakeside members, putting people in the sky while dropping fives. And following the track's release, he would be seen on social media, driving around the ops territory, blasting the song at full volume and showing off his pistol. KTS Von was beginning to make a name for himself, but so too was G Herbo, who continued releasing music referencing the war with Lakeside. On May the 31st, 2015, Herbo drops Back At It Part 3, opening his verse with lyrics about smoking Posto, Bud, Lolo, and T-Bone, as well as Scoob, who was the brother of Black Mob member ShootaShellz, who died as part of a different beef while Shellz was in jail. Herbo would also acknowledge the McDonald's incident on this song, saying check the video because a few of the people from it like Posto are now dead. But sadly, G Herbo's lyrics would end up being much more prophetic than he realised when he recorded them, because soon the main protagonist from that No Lackin' 3 video would also lose his life. Apparently on June the 22nd, KTS Von would exchange threats back and forth with a No Limit member by the name of Chopper, and the day after this exchange, on June the 23rd, 2015, KTS Von, real name Davon Davis, was standing outside an apartment on the 7500 block of Ellis Avenue. Apparently high on pills at the time, he was alone and drugged up, essentially vulnerable to any of the many ops who would desperately want to pull up and catch him lacking. At around 2:05 PM, a group of men passing by in an SUV allegedly spotted him slowing down and firing shots. KTS Von would be shot multiple times, including twice in the chest and once in the head, in what authorities expected was a drive-by where they wanted to make sure he was dead. Von was indeed later pronounced dead at the scene, and weirdly it was also reported that shortly after the shooting, another mysterious SUV came down the block where the murder had been committed, rolling down the window with the occupant of the car asking the nearby crowd if somebody else got killed, with a woman apparently replying that it was a birthday party, whilst another man nearby would hold out his fingers mimicking a gun and saying boom. KTS Von's murder would go unsolved, and whilst Von's friends and family mourned the loss of the KTS general, Big Cutthroat the Smoker himself, many theories would follow as to who was responsible for the killing. Chopper from NLMB, who had gone back and forth with Von in the comments the day before his death, would post a video online apparently right after the murder, rapping the lyrics about killing for Posto from Von's April song titled Street Life, changing the lyrics to say that he should have killed for Posto and now he's in the sky, and suggesting that all of their dead homies are now beating Von's ass.
If he ain't killed for Posto, it won't be right. He should have killed for Posto and kept his pipe. But now he up there for no business. Why your dumb ass?
And a day after Von's death, Chopper would also tweet that the ops are lacking whilst they're lurking. Despite not being formally charged in the case, NLMB Chopper would later be taken off the streets anyway, catching a murder case for killing a man who allegedly wouldn't share his blunt. Others have credited the killing of KTS Von to Mad Max, aka C-Money or Killer Chris, because only 2 days after the shooting, Max would post to his Instagram a picture of a lion with a bloody face and a caption reading, "One picture, 1,000 words." And Max would also post yet another picture of him with No Limit member Melly along with the caption, "Splash Brothers." In response to this, KTS Von's brother KTS Dre would even jump in the comments asking Mad Max for his phone number, which he actually provided. Another detail that had people thinking Mad Max was responsible was the fact that soon after the hit, Mad Max would change his description on Instagram to call himself The Smoker, which had previously been KTS Von's nickname. This would catch on, and No Limit Diesel and 30 Clips clips, would end up releasing a song called Don't Get Exposed, where they claim to have took the name The Smoker from Von. And in the music video for that track, No Limit members were seen doing KTS Von's signature pose of having one hand over his mouth and another hand doing a gun sign to his head. Ever since the killing of KTS Von, No Limit members would seemingly adopt this pose en masse as a regular sign of disrespect towards Lakeside. Basically, once KTS Von died, everybody in No Limit was rejoicing. Ramo from No Limit tweeted RIP Kobe days after the murder. Chopper would continue mocking Von on his own Instagram. Ramo would point out the day following the murder that most of the ops in the No Lack in Part 3 video are now dead. No Limit jocks celebrated with social media posts honouring Kobe and mocking Von. Now, despite the mountain of examples suggesting No Limit were responsible for the killing of KTS Von, other theories have circulated painting a different picture. Some suspect that Von's killer may have actually been a rival from Circon City, as only a few days after the killing of Von, a Circon member by the name of Eric Turner was gunned down, with one theory suggesting that the same man who killed Von might be the same person from Circon City who would kill Von's father, Vincent Davis Sr., which took place around a year and a month after the killing of Von. While it hasn't definitively been proven who killed Von, it's clear that his passing was the best news No Limit could have hoped for. But it's believed that after the killing of Von, KTS and Lakeside were out for blood, with a particular focus on Mad Max. However, in this case, revenge would be out of reach, because sometime after Von's death, his brother Dre would end up being taken off the streets as a result of a gun charge, leaving some of the No Limit members free to focus on the numerous beasts in the streets, now that two of their biggest rivals from Lakeside were no longer active, with one particular member of No Limit choosing instead to take things further with music and finally distance themselves from this dangerous street activity. Following the death of KTS Von in summer 2015, members of the No Limit gang would continue to be targeted in attacks by their various ops. Eventually, ShootaShellz from Black Mob would be released from jail after 18 months, apparently the result of a raid in a house he was staying at with a girl.
We had this little crib together, you feel me, down there on 73rd, on Phillips or whatever, and she, I don't know, I guess she was going left and she, goddamn called the police and got that motherfucker raided because the crib was in her name, so she gave them consent to get the crib searched or whatever, you feel me? You know, she go say whatever reason why she did the shit. And shit, they searched the crib. You know, they found some guns or whatever, you feel me? And you know, they found some other shit that they was able to use to pin that shit on me. So shit, I went down for that shit. I've been booked for like 18 months for that shit.
At this time, it's believed that ShootaShellz was really looking to avenge his fallen brother Scoobs, whose life had been taken by another gang whilst he was inside. Allegedly, Scoobs was killed by a man named Yogi from a set called ABK in May 2014. And after his release, it's said that ShootaShellz would get his revenge, allegedly catching Yogi, real name Dujuan Williams, on June the 27th, 2016, with the news reporting a 20-year-old man shot dead on the 7400 block of South Shore Drive. ShootaShellz had apparently caught Yogi and another 18-year-old man, shooting them both, with Yogi being shot in the head numerous times, later being pronounced dead in hospital. And ShootaShellz would go on to rap about the killing in numerous tracks. For example, in the song Pac-Man, where him and his crew quite literally tote sniper rifles in the music video, ShootaShellz would rap that he's smoking Yogi, as well as telling fans that his crew Black Mob are friendly with Lakeside, and the Cutthroats who were also beefing No Limit during this period. Considering how disrespectful ShootaShellz was getting towards No Limit in some of his songs, it's no surprise that him and G Herbo would actually go back and forth in a lyrical exchange. G Herbo had actually been dissing ShootaShellz in his music as early as 2012 on the track My Hood, where he raps that he's not scared of Black Mob and to tell Shooter that they're changing the name of his hood by killing his friends. Herbo would go further on his I'm a Boss 3 style, where he says if he sees Shooter he's going to shoot him, or blam the 8 as he puts it. So when ShootaShellz came out of jail, he was eager to drop songs clapping back at the perceived disrespect coming from G Herbo and No Limit. On March the 21st, 2017, ShootaShellz would drop his song Godfather, where he once again mocks Yogi, saying that they smoke him, going on to infer that that killing was revenge for Scoobs, as he raps he was in jail when Scoobs died and he couldn't say goodbye. Now it's rumoured that only 9 days after this song, ShootaShellz would catch another body, with this rumoured to be his 5th murder, the 4th committed against No Limit. This being a very personal killing, the shooting of the father of Lil Wet or Wet 'em Up from NLMB, who went by the name of Big Wet. Now the killing of Big Wet would ultimately result in a shocking retaliation that ended up killing 4 people, but we'll cover that in more detail shortly, because at this point all you need to know is that ultimately when ShootaShellz got out of jail, he was on the warpath looking to cause maximum pain and disrespect to his opposition, both in the streets and in the music. And on the 6th of April 2017, he would make a big splash with his latest diss song aimed at No Limit, titled Death of 150. This was a savage and disrespectful song aimed at his rivals, namely G Herbo and his 150 Dream Team record label. The music video featured an armory of guns, with a Tech 9 being menacingly dangled from a string in the intro, and as the video went on, we would see an individual wearing a t-shirt of G Herbo's 150 Dream Team record label being attacked, with the 150 shirt eventually being burned on camera at the end of the video. If anything, the lyrics of the track are even more disrespectful than the visuals, because it's wall-to-wall with disrespect aimed squarely at No Limit and G Herbo. He would say Herbo's rapping ass don't wanna shoot, suggesting the only way ShootaShellz can touch Herbo now is through music. He would rap menacingly that since G Herbo moved out the city, ShootaShellz is gonna come looking for him. He says if he catches somebody on No Limit turf on Essex and 79th, he's gonna put them on the news and have College Kid making videos about them. He says that Herbo will soon be meeting his dead friends Rock, Kobe, and Fazo, even referencing Herbo's earlier mixtape Ballin' Like I'm Kobe, saying that Herbo won't be like Kobe until he's dead. He goes on to say that if he catches a No Limit member, he's going to kill them regardless of there being witnesses. He says all of the disses aimed towards him from G Herbo's songs will get Herbo killed, and he ends the track dissing numerous No Limit members: G Herbo, Fazo, Kobe, Vito, Simo, and Pistol P. Death of 150 went crazy in the streets of Chicago, and had drill music fans picking sides between Herbo and ShootaShellz. It was also the biggest song of ShootaShellz's career, today sitting over 7 million views on YouTube, with his other songs tending to average in the low hundreds of thousands. This song made ShootaShellz a much bigger name in the Chicago drill scene, and in an effort to capitalize off the back of this growing buzz, he would continue to release more music, and getting more and more brazen with his lyrics. On May 22nd, 2017, ShootaShellz drops the song Real Ones, where he appears to admit to killing more people, with him even rapping at one point, "I'm talking my count alone, I've got a whole nick," meaning a nickel or 5 kills. It's strange to think that a person who, by their own admission, had allegedly killed 5 people, would allow videographers to visit their block and ask them specific questions about their life in the streets. But that's what happened, and only a few days after that song released, an interview with ShootaShellz would drop, where he would speak on the disses between him, G Herbo, and the No Limit crew, saying that he was essentially retaliating to Herbo's early disses on the track I'm a Boss, and saying that the beef between them two is personal.
You know, like, we've been in tour with them guys for a minute, you know, Lil Herbo, whatever, them, like all them little 150 guys. You feel me? It ain't specifically Lil Herb, it's just all of them. You feel me? I ain't singling out just him. You feel me? All of them. We in tour with the whole, all of them. You feel me? Like, when he first started rapping or whatever, you feel me? When motherfuckers were just local, he had mentioned my name in a track. This one, I wasn't even really rapping like that. You know, everybody always play around with the music, but you feel me? I wasn't taking that shit too serious. You feel me? Motherfucker put me up on game. Not that y'all don't really, but that I'm a boss shit. He said some shit about me or whatever. You know, it's rap beef. Once a motherfucker mention my name, we go at it. You feel me? Because, you know, we really into it. It ain't like this just some odd motherfucker I never heard of. This motherfucker, you know, we into it. You feel me? So I mentioned them back, but it ain't really getting no recognition.
Shooter would say that too much has gone on in this beef, and that there would be no chance of him and Herbo squashing it.
You think it's like any way that situation can be solved?
Nah, I don't know, man. It been too much going on. You feel me? It's been too much going on. That shit have never got down.
Shells would also explain that the war between these two groups had escalated from schoolyard fights to gunfights and full-scale gang war.
You know, a lot of shit with the Lil Herb shit. It wasn't even just Lil Herb though, you feel me? He used to go to a whole nother, like, when I was like in 6th grade, I used to go to PAL. You feel me? And then we used to be like, you know, elementary school was close by. Elementary schools used to fight. You feel me? We been always in tour with them. And as we got older, you feel me? The shit just escalated. You feel me? So, you know, motherfuckers started gang banging, fist fights turned to gunshots. You feel me? Gunplay. As we got older, high school, and then motherfuckers started playing with guns. People started dying, or somebody got shot, and ain't nobody gonna let that shit go. You feel me? So, once a motherfucker get hit, bloodshed, the shit, it'll never be the same.
ShootaShellz would also explain that since dropping his Death of 150 diss track, his DMs are crammed with fans of No Limit telling him that he is going to be the next one to die in the war.
You feel me? You got motherfuckers, they, you know, sending me messages on Instagram telling me you gonna be the next pack. You feel me? All this extra shit, you know, fuck your dead homies, all this, just a whole bunch of goofy shit.
A few weeks after this, another interview with ShootaShellz would take place, this time with Zach TV, where he would discuss the long-running beef with G Herbo, denying that he was dissing Herbo for clout on the Death of 150, and saying that the beef has been going on between them for years in the streets.
Yeah, you know, we in tour with them. You feel me? The Lil Herb guys or whatever, the no limits. You feel me? We in tour with them, so there's a whole bunch of East Side shit going on. You feel me? I don't know too many people know what's going on. You feel me? Motherfucker, always talking about clout chasing, like I'm just trying to come out, diss the man, and you feel me? Get some clout here and shit like that. Motherfucker been in tour with them. Here's the thing, like even before Herb even came around, you feel me? This was like motherfuckers in 6th grade elementary school. Motherfuckers been always fighting them niggas. But in that
so this shit been going on back in the day?
A motherfucker been fighting them since elementary school, and then as a motherfucker got in high school, the shit gonna escalate. You feel me? Then motherfuckers start playing with guns, all that shit. So I end up getting locked up again. You feel me? So I'm recently just not coming home. But you know, the shit's still on, the beef still on. Motherfucker diss me. The shit
it's still busting. If you don't get no fuck cause he getting on, I ain't finna wrap that shit up.
Funnily enough, ShootaShellz explained why he never dissed Lil Bibby, seemingly respecting Bibby's focus on getting money rather than dissing dead ops.
And shout out to Bibby, man. You know, he on some grown man shit, but why y'all respect him?
Yeah, I got respect for Bibby, you feel me? You know, he doing his thing. I don't never recall hearing Bibby say shit about, he'll probably say the ops, but he don't say shit about no black mob, there's no fuck such and such, no fuck this, no fuck that.
ShootaShellz once again reiterated that there was so much bloodshed for the two sides to settle in this beef at this point that only the people who got rich would be the ones to escape the cycle.
Can this shit change now?
Nah. It been a lot of bloodshed though, you feel me? Even if bodies lost. Even if motherfuckers had money, you feel me? A motherfucker do that rap beat shit. Who's to say that if a certain nigga from down now, you feel me? It probably, you know, certain like motherfuckers that got the money, they probably don't be on that shit trying to, you know, risk it all and got them and get locked up all that. But it's still gonna be niggas that ain't in play that got some bread that can really stop shit. They gonna be still keeping the bullshit up. You feel me? The shit gonna keep happening, man. Motherfuckers died behind that shit. You gonna hear all his homies die. You feel me? I lost my brother to that shit, so it ain't like I could just turn my back and be like, you feel me? Fuck that shit. But if I was to get on that shit, it'd be some more like for the next generation type shit. Okay. Like, man, you feel me? Motherfucker gotta learn how to forgive and let shit go, because if we just keep this shit up, the shit it's just gonna be a, you feel me, an everlasting cycle. Shit will keep going on and on and on.
Halfway through this conversation, Zach TV discovers ShootaShellz's age, and I've got to say the answer surprised me too.
And let me guess, 29?
21.
Bro, you 21, bro?
Yeah, man.
What the fuck? How you age so quick? What the fuck going on, bro?
Man, I've been through a lot in my life, man.
Regardless of what ShootaShellz or any of the gangs from this story did in the streets, there's no ignoring that a lot of the violence in Chicago is likely the result of the harsh situation that many of these young men found themselves in growing up. And as ShootaShellz opens up about all the pain he went through losing relatives at such a young age, it does a lot to explain what actually caused him to become this violent person.
My OG passed when I was like 11. My pops died when I was like 9.
Man, fuck around, lose your mom and dad, lose your bro of that 2014.
Bro, you lost your mother, your father, and your brother.
Yeah.
Damn,
so that's a lot.
My condolences, bro.
To come to this shit, you feel me, all this street shit, that's a lot. A motherfucker gotta mature, you gotta mature fast, you gotta grow up, you gotta take care of yourself out here. It's all fun and games until one of your loved ones get killed, you feel me? Nobody understands shit until one of yours died. Then you be like, yeah, motherfucker be mad, you wanna strike back, but at the same time, another one of your loved ones can die, so you gotta look at your loved ones every day like, man, motherfucker get their life taken to this shit.
ShootaShellz was clearly dealt a difficult card in life, and unfortunately his reaction was to dish out pain to others. And despite having the wisdom of an older man as a result of growing up fast in the streets, unfortunately one of the consequences of causing so much pain to others would be that karma would eventually catch up. And sadly for ShootaShellz, less than a month after that interview with Zach TV, karma would indeed come knocking, when on July the 10th, 2017, some have suggested that ShootaShellz's location was given away, because as he was getting into his car, a white Nissan Altima pulled up with 3 shooters hopping out and gunning ShootaShellz down in the middle of an Auburn Gresham street in broad daylight. But that wasn't the end of things, because the murder of ShootaShellz is one of the most gruesome in Chicago history. Story has it, after ShootaShellz was struck, he would fall to the ground, at which point numerous shooters stood over him, taking turns firing bullets into his face. In what was one of the most grisly deaths in Chicago drill history, he was shot in the face as many as 18 times, with a graphic picture of Shellz's disfigured body taken by a member of the public and posted online, which is far too graphic to show you on YouTube. Police would recover a whopping 43 shell casings at the scene. Due to the serious nature of this crime, and likely due to ShootaShellz's involvement in numerous murders across the city, the FBI would be called in to work on the investigation, with the FBI allegedly filing a court order to search the content of ShootaShellz's iPhone, which was found in his pocket after his death. It's unclear whether the FBI found anything of note on ShootaShellz's iPhone, but what we do know as a result of police documents later posted on Reddit drill community Chiracology is that the prime suspect in the killing of ShootaShellz was Mad Max from No Limit. Numerous outlets would go on to report that Mad Max was named as one of the shooters, with the cops apparently picking up Mad Max a week after the killing of ShootaShellz, catching him with a gun with a defaced serial number, but clearly the cops didn't have any further evidence connecting Max with the incident, and he was ultimately let go. G Herbo would actually go live following the death of ShootaShellz. He was with his girlfriend at the time, and she was apparently unaware of the news, finding herself surprised with just how many people had tuned in, joining the live obviously to see Herbo's reaction to the death of ShootaShellz.
Damn, my shit just went up real quick.
That's because it's your birthday, bro. They ass phony kicking. We trying to see what you doing, man. Y'all nosy as hell, bro. What y'all trying to see what she doing for? Comment who lad this is. Comment right now, first person. Who this is. This us or cause if this her shit going crazy like this, I ain't getting on my shit for a month. Y'all ass ain't gonna see me. Oh yeah, this my shit. Stop it. This man. This Swervo. 153. Stop playing. This Swervo shit, boy. Stop playing.
Soon after this, Herbo would be seen running around outside in a seemingly good mood, telling viewers that he's in Chicago downtown and that it's going to take the ops 2 hours to get to him.
Hold on, wait.
Oh, Vito, make a motherfucker mad as hell.
Y'all good, Greg? That's a little black. That's a black. That bitch tinted it up. Y'all show. Y'all want me call a PJ? Motherfucker good. Oh, game. Hold on, wait. Where I'm at? Wait, hold on. Oh, Vito, bitch. Stop playing. My shit good. I'm in the rack right now. I'm downtown. Gonna take y'all ass 2 hours to get right here.
You guys have to
My baby on the pitch. Oh, she got the VVS dress, all VVS diamonds and that shit. What y'all want to address my next location or something, boy? How the fuck they miss a whole 100 shot? How the fuck you miss a whole 100 shots? So for them.
Eventually, Herbo would find his comments inundated with people mentioning ShootaShellz, prompting Herbo to snap into a rage and telling people to get off his page.
If y'all stop commenting shit on my page, get the fuck off my page. If y'all finna comment all this lame ass shit, I already know everything that's going on. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't know nothing about none of y'all. Ask the police on Vito, get the fuck off my page with that gay ass shit. I don't know nothing about nothing. Get the fuck off my page before I don't get on live and block all y'all that.
Principal.
Get the fuck on. Leave me the fuck alone on folks. I don't know nothing about nobody, bro. Everybody broke as hell, bro. If your ass ain't rich or no limit, I don't give a fuck about you folks. Leave me the fuck alone, folks. Suck dick. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Get the fuck off my page. Y'all ass goofy as hell.
However, despite getting angry at these incriminating comments, as time went on, Herbo would continue to make subtle references thought to be aimed at his former top op. In 4 Minutes of Hell Part 5, G Herbo would mock ShootaShellz for getting shot in the head so gruesomely, saying he never made any money and has no head left. Fellow No Limit rapper Crazy James would rap on his Never Cared remix that they're going to ShootaShellz their ops. And even Lil Bibby, the one person who ShootaShellz said he respected for never dissing the dead, would come out on the song Crack Baby, seeming to reference the incident with the line, "Last one to diss the gang, his brains was all sloppy." The killing of ShootaShellz wasn't without consequence, however, as 13 days after his killing, an OG figure in No Limit by the name of G Slim would lose their life too. Allegedly, Black Mob and Lakeside were responsible for the slaying, which took place at 5:15 AM on the 1500 block of East 82nd Street. G Slim, real name Lavondale Noble, was shot in the neck and hand and died, while another man was shot in the face and survived, with a seemingly innocent bystander being hit in the groin and neck, IDing the shooter's vehicle as a white sedan. But regardless, with one of their biggest and most feared rivals ShootaShellz off the streets, No Limit members might, for the time being, feel a little bit safer on their block. However, as ShootaShellz said himself, the consequence of killing a rival now means that you must live in fear for losing one of your own friends or family members. And in the years that followed, the violence would continue to play out the same way. But there was one particular act of violence that a No Limit member was accused of, just before ShootaShellz was killed, that may well be one of the most shocking incidents in this story, and perhaps even Chicago drill history at large. And that's the story of Lil Wet from No Limit, who allegedly killed 4 people in one night. With the war raging between No Limit and their various ops, from Lakeside, Black Mob and Pocket Town, it was only inevitable that eventually the most feared and famous members of the gang would eventually lose their lives too. Around a year after the murder of ShootaShellz, one of the most feared hitters from Black Mob, Mad Max aka C-Money aka Killer Chris, who had allegedly played a role in an incomprehensible amount of killings, as many as 13 by some estimates, would end up this time on the other side of the gun, losing his own life. On August 3rd, 2018, Mad Max is located by his enemies, whilst moving into his mother's apartment around 3 PM on the 7600 block of South Kingston. Here he's chased down and shot once in the body and once in the arm. He was found slumped in the courtyard of an apartment complex and taken to hospital, with the news initially reporting simply that a man had been shot in the arm. The news would describe his situation in the hospital as stable, but sadly he was far from it. Mad Max, real name Christopher Jackson, would fight for his life in hospital for exactly a month, eventually being pronounced dead on the 3rd of September. But to make matters even more crazy, crazy, after his death, the police would claim that a heavily medicated Mad Max would give a videotaped deathbed confession naming his killer as Hell Rel, real name Terrell Webb, a senior member from Lakeside, with a screenshot of the supposed recorded confession later being circulated by Hell Rel himself, who would label Max as a snitch. However, the cops also claimed to have another cooperating witness and surveillance footage pinning the crime on Rel. And based on their suspicions, cops would initially arrest Hell Rel, catching him with a gun that matched the shell casings found at the scene of Max's murder. But for some reason, he was released without charge at the time, perhaps because Mad Max was still alive at that point. But then, 11 days after the killing, an attempted murder warrant was issued, and Hell Rel would flee, eventually being tracked down in Iowa and arrested on August the 28th, being held in custody for a few days until Mad Max died in hospital and the charges were upgraded to full-blown murder. And a video would even circulate online showing Hell Rel react in the interview room the moment detectives told him that his charges would be upgraded to murder.
Done, a gunshot residue kit was done on you.
Yes, sir.
Ballistics test was done on the gun and the recovered shell casing from the scene. Since then, we've gotten all those results back.
Yes, sir.
Also, since then, little Chris has died on September 3rd. So now this has become a homicide investigation. So, Detective Carlson here is going to read you your Miranda rights.
For the gun or a
for a homicide, you said?
Yeah, this is now a homicide investigation.
So, we'll read your rights.
Hold on.
You want a second?
Hold on.
Well, before we talk to you, say anything, I need to read you your Miranda rights.
Okay.
Terrell Webb would face murder charges for the killing of Chris Jackson, with the case even being discussed on CBS News as the killing of Mad Max had taken place on Chicago's deadliest weekend of 2018.
Nearly 2 months, but Chicago police have filed their first murder charge stemming from the deadliest weekend Chicago has seen this year. 27-year-old Terrell Webb is accused of shooting and killing a rival gang member. He was charged after a deathbed statement from the victim. It was one of more than a dozen murders the first weekend in August.
Hell Rel would post on social media from jail expressing his frustration at facing 45 to life as a result of being snitched on by a man who had supposedly killed many people. He would eventually share messages suggesting that his lawyer has the tape of Mad Max confessing and that he would eventually reveal it to the world. But Hell Rel would also eventually be released, with the police citing a lack of evidence, much to the delight of surviving KTS members who circulated a statement from Hell Rel branding Mad Max as a snitch. Hell Rel would also diss Mad Max on Instagram, showing off a t-shirt reading 150k and a picture of Max holding money with a caption saying that's the last time he'll touch any money, with this t-shirt apparently being made specially for the music video for his song Self-Explanatory, where he naturally dissed Mad Max extensively. And eventually Hell Rel himself would even elaborate on the situation in detail in an extended interview with Chris Barnes, saying that he's innocent and that he believed racism played a role in him being accused.
I ain't do that shit to blood, man. For real, I'm finna take some time on that shit. Not cause I did, I'm all that. I didn't do it. I mean, for however much anybody want me to have done it. But I'm a black man, I done been locked up several times, man. I know I ain't do it. I know I could beat the shit. Yeah, I know I could beat the shit, but it's still, I'm scared. I'm a young black nigga, you know what I'm saying? And then every time you pick the jury or the judge, always white, no matter what, you know what I'm saying? That's against me. Then you pick a jury, they always white or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So it just, the probability, I don't like the probability. I ain't my, you know what I'm saying? And even though I ain't do it, like, God got me, man.
In the end, Hell Rel would end up being sentenced to 10 years for involuntary manslaughter in the case of Mad Max. Either way you look at it, No Limit's top killer had been taken out of action. This was a devastating loss, and surviving No Limit members would mourn Max's death incredibly hard. Herbo and other affiliates were seen at his funeral, shedding a tear as they saw off their No Limit brother, and posing for pictures in front of his headstone. In fact, several people would do the KTS pose with a hand over their mouth and gun fingers to their head next to Max's grave, an apparent reference to Max having allegedly played a role in killing KTS Vaughn. After his death, various No Limit members posted on social media memorializing the loss of Mad Max, as well as bragging about the many murders that he had supposedly committed. And following his funeral, No Limit members even paid for a plane to fly over Terrortown, holding a banner that says "C Money, NLMB for life." Herbo would later release a song called Standing in the Rain, Mad Max, dedicated to his friend, as well as other songs where Herbo appeared to brag about the sheer number of kills that Mad Max Max had racked up in the streets. But naturally, many on the opposite side of the beef in Terrortown were delighted at the news that No Limit had lost their most feared shooter. KTS members continued to drop disrespectful songs like KTS Prince, who released the track Cappin' while Mad Max was still in the hospital, a music video that included a sequence where they counted down from 150 for each dead op No Limit had lost. Lil Don from KTS did an IG live mocking Mad Max after he died, but he also admitted that everyone from the other side was scared of Max because of how many people he'd allegedly killed.
That nigga a rat. Y'all talking about Max. Don't get me started on my boy, folks. That nigga told. That nigga dead and gone. And he told. That nigga was doing all that shit out here and you told on the nigga, boy. You getting up on all these niggas, a motherfucker get up on that ass and you tell. When Max was alive, folk, when we was getting it on, like, you know, when shit like that was popping off back then, it's tough. Like, you know, them tough niggas, folk, just think they too damn tough. Oh, I could kill anybody, folk. Them be the main ones dying, folk. And look what happened to him. And look what he did. He told on the nigga, folk.
Sadly, with Mad Max gone, No Limit members would continue to see even more of their friends lose their lives. And in one of the most tragic and unexpected turns in this story, one of the most talented people to ever enter No Limit's orbit would soon lose their life too, under tragic and suspicious circumstances. Back in October 2018, surviving rivals in the ongoing war in Terrortown, No Limit Cairo and KTS Dre would go live together on Instagram, beefing each other face to face for the whole world to see.
Well, let me see. He talking about cut though.
Oh, y'all know how we.
What you on,
Hey
bro?
man, what's up, little niggas?
I've been. Why you steady wuffing at me, bro?
No, man, what you on, little bro, man? Why you on here capping, man, like this, man? Why you playing on here like this, man?
Cairo would ask Dre who's there with him, with Dre showing him a whole bunch of guns, causing Cairo to quickly hang up.
Hey, who was that? Who was that on the side? Hey, I'm finna hang up, folks, because you got niggas looking at me, folks. I'm finna hang up because you got niggas looking at me, folks. You got niggas looking at me, I'm finna hang up. Nah, I ain't coming like that.
No, that's because they scared.
You got niggas pissed. I want to see their face. Let me see their face.
They don't want to see nothing. See what? See what?
I want to see their face.
Nothing. I don't got nothing for them to see.
Watch out, folks.
I don't got nothing.
He going to front of his shit, folks. Yeah, he up at guns. He ain't no street nigga, folks.
Cairo would go on to say that all of Dre's new people around him are new, and that he doesn't have any beef with them.
He's talking about, man, who you with? I can't even tell you all that. I would ask you who you with, but I know your ass hang with all new niggas that you trying to recruit. Them niggas straight bitches, folks. Them ain't even real ops. Them niggas ain't in tour with us, folks. They feel important right now. We don't even know they goof ass. Y'all that had somewhere.
Cairo goes on to say that KTS Dre is scared of Lil Jon, who is apparently the realist in Lakeside. Cairo then brings another No Limit member by the name of Magic into his life, with him asking who even is KTS Von whilst getting a haircut.
They on my shit tweaking, folks.
What folk know say they at?
They tripping, folks.
You just took your way last time. Hey, ass tweaking, gang. I can't be fine with this. What up, niggas?
What the fuck, you getting a cut? You finna get a cut?
Yeah, bro.
Who that cutting your shit? Man, don't let that nigga fuck you up.
Cairo would go on to explain that he would rather settle things in the DMs with Dre, saying that Dre is still on house arrest and suggesting that he would beat him up.
He steady on my shit about you niggas hoes. Oh, I don't want to argue with you, folks. Can you please DM me so we can talk, folks, regularly like we always do, folks? Cause I don't want to argue with you, bro. I hate arguing with the ops. He just put up some shit talking about he on house arrest, so you just stop talking. You get off my shit.
He got that bull put his shit in the car.
There ain't no shit to good ass. I beat the fuck out of him.
Cairo would then joke that Dre is scared of the ops.
I'm finna get off this line, for the ops scaring me, fuck. They scaring the fuck out of me.
But the whole time that Cairo was talking, Dre would be in the comments suggesting No Limit are a bunch of hoes.
Hell no. He said no cap, y'all some hoes. Bro, we some bitches, bro. That's what you want to hear? We some bitches.
Apparently Dre would also comment that he doesn't recognize Magic from No Limit, saying that he's a new person too, much to the amusement of Cairo.
He talking about who is Magic, what he do? Yeah. Don't worry about who that is, man.
All them new ass niggas you hang with.
Dre would reply saying that people that he's around are the original cutthroats, with Cairo eventually admitting that beefing the ops on IG is so 2014 and he's only doing it because he likes Dre.
Please say less. You putting on the show, folks, on this Instagram shit, bro. That shit ain't even what's up. That's the shit we was doing in 2014, going live with each other and shit like that. I really ain't on that no more. I just did that because I like you. I really ain't on that no more, folks, going live with the ops and shit. And doing all that goofy shit. I just did that because I still like you a little bit. We can talk regular, folks. We got too grown for that shit. It's too many police shit watching. Then something happen, they gonna be, oh, they was arguing on Instagram and all that dick sucking ass shit. There's too much police shit going on Instagram. You steady want to woof on this shit. They ain't even where it's at, bro.
In a way, Cairo was right. So much time had passed since their run-in at McDonald's, it makes you wonder why they would even still go back and forth. But of course, despite a lot of time passing, the beef between Lakeside and No Limit had continued raging, with lives continuing to be lost on both sides, and in 2019, there would be a violent exchange between members of No Limit and a terrifying set of new enemies with family ties to Lakeside called Death Row. Yes, that is an AK-47 on the right. On August the 11th, Mook, real name Malcolm Sabs from Death Row, is standing on a sidewalk on the 8600 block of South Exchange Avenue when at 1:35 AM, a group of men approached him on foot opening fire. He was struck in the head and later pronounced dead. And then the following day on August the 12th, Willie from No Limit is targeted in what appears to be a retaliatory attack. The 18-year-old, real name Willie Washington, was standing on the sidewalk at the 7800 block of South Phillips Avenue. When a car pulled up, two people jumped out, shooting him multiple times, jumping back in the vehicle and driving off. He was shot in the back of the head and the body, being pronounced dead by 8:52 AM. But much like the other senseless killings that we have seen in the Chicago gang wars, Willie's body would lay in the street for an extended period of time, during which time members of the public were able to take a picture with the grisly photo of Willie laying face down in the street circulating on social media, but I won't show you here. Sadly, the violence wasn't over yet, because only 2 days after that, apparently the cousin of Mad Max, Magic from No Limit, the same person who had been on that FaceTime call with Cairo after he'd hung up on KTS Dre, was standing next to a car on the 7800 block of South Essex Avenue, only 1 block over from where Willie had been killed, when a dark-coloured vehicle drove by with someone inside opening fire on the group of people standing by the car. Magic, real name Kenneth Summers, would be struck in the head, later being pronounced dead in hospital. This is just one of the latest devastating losses for No Limit. Meanwhile, one of their most despised rivals, KTS Dre, would catch a charge himself, ending up in jail for a short time. But by December of 2020, he would be back home, going live on social media, telling people that he didn't want to leave the city of Chicago, and saying that he's still shooting his ops whilst fighting court cases.
Man, I ain't gonna be nowhere but in Iraq, nigga. I'm over east, nigga, MUBU soldier, nigga. We ain't shooting from no car, we just trying to get closer, nigga. Talking about, am I in Iraq, nigga? Nigga, I just had court, nigga, in Cook County today, nigga. Fuck you talking about. Bro, you need to leave the city, unless they gonna get you.
Dre then tells his ops to come and kill him because he's tired of them threatening him.
Sooner or later. Sooner then, nigga. Sooner than later, y'all. I'm tired of this shit. Come take me out this shit, cause I can't take it no more. Y'all be pissing me off with that shit. Y'all been threatening me for 20 years, bro. Get y'all bitch ass on.
He also denied even knowing who Cairo was when somebody brought up the McDonald's video.
Explain the video of you punching Cairo. Who the fuck is Cairo, bro? Who the fuck is that? Cairo, where you from?
KTS Dre clearly had No Limit on his mind during this period. That month, he also released the song NLMBK Part 2 alongside KTS Rio, which had lyrics seemingly aimed at G Herbo, saying that he's still on the block, unlike these rappers who only act gangster. And from here, he would continue talking openly on social media about his enemies, on February 5th, 2021, going live to speak on Lil Wet from No Limit and the alleged killing of 4 men after his father's death, with KTS Dre suggesting that all of the men killed were innocent and had nothing to do with killing his father Big Wet.
Over there, only smoking, fuck No Limit, nigga. Fuck the whole No Limit, nigga. Go cry, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. Mad Max died a rat, nigga. On Vaughn, nigga. Mad Max died a mad rat, nigga. Look it up, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. It's a motherfucker fighting for their life, nigga. Charged with a dying declaration cause this bitch ass, nigga. Said a nigga name on his deathbed, nigga. Whole cow, nigga. Whole pussy. No, fuck y'all out here listening to that shit, supporting that shit. Whole pussy, whole gang, bitch. Whole gang snitching, y'all be supporting that shit. Y'all ass weird as hell. Oh yeah, Lil Wet. Aha, bitch. Go water your daddy, ho, nigga. Fuck you talking about. You bitch ass nigga. Came home, boy, for all them innocent ass, all that shit, all innocent people, boy. That's another thing, y'all ass be weird as hell. Them all innocent motherfuckers, man. Y'all be acting like a motherfucker that did some shit. Shut up. And the motherfucker ain't cried about none of them people. But probably they mamas, nigga.
Later that month, on February the 28th, 2021, KTS Dre goes live with Cairo once again, with Cairo accusing Dre of sneak dissing him on another page.
What up, Lil G?
What's up, little girl?
I see that they just sent me that page, but you and dude sneak dissing on me.
Who sneak dissing?
That you in that video, Goofy.
Man, I don't even think about niggas. You just said on the
I'm
live.
talking about that chick,
Bro,
that
it don't matter
that
what
free band cash
look,
shit, man.
It don't matter what I say.
Why you always gotta talk over a motherfucker?
Listen,
you know we used to talk on the phone all the time.
I know, but look, you just said on live.
That's cause the fans on here for you ain't gotta do all that extra shit.
As things go on, Cairo accuses Dre of lying about him, accusing Dre of saying all Cairo is known for is getting beaten up in McDonald's, with Cairo wanting Dre to admit that he is known for much more than that, with Dre ultimately refusing to admit that he knows Cairo for anything gangster.
I'm trying to see why you lying on me though.
Alright, tell me a lie.
They just said, you just said that that's the only shit I'm known for. I want you to stamp it on one of your homies. I ain't trying to be disrespectful, none of that shit.
I'm gonna put this on my homies on Cutthroat Gang, on the whole gang, every last one of them. I don't know none gangster shit, no gangster shit about you.
Why you just lie like that?
I personally don't know no gangster shit.
Dre goes on to accuse Cairo of lying about chasing Dre off the block.
You just said on live and told a nigga, let a nigga tell you ready to expose Goofy dude, man, how he be running and doing this, how he be running for y'all, how y'all used to chase him. When y'all ever chase me? Whoever chased me? Whoever chased me, bro? You from over east, fuck the internet, and the whole east side gonna hit us. Whoever chased me, nigga, on 79. Or did niggas run from me? Or did niggas run from me?
You did get chased.
Who chased me?
You chased shit before and you got your ass chased too.
I chased unlimited shit.
But listen though, you got your ass chased too and you ran a lot of times.
By who?
So you not Superman, but on what you never ran, from us, period. Stamp that. Put that on your brother. Anything you never ran from us. In no situations you never ran from nobody from No Limit, folks.
Once Cairo tells Dre to swear on his brother's life that he never ran from No Limit, suddenly Dre gets agitated and begins to bring up Cairo's deceased friends.
Who you run? I said put it on your brother that you never ran from No Limit. No Limit.
Stop saying my brother. Stop saying my brother. You don't get to say you.
I'm just saying. Well, I'm not.
But look, this what I'm saying. This what I'm saying.
Why you still ain't stamping yet? Why you still ain't?
You put it on rock. I ever ran from you.
Put it on anybody that you never ran from us.
Put it on one of your homies I ever ran from you.
You ain't have to run from me.
Okay, put it on your homies I ever ran from the other nigga who got on live and said I be running from y'all all the time.
Why you going around this shit? Why you going around this shit?
Let's keep it real. I'm known for running. That's what I'm known for.
I'm just saying, why you saying you never ran from none of us, period?
Hey, look, I don't know who I ran from. You know, there's been times I'd have been on 79 for a little weird shit that happened. I probably did have to run, but not from an individual, not from you.
They would continue to go back and forth, with Dre insisting he had made No Limit run away from him unlimited times.
You ran a lot of times,
From who? I just said, have I ever ran from you? Have you ran from me before?
Hell no.
On what?
I never ran from you.
Put that shit on.
I only seen you one time.
Never ran from me.
I only seen you one time in person. And that was that day, and I ain't even run that day.
Hey, you hear me? You lucky we on live. You ain't never ran from me.
Listen.
Hey, y'all ain't all ran from me at once. Hey, look. You ain't never ran from me a lot of times in your life. Like, y'all ain't never had to run a lot of times because of me, like all the time, like unlimited times. Like, come on,
right, listen, I'm finna ask you this question.
I ain't make niggas run.
No, listen.
Everybody run. So, like, who
hold on, look.
The conversation ends with Cairo asking Dre one more time if Dre can admit that he has heard Cairo did something gangster to KTS.
So you never heard my name and no gangster shit with your homies, any of your homies? I want you to put it on any nigga.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Listen to me, no, folks. If you did anything, you got away with it, folks. We do not be thinking that, folks. We think you.
On what?
Look, listen. We think you.
I'm finna get off. You just lied. You just stunning.
Apparently, this call had taken place whilst KTS Dre was still on house arrest for another charge where he'd apparently wrestled a cop for a gun after a traffic stop, with him apparently violating the conditions of his bond and being sent back to the Cook County Jail in June. But within a month, Dre would be eligible for bail, and his girlfriend would post his bond on July the 10th, 2021. Dre would have to put up $5,000 and wear an ankle monitor as part of bail conditions. But unfortunately for Dre, he would never even make it home to serve his house arrest. Because as he was leaving Cook County Jail after bailing out, a car pulled up around 8:50 p.m. with 2 men said to have fired dozens of shots. A total of 64 shots would strike KTS Dre, real name Londre Sylvester, with him later being pronounced dead. After the murder, police were seen putting dozens of evidence markers around the scene, with the news of this brutal shooting once again making its way onto the TV news.
A man is dead after a shooting right in front of the Cook County Jail.
Chicago police say a 31-year-old man and a 60-year-old woman were walking when 2 people got out of a car and fired shots, striking them both. The man suffered gunshot wounds to the face and chest and was pronounced dead at Mount Sinai. Footage from the scene shows several evidence markers placed on the street and near the sidewalk.
A man named Londre Sylvester was leaving the jail. He went by the rap name KTS Dre. He'd just been bailed out, and police say he was ambushed by 2 men who got out of a vehicle near the jail. Sylvester was shot as many as 64 times and pronounced dead at Mount Sinai.
In the aftermath of Dre's death, his sister would claim that somebody must have given his location away, and his mother claimed that it was too dangerous to even hold a funeral for him. Naturally, they would fear rivals coming through and shooting the memorial up, ironically something that KTS members had allegedly done to their rivals from No Limit many years before. With that in mind then, it's no surprise that following KTS Dre's death, No Limit members would mock him relentlessly. Cairo would initially pretend to mourn KTS Dre's death, clowning on Instagram and pretending as if he was genuinely upset about the loss, playing emotional music over pictures of him smoking as if he was sad, with Cairo even going as far as to post DMs referring to the McDonald's incident, replying to people telling Dre to come and beat him up again. In fact, after KTS Dre's death, Cairo would frequently make light of the McDonald's incident in social media posts like this one from 2022, where he claimed to have made it out of McDonald's safe. Though to be fair, Cairo would come out soon after making all of these mocking posts to clear the air and say he's just being goofy and cracking jokes because Dre hurt his feelings all those years ago. Meanwhile, Lil Wet would post a facepalm emoji on IG, others would mock Dre for being shot 64 times, posting up that they're going to go and play Nintendo 64, whilst others would make posts suggesting that messing with No Limit was a bad decision. Many said that they were smoking on Dre, some posted pictures in tribute to Mad Max, EVK Juby celebrated with a big drink, NLMB Jock mocked him, meanwhile many on the KTS side of the war would mourn their loss. Lil Art paid tribute, saying that his killers are going to avenge Dre and that he will see him soon. Ultimately, the death of KTS Dre represented the final chapter in a nearly 10-year-long feud that started the day that KTS Dre and Von confronted Cairo and the other No Limit members in McDonald's. With all of this in mind, many of the No Limit members' online behaviour following the death of KTS Dre can be seen as incredibly suspicious, particularly No Limit Cairo, who after this incident would continue to spend literally hours live on social media arguing with his enemies, dropping into numerous Instagram live sessions with KTS Royale, who would later claim that Cairo killed KTS Dre, with Cairo quickly hanging up.
I don't even tote guns for real, so why you in your rap saying Cairo keep his blick on him? That shit sound police as fuck. I don't hang with, I'm not even No Limit. What the fuck you want to see me with No Limit for? Now you think I'm on your lap? I'm really cutthroat and deep down inside. Oh, I'm cutthroat because I cut niggas' throats.
So no, who told you cut? What you think you is? Killer or something?
Do you think I'm a killer, nigga?
No.
Hey, that's fucked up though. I know how to fight though. Don't let that no lack of shit fool you. If we want you, you would be got the mind, man.
Y'all hit the Snake Dre at the county.
Who? What?
And send a phone call through. You niggas.
Hey, I'm gone, man. Your ass.
Y'all hit the send a call. You niggas bitches.
While it's not definitively clear who was responsible for the killing of KTS Dre, what is clear is that this beef has escalated so much over the years that it was unlikely that KTS Dre would ever be able to live a long life in the city of Chicago. And while No Limit members were celebrating the death of KTS Dre like no other, sadly this would not represent the end of the war by a long shot. Because even if one of their most feared ops was off the street, there would still be an endless supply of enemies and their surviving relatives gunning to kill and hurt members of the No Limit crew, with these deadly feuds unfortunately raging on to this very day. The No Limit gang had been fighting numerous enemies on various fronts for decades, with two of the main conflicts ultimately seeing the most feared enemies from each area lose their lives. KTS Von and Dre from Lakeside had lost their lives 6 years apart, and Black Mob's most feared killer ShootaShellz had also lost his life in the war, but No Limit themselves had also suffered heavy losses in the streets. The passing of their most feared shooter Mad Max was a devastating loss, and unfortunately the other war with their rivals from Pocket Town would heat up drastically in 2020. with an enormous amount of bloodshed being witnessed as people on both sides would lose their lives back to back. A Pocketown member by the name of Greasy, real name Eric Chapman Jr., would be killed in McKinley Park on the 1st of May 2020 at age 30. He was shot in the chest after an argument with another man around 2:30 a.m. 2 months later, on July the 13th, 2020, a prominent Pocketown and KTS member, KTS Rio, real name Lee DeMario Cameron, would be sitting in a car at a gas station on the 7000 block of South Damon Avenue when a silver SUV pulled up and somebody started shooting, with Rio later being pronounced dead in hospital. It was believed that the hit on KTS Rio was a personal revenge attack due to Rio allegedly killing a No Limit OG by the name of Boss Blizz back in 2011. The next death would come on September the 28th, 2020, when Pocketown's K-Dog, real name Kevin Forbes, would be shot on the 6900 block of South Woodlawn Avenue, later being dropped off at St. Bernard Hospital with a gunshot to the head, with him being pronounced dead on arrival. Several other individuals would lose their lives from Pocketown over the course of 2020, with threads on Reddit suggesting as many as 6 people would lose their lives in this period of only a few months. But in 2021 would come a devastating loss for No Limit, when a beloved friend of theirs that was supposedly out of the streets would lose their life as a result of this conflict. Gregory Jackson III, aka Lil Greg, was a member of NLMB and close friend of G Herbo. But on January the 28th, 2021, Greg would visit the Studio 19 barbershop at 1931 South State Street. Story has it that he would come face to face with a Pocketown affiliate that he had a personal feud with at the barbershop. No confrontation took place there and then, as it said both individuals involved were not personally shooters, but each man would apparently call their respective group of friends to find out whether or not a move needed to be made. Ultimately, the other individual left and Greg remained in the barbershop, but he wouldn't be safe there. It was later reported that while sitting in the barber's, somebody would walk in and shoot him in the face. After Greg's death hit the news, the police would name him firmly as a friend of G Herbo and a member of the NLMB gang. Apparently, Greg was like a brother to G Herbo, with Herbo releasing a long heartfelt statement about the loss, as did other No Limit members like Melly. Greg clearly was plugged into the rap game because even 21 Savage posted him after his passing. This murder would hit G Herbo particularly hard, with Herb later admitting that it was this loss that sent him into a spiral of alcoholism.
What's some shit that when you sit by yourself you just get depressed about? Like
thinking about my little brother though, I ain't gonna lie right now. He passed away in January 28th. I'll be thinking about him a lot because that shit wasn't really for him. I ain't gonna lie, like sometimes I'll be feeling like a nigga did something to him just to hurt me. I don't know, I was drinking a lot. I went into like a slump, like real, like just emotional slump, just drinking all day, every day, going to the studio, drinking.
A Pocketown affiliate would end up being linked to the vehicle used in the murder of Lil Greg, being arrested with a gun in the getaway car, but ultimately not being charged in connection with the murder. Interestingly, the gun used in this crime would end up being connected to 3 Navy SEALs who had been busted running a gun racket in Chicago for years, with the news later reporting that US soldiers in Kentucky were selling weapons across state lines to Pocketown gang members who were using those guns to settle scores on the streets. In the aftermath of Lil Greg's death, Lil Don from Pocketown would post to Instagram mocking his ops and suggesting that Lil Greg was the biggest scorer of 2021. But following this, what would appear to be a brutal revenge attack would take place. Clips circulated seeming to suggest that a memorial party was being held on K-Dog from Pocketown's birthday, with many Pocketown members said to be attending the party that took place on March the 26th, 2021. In what police would later describe as a mass shooting in Pocketown, it's alleged that a number of people pulled up to the event on 2500 block West 79th Street and begun shooting into the crowd indiscriminately as people were leaving the party. 8 people were shot and the police claimed to have recovered more than 100 shell casings from outside the venue. One individual believed to have been hit in the shooting was arrested in a car speeding to the hospital, with police finding a gun in slide lock, suggesting that all of the bullets in the clip had been fired recently, with later footage from a security camera being released, apparently showing Pocketown members returning fire, but I can't show you that here. One witness who was a Marine veteran would tell the news that his experience of the scene was like something out of Desert Storm. Unfortunately, as a result of this shooting, Spook, real name Dante Thomas, would be killed by a gunshot to the head, being pronounced dead at the scene. Another Pocketown affiliate by the name of Lord was shot in the head and taken to hospital in critical condition, later passing away, with another affiliate by the name of Denny G being shot in the stomach and later being seen on social media recovering in the hospital. No Limit members would celebrate following this tragic shootout. Some would publicly show love to Lil Greg after the incident, with Cairo apparently going on to call Pharaoh from No Limit the Savage of the Year, but that euphoria naturally would never last. It's said that retaliation would come soon after this, and in the aftermath, numerous shootings had been recorded in No Limit territory. It's claimed that eventually that other individual who Greg faced off with in the barbershop before being killed would eventually lose their life in a July 2022 shooting. Ultimately, this was just the latest in another long line of murders back and forth between these two crews. Clearly there's been no love lost between these groups over the years, and the unfortunate truth is, it's really difficult to see the violence ever coming to an end whilst those involved continue to escalate things on both sides. There really are no winners in the streets. The only thing even close to resembling a win is simply getting out with your life intact. G Herbo was lucky enough to do that, but in his own words, the trauma that he experienced on the street left him suffering from PTSD and addiction problems. It's truly hard to imagine what G Herbo or any of the No Limit soldiers went through over these decades-long wars. It's a uniquely tragic experience that very few people can truly say they identify with or relate to. But perhaps one of the most fascinating things to come out of this situation is the fact that several people mentioned throughout this story would sit down to do hours-long interviews, speaking their piece about everything that's gone down over the years. Dante Banks Jr., known to his family as Booney and to fans of his brother Lil Durk as D-Thang, was born on September the 15th, 1989. According to their mother's memoir, D-Thang was in many ways the polar opposite of his brother Durk, who was known as a wild child. However, D-Thang also had a short temper, which would often get him involved in fights, and as he grew older, he would also begin to spend a lot of time with older guys from the block, who were hanging out near their home on the corner of 72nd and Green, this area being associated with a local gang known as Dog Pound. Durk was seemingly always close with the Dog Pound crew, but likely due to his closest friends being from Lamron and Taytown, he would also spend more time in that area, despite living in the Dog Pound's hood.
Man, what block we on, Joe? Where we at?
72nd Green.
What's happening right now, man? What's good, man?
Man, Billy D birthday, man. My cousin, shit, we out here getting it.
Everybody out here?
Yeah, man. And it's a big drill out here, man.
It's a big drill?
Big drill.
Where y'all from, Joe?
Boy.
Where y'all from, fam?
This dog down here, man. I'm kind of wrong, but I'm
D-Thang wasn't the only one in Durk's family tree who was claiming Dog Pound, as his late cousin and OTF artist Nuski, who was seemingly very close with Durk and D-Thang throughout his childhood, would also claim this set, while also being closely affiliated with another set called Face World 079. Even the music video for Durk's first nationwide hit, This Ain't What You Want, was filmed in the Dog Pound's hood, as can be seen from the street sign of Green Street at the beginning of the video. Growing up, D-Thang would have two best friends, Chino and SB, who were both from the eastern side of the south side, with at least Chino allegedly being part of the THF 46 gang set located in the so-called low end. After graduating from high school, D-Thang would move to Iowa together with Chino and SB for work, but while being there, Durk would begin to send them songs that he was making, such as the track Lamron Wasted, which would begin to garner attention in Chicago, as SB would later explain during a DJU interview. He would be the one to tell Durk to move away from simply freestyling his lyrics and shouting out all his friends and affiliated sets to actually making more meaningful lyrics that people from all over could relate to.
After high school, me, D-Thang, and Chino had moved to Iowa. You know what I'm saying? We was out there hustling with the, you know, the work, whatever, you know, just hustling weed. Same time, you know, me, I'm always who not only stay in the streets, but I'm a corporate too, so I get a gig, you know what I'm saying, a little supervisor job at a plant, you know what I'm saying, so I'm hustling and working, you know what I'm saying, doing both. So we out there, you know, just chilling. We went to Iowa, you know, go out there hustling and then working. So I never forget, Durk would start sending us songs. You know what I'm saying? Him and his homie Isaac, they was sending us record. I'm like, damn, this is really dope. I'm like, damn, you really got this. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even Lil Durk, he was Tay still. You know what I'm saying? So he finally shot a video with Reggie, Status TV. That's his cousin. You know what I'm saying, Reggie. And the video was wasted. It's probably still on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So it's wasted. So that started going up. Like, you know what I'm saying? It started doing good. Like, even really doing YouTube videos like that yet. Right. So bro put it and it just started going up. And you know, so he want to do music for real. He want to do this seriously. So we moved back. You know, we was going back and forth, still hustling, you know, getting money to fund this. We moved back and really started doing this serious. And then before you know it, like over just progressing, he kept recording records. I used to be on this like, you know, he used to always want to shout his guys out, shout everybody from the hood, the lamb, you know. Now he's always telling like, blood, the world don't know these. It's cool, shout these out, but you gotta start making real music, start having real songs. Like, I'm tired of every song hearing about your guys.
And after Durk's career would begin to truly flourish between 2011 and 2012, Durk would get D-Thang, Chino and SB and invite them all to join his musical venture, and the four would start the OTF label, something that was actually documented in a noisy documentary that covered the come-up of these young music moguls. Unfortunately, almost since the start, OTF would experience some major setbacks. In May 2014, only a few days after signing his deal with the label, Durk's cousin Nuski, aka Nunu, real name MacArthur Swindle, would be gunned down in Chicago, and as was the custom at the time, DJ Academics would soon report report on Nuski's death in his highly sarcastic style as part of his War in Chirac YouTube series.
It's your boy DJ Academics, and restart the first 48 clock. Start pressing up RIP t-shirts because I gotta ask, is there heaven for a Chirac savage? It is with great sadness, great shock, great disbelief that I have to announce that OTF Nunu has been caught lacking at the mall and is now deceased. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please be warned, the following story is very graphic in detail and the involved is at maximum levels.
Following Nuski's passing, some of his friends would begin to call themselves Nuski Gang or Nuski World in his honor. Many of these friends seemingly residing particularly in the Face World 079 hood. Nuski's killer has never been caught, but online drill detectives have commonly held one man in particular responsible, this being 051 Melly, one of the most infamous people in drill music history. While practically being from different sides of the South Side, Dirk being from Lamron and Melly being from 051 Young Money, Dirk had ultimately gotten involved in a serious beef with Melly's set through Lamron's affiliated sets, such as 600, who were in a deadly beef with 051 at the time. There'd also been some people killed in the dispute between Lamron and 051 even before Nuski's passing, with a Lamron member called OJ allegedly having been involved in the murder of an 051 member called Fathead, together with 600 members in 2012, while 051 on the other hand had allegedly killed Dirk's good friend and a member of Lamron called Lil Rob in 2013. Melly's friend and 051's top rapper, Lil Mark, would also directly diss Lamron and Tay-Town in his March 2014 remix of Dirk's song Competition, titled No Competition, rapping how he was smoking Tasky Pack, whom Tay-Town was named after, as well as Lil Rob, before saying that he's 300k and Die L's, with L of course standing for Lamron. Only days after dropping the diss song, Lil Mark would be tragically killed at a bus stop, allegedly by Lil Durk's friends, one of these rumoured to have been King Von himself. And after this, Dirk would diss Lil Mark in 600 rapper E-Day's remix to the song War, saying how he was smoking on him. Dirk would also film a highly disrespectful video of himself at that very bus stop where Mark had been killed. Nuski had also gotten into an online beef with Melly's good friend and Dirk's former friend MUBU Krump, who had a bitter falling out with OTF sometime in 2013. And following Nuski's death, Krump would film himself at Nuski's death site, even saying that he was at the scene with Nuski's killer, making many believe that this person was indeed Melly.
I mean, Nuski. They left his right here. I'm with the did. He don't want to be on camera though.
Less than a year after Nuski's death, OTF would suffer another major blow, as OTF Chino, real name Uchenna Agina, would be gunned down in March 2015, while sitting in his car outside of a fast food spot in the 8400 block of Stony Island Avenue, after he had taken part in an anti-violence event. Nuski and Chino's deaths were devastating for D-Thang, as he would often let his followers know on social media. Chino's murder also remains unsolved, but once again, the same two people, Melly and Krump, would be associated with the hit, with Krump being the one to diss Chino the hardest, again going to the murder location and asking the cashier at the food shop if they had an order for Nuski, calling his meal of choice the Chino burger.
Hey, y'all got that order for Nuski? Chino burger. Chino burger.
Meanwhile, only a few days after Chino's murder, Melly would tweet a tribute to his fallen friend Lil Mark, together with a cryptic line that indicated that Melly had gotten some kind of get back for Mark. Melly was also fond of dissing both Nuski and Chino on social media, and he too would join in on Crump's burger joke during one of his Instagram lives.
Just let me a piece. Yeah, Chino burger. That's what they said.
Krump would continue dissing Nuski and Chino, sometimes aiming his words directly at D-Thang, commenting under his tribute post to Chino in 2017 how D-Thang was the reason that Chino was dead, while Lil Durk was the reason that Nuski was dead. Clearly, Durk and D-Thang were big targets for their enemies in the streets who had already killed people close to both of them. According to Durk and D-Thang's mother, D-Thang himself would end up getting shot twice between 2016 and 2017, but little is known about these incidents. Fortunately, he would seemingly survive both events with relatively little injuries. MUBU Krump, however, wouldn't be so lucky, and in May 2018, he would meet his end as he was gunned down in front of a house party during a drive-by shooting, where Melly would allegedly also get hit, but survive. The killers have never been caught, but the most popular theory online, surprisingly, points to the rivals of OTF, particularly a member of the STL EBT set called Can't Get Right, aka Get Right or Man Man. This theory being further boosted by the claim that another STL member, the infamous shooter Dooski, was allegedly later caught with Crump's murder weapon. However, this claim has seemingly been debunked by the YouTuber Loyalty and Betrayal.
Let's just be clear. Dooski was never arrested with a gun. He was arrested because he shot somebody in the leg twice who didn't want to press charges or whatever. But he was not arrested with the gun. The gun, the shell casings that they found, that they said with that shooting, that they are, I guess, assuming go with that incident, being how the guy moved, the gun obviously moved. So I'm not sure how they matched that up to say that belonged to that. but it matched the gun that was found 10 days later after Wooski was arrested. So Wooski didn't get arrested with the gun. So all those videos have false information.
But after Durk's recent arrest for the murder for hire plot, some Reddit detectives have raised a question whether Krump's murder could have also been organised by Durk, with one Redditor pointing particularly to Durk's December 2020 song called Red Man, where Durk first speaks about his pain after the death of Nuski before rapping a now jaw-dropping line where he seems to predict ending up in federal prison in 10 years' time. Durk then mentions how people are asking him what he'll do about someone whose name is bleeped out, but what sounds like he could be mentioning Krump, to which Durk simply responds by saying the other person is already dead. However, these lyrics are vague at best and hardly evidence of anything other than Durk's impressive ability to foresee his future in federal custody. Unfortunately, only a few months after the death of MUBU Krump, Durk would experience yet another loss that would hit very close to home, as his cousin Darnell Banks, better known as OTF Baby D, was killed in a shooting in the far south side of Chicago in October 2018. But this wasn't the whole story, as Baby D was not alone at the time of the shooting, but allegedly with D-Thang, whose age at the time matches that of one of the victims reported by local news, as well as another 32-year-old man. The trio would reportedly get ambushed in a McDonald's parking lot shortly before 3 a.m, all of them sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, but thankfully D-Thang would end up surviving once again, together with the 32-year-old man. In her memoir, D-Thang and Durk's mother would confirm him being one of the victims of the shooting, writing how this had been one of the most serious out of all of the shootings that D-Thang had survived, and how Baby D's death would leave him heartbroken. Baby D's murder would go unsolved, but Melly's name would once again begin to ring in online speculations, as photos would begin to circulate of one of Baby D's cousin wearing a Long Live Baby D shirt with a large F Melly text boldly printed on the front, together with a picture of him. Durk would also seemingly begin to diss Melly often in his songs following Baby D's death, like saying how there is one special op that they haven't killed yet in his July 2019 song Like That, or even specifically addressing the person who killed his cousin in his August 2019 song Die Slow, this likely being a reference to either Nuski or Baby D, while seemingly giving an order to his guys to make sure that he dies slowly. Shockingly, exactly 1 month after the release of this song, 051 Melly would be killed on the south side of Chicago while attending a house party at the 6100 block of St. Lawrence Avenue, this being in the hood of the Jaro City and Taekwon World sets. But despite the peculiar timing, Durk would seemingly have nothing to do with Melly's death, as his killer would allegedly turn out to be someone with a personal vendetta against Melly, a Taekwon World member called 007 Nate, real name Nathaniel Hicks, whose house Melly had allegedly shot up leading up to the killing. However, the evidence against Nate would ultimately not meet the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt, and despite the facts that he was apparently identified as the shooter by multiple witnesses, and seen entering the house with a gun and then fleeing the house after the shooting, and being eventually caught a few days later with the murder weapon still on him, it didn't stick. Now, if that's not a sign that you can get away with murder in Chicago, I really don't know what is. But anyway, despite having nothing to do with Melly's death, Durk would seemingly keep dissing Melly in his songs, like rapping a bar asking how someone can get killed while partying in his December 2020 song Refugee, and rapping in his intro song for the January 2021 album The Voice that since the person who killed his cousin is dead, he can finally rest, as well as seemingly calling Melly his favourite op who's now dead in the August 2020 song Bad Guys by the former OTF rapper Timo. D-Thang on the other hand would tweet in June 2020 how every op that ever shot him is now dead and that he walks around with 50k in jewelry in his hood, with Chiracologists taking this to mean that Baby D's killer was now dead too. For D-Thang, the shooting that killed Baby D was a near fatal moment and should have probably served as his final warning to get as far away from Chicago as possible, but unfortunately this was not the case, as D-Thang would seemingly keep returning to his hometown time and time again, until finally in the summer of 2021 his luck would indeed run out. It was only 2 days after Durk hit another career high, releasing his #1 collaboration album with Lil Baby, Voice of the Heroes, during the early morning hours of the 6th of June, when D-Thang was out partying in the city of Harvey, which is in the far south side of the greater Chicago area. He was reportedly attending a strip club called Club O, located in the middle of the city's industrial district. According to the Chicago Sun-Times, who would seemingly confuse D-Thang to be a rap artist like his brother, they would explain that the shooting that killed D-Thang involved multiple guns, and even a police officer who was nearby when the shooting started, an officer who would actually get hit in their thigh during the chaos. Unfortunately, D-Thang would be shot in the head and he was pronounced dead at the scene. Another OTF member called Trail had seemingly been at the club with D-Thang, and he too would get shot during the altercation, but would survive, later posting a thank you message to the people who had been concerned about him, as well as paying tribute to D-Thang and saying that he put his life on the line for him. Soon following D-Thang's death, there would be another deadly shooting only an 8-minute drive away from the club, which the police would consider to be a possible retaliation, the victim in this shooting being a 39-year-old named Seneca Price. But there has since seemingly been no updates about this get back theory. From here, the media and fans would find out about D-Thang's death, and Reddit would light up with questions and theories, with many wondering why someone as famous and wanted as D-Thang, who had so much at stake with so many enemies, would risk going out partying at such a risky location investigation. The internet would quickly turn into a hub for speculation, as amateur sleuths pieced together their own theories about what might have led to the murder, with some theories speculating that D-Thang had been killed due to his alleged past as a shooter for his Dog Pound set. These theories revolving particularly around Dog Pound's beef with a set called Dump Street, also known as Gutter Gang or Nate Block, sets that are part of the so-called No Love City alliance formed between numerous majority Gangster Disciple sets around Inglewood. As mentioned earlier in this video, No Love sets have been beefing with the BD sets from Inglewood like Lamron and Dog Pound since at least the early 2010s. Redditors would speculate that D-Thang's murder was get back for the 2013 murder of a man called 8Ball, real name Marcus Rush, who was allegedly part of a set called CMB or Crazyville. This set having years-long ties with Dump Street, while having had at least a decade-long beef with the Dog Pound. D-Thang himself having dissed the set all the way back in 2014, with the wildest theories even claiming that it was D-Thang himself who had actually killed 8Ball, while the most attuned drill whisperers would reveal that many members of 8Ball's set had allegedly been posting tributes to him right after D-Thang's murder, with some of these tributes still seemingly being available online. However, many would question the rumors about D-Thang being a killer, as he had always presented himself as more of a businessman than a bona fide shooter, although D-Thang himself would change his Twitter handle to D-Thang 2 times in 2017. Now, the number and X combination typically symbolizes in the drill culture the number of bodies a person had caught, with the other D-Thang from the 600 set using the same combination to seemingly claim 3 bodies. But whether D-Thang himself had been behind the murder or not, he had certainly been dissing both CMB and Dump Street, aka Gutter Gang, before his death, making sure that he still had enemies in his hometown. D-Thang had seemingly also indicated that the younger generation of CMB and Dump Street had been dissing Lil Durk and OTF, saying that he doesn't even know them and that all his ops are dead already. And after D-Thang's death, CMB would seemingly return the favor by posting slick comebacks, as one member would post on his Facebook the morning after how Chief Keef had been the smart one to leave Chicago with all his friends, as they were all still alive, while another member would post how the BDs might run the industry, but the GDs still run the streets. This was followed a few days later with another member posting how they'll get into it with anyone, together with an 8-ball emoji, while another member would post how all their ops are dead. Meanwhile, some Redditors have claimed that D-Thang was killed because he had been bragging about putting money on Duck's head while being in the club that was frequented by the GDs. But whether D-Thang's murder was connected to the war that had been going on around his old neighborhood for years, or to something else. Not long after his death, this war would seemingly continue to claim lives, as on July the 10th, 2021, 2 men would be sprayed with bullets during a fatal incident at a Clark gas station in Inglewood. These men turned out to be a 20-year-old named Jalen Anderson and a 33-year-old called Jamie Hawkins, who were better known in the streets as Gutter Gang J-Ski and Gutter Gang Oil. Paperwork posted online by the watermark enthusiast Chusky the Real would reveal that a Jeep Cherokee had parked in the gas station for several minutes, but when Anderson and Hawkins had pulled into the gas station, at least one occupant of the Jeep would begin shooting at them before the car would flee the scene, and a search for its license plates would reveal that it was a stolen vehicle. Curiously, only a few days after this double murder, Lil Durk would make a cryptic post to his Instagram story with a picture of his brother, together with the caption, "Do it for D-Thang," as the post would be shared on Reddit soon after. One Chiraccologist would comment that they had heard that OTF had indeed gotten that get back, while another commenter would identify J-Ski and Oil as the reason for Durk making the post. Around the same time as Lil Durk would make this post, D-Thang's baby mother would also make an Instagram story with a picture of D-Thang, this time accompanied by the song Lick Back by the rapper ESDG, a song that essentially describes the need for always getting your revenge. These posts would prompt many Redditors to believe that OTF was indeed behind this gas station hit, but violence would continue to follow Durk from here, and just a month after his brother's passing and a few days after the gas station shooting, a strange shootout episode would take place at Durk's home in Brazelton, Georgia, where unidentified invaders would break in with unknown motives in the middle of the night. Apparently Durk and his partner India would reportedly fight back by shooting at the intruders, but seemingly everyone would survive the shootout without any serious injuries, but the intruders would actually escape the scene before the police arrived, and at this point there's been very little information about what this whole incident was about. If you ask me, timing is incredibly suspicious and may well have been in retaliation for those 2 murders that followed D-Thang's death. After the home invasion, some months would pass, but in October, rapper Nardo Wick would release his smash hit, Who Wants Smoke, featuring an all-star group of features, including 21 Savage, G Herbo, and Lil Durk, together with a music video directed by the music video prodigy Cole Bennett. In his verse, Nardo Wick would rap a funny line about how he even pumps gas with his gun so his ops can't surprise him, something which Durk would then reference in his own verse, but adding how listeners better do like Nardo says, because people will die while pumping gas, which seemed to be yet another reference to the murders of J-Ski and Oil at the gas station. This was followed about a week later with Durk's song Pissed Me Off, which he would begin by paying tribute to his brother and seemingly saying they got back for him. Durk would then rap several bars about his need for a revenge after losing people close to him, even specifically mentioning how he can not feel happy until he gets back for his bro, something that seems to say a lot about his mindset at the time. Durk would then even directly reference the shootout that happened in his home, which makes me think he's letting us know that this was indeed connected to those cases. However, so far, Durk's rumoured hints about the alleged get back for his brother had been relatively vague compared to the self-snitching extraordinaires of modern day drill music like Lil Jeff and Q50. But on the 27th of January 2022, the plot would thicken considerably as 24-year-old Stefan Mack was killed after leaving a youth peace centre in the Roseland neighbourhood, located in the far south side of Chicago. Before the tragedy would strike, Stefan, who was also known as Youngin, was visiting the youth centre where he was reportedly an active participant. Meanwhile, a black Chrysler would enter the centre's parking lot with two men waiting inside the vehicle for about 40 minutes, seemingly waiting for Stefan to exit the centre. Then, at around 3 PM, when Stefan would step outside and begin to walk towards his car, two masked men would exit the Chrysler and begin shooting at him, with Stefan attempting to flee by running in the opposite direction. One of the shooters, armed with a Ruger AR-556 semi-automatic rifle, would chase Stefan across the parking lot before shooting him from a distance, which would cause Stefan to collapse on the ground near train tracks, where the shooter would run up to him and finish the job. Shortly after, the youth centre's security guard would step outside to find out what was causing the noise, which would prompt the second assailant to shoot him in the leg with a handgun. The shooters would then abandon the Chrysler in the parking lot and escape on foot, the security cameras capturing one of the assailants with a heavy build running away from the scene. And later that day, police would recover the Ruger AR rifle from the backyard of a vacant residence located nearby. Sometime after Stefan's murder, Durk and an OTF member called Chug would once again make suggestive posts on their Instagram stories, both using the caption "For D-Thang," with Durk also using the name of his recent song, Aha, which at this point hadn't even been released yet, while Chug would refer to something being a sad case. Not long after, at the beginning of February, one Chiraccologist would post these stories to Reddit, whilst also linking them to the murder of Stefan, who the poster claimed to be a member of the set Smashville 85th, whilst also allegedly having connections with the so-called Melly Way that's named in honour of 051 Melly, with some even claiming that Stefan was in fact Melly's cousin. Smashville is located around 85th Street in the Auburn-Gresham neighbourhood in the far south side of the city, far away from the childhood stomping grounds of D-Thang and Durk in Inglewood. However, the set is affiliated with the Dump Street, aka Gutter Gang from West Inglewood, who have been rumoured to be behind D-Thang's murder. There weren't initially many theories about who were the two people behind the murder, but unbeknownst to the public at the time, the alleged killers were making sneaky references to their crimes on social media. For example, on the 15th of February, a man called Mike City AJ would post on his Facebook how his set had been spanking their ops so much that they're about to give up. As his name indicates, Mike City AJ has ties to a set called Mike City, or Mike Block, also known as Gator Gang, a BD set located on 86th and Morgan, which is named in honour of their fallen member Mike, who was killed in 2012. Lamron and Taytown have seemingly been affiliated with Mike City for at least a decade at this point, and AJ himself has clearly been close with Taytown members on social media for a while, even seemingly appearing in a March 2021 music video of TTE Day Day, who's one of Durk's oldest friends from Taytown. A YouTuber called Kenny Rogers, who claims to be from the same neighbourhood, would open up about AJ's childhood and reputation in the streets, telling how AJ and other young'uns from Mike City were like sicarios, a private army for hire with a feared reputation, who would eventually get affiliated with OTF members such as Booney Mo.
Watched this and did what we did. You know, but AJ, they decided, like, they like scenarios, well, I say scenario, sicarios. You know what I'm talking about, like a private army for hire. You know what I'm saying? Now, we warned them about that because when the guys came out there trying to connect and all that, like, no, we've been holding our own. What's like, we know what y'all own. Y'all ain't finna use them. But, you know, the younger guys got into too many, you know, they wanted to make a name for themselves. They wanted to hang around because of their name and like that. But we was telling them, y'all bigger than them. Real talk. But AJ, yeah, they was feared, and you can hire them to kill your cat if you wanted to, and not having somebody have your paperwork on the internet. Now you being affiliated with Booney Mo and OTF and all that other, and you know, doing that to allegedly Stephen Matt 051 drip cousin.
Indeed, on the 21st of February, less than a month after Stefan Mack's murder, Durk would drop his music video for the song Aha, which was filmed in Chicago. Later on, online detectives would notice that in one of the Instagram stories posted by people who were at the video shoot, you can see someone who looks a lot like Mike City AJ, showing that he was indeed possibly connected all the way to the very top of the OTF hierarchy. But what people would also notice were the rather revealing lyrics that Durk was dropping in the song. First, he would begin with a disclaimer saying how everything he's about to say is just entertainment and not real. Durk then mentions how his shooters have been sliding through their ops block, but the ops don't even know it, and that someone from the ops side got shot, and while Durk didn't claim it, he can show them proof. Durk would then seemingly be done with beating around the bush, as he would explicitly state how he's been heavy on the downers since D-Thang got killed, but they already got back for him, and that their ops know it, but they don't post on social media so the police don't find out. Durk would then seemingly change his mind about this all being just entertainment, as he would swear on his brother's life that everything he's speaking is facts and not just a diss. Durk would then end his first verse by saying how people might say that he's just a singer, so he won't kill anyone, but he doesn't care what they think because he got their friend shot. The hook of the song would even acknowledge that Durk's activities will put him in jail, rapping he's dropping locations and getting revenge, and that the feds will soon come. It seems that Durk was sending a lot of messages with this song, but likely only the people involved in these Chicago gang wars would truly understand. But what he was clearly putting out there for the whole world to see was that his brother D-Thang's death was still weighing heavily on his mind, and that for him, this in fact was not just entertainment. Meanwhile, in May 2022, a rapper from the Dump Street or Gutter Gang called GG Juju would release his song titled Don't Be a Fool, where he would seemingly diss D-Thang by rapping how he will not be searched when going to a club, before mentioning how that is how a fool got killed, and saying that if people mention Gutter Gang, they're going to end up on the news. Juju would also seemingly diss Durk, saying how some people were always acting too tough on their songs and always rapping about Switches and Drakes, but that they got them too. This likely being a reference to Durk literally having a song titled Switches and Drakes. After this, some time would pass, but on the 6th of June 2022, exactly 1 year after D-Thang's passing, Durk would make another cryptic post on his Instagram story quoting lyrics about someone getting hit and how certain people are only known in the city because of their friends who got killed. But instead of signing the post with his usual moniker, The Voice, he would sign it this time as The Pump, which some internet sleuths would believe to be yet another sign that Durk was making a reference to the murders of J-Ski and Oil taking place at a gas station pump. Meanwhile, Durk's friend and OTF member Booney Mo would post a much clearer message simply stating F the dump, this seeming like a rather obvious reference to the Dump Street set. The following month in July, Durk and the rapper Lil Ksoo would release the song F My Cousin Part 2, and this time Durk wouldn't hold back one bit, rapping a direct threat to his ops that if they were even at the scene when his brother was killed, they're going to die too, before mentioning specifically his ops from the west, with Dump Street being located directly to the west of Taytown and Lamron, saying how 2 of their members died immediately after D-Thang's death. At this point, it seemed obvious that if Durk wasn't directly claiming the hit of J-Ski and Oil, he was at least dissing them openly. And then, in December, Booney Mo would release his single titled For Real, together with a lavish music video that was posted on Durk's YouTube channel. In the song, Booney would repeat Durk's bar about 2 people dying the next day, whilst also seemingly referring to the shooting that killed D-Thang as fluky, which some believe supports the idea that D-Thang might not have even been killed on purpose and was in fact simply hit by a ricocheting bullet. This theory also being supported by the news report about the shooting, with the police describing how D-Thang was simply caught amongst a barrage of bullets. In April 2023, On A Couch TV would post a hood vlog with none other than Dump Street, but interestingly, they were also joined by the rapper 85th Lil Smoke, who just so happens to be from Smashville, the very hood where Stefan was allegedly from, showing that these sets were indeed very close with each other. In the comments of the video, one viewer would ask On A Couch TV to ask him about D-Thang, but he would reply calling that viewer federal before saying that he knew that they wouldn't answer questions about that anyway. But still, On A Couch would seize the moment and ask them about Durk, inquiring whether they considered Durk to be the voice of Chicago, which would surprisingly receive a rather cordial response from the crew, who say he's a good rapper, but he's not the voice of the streets, and that he can't stop the gang war.
So how y'all feel about Durk basically taking the title as the voice of the Chicago, like what he say was go on in the trenches?
No shit, what you mean?
He can rap.
He can rap. I ain't lying. But voice of one trenches ain't nobody run. Nobody run. Listen, bro.
He a good rapper.
You know, he can rap. He can sing. But voice, he run probably his side of town. All of them. But when you speak,
he from that side
of doing rappers, and everybody can relate to him.
Because he was basically saying like if somebody like him came down and wanted to bring peace in Chicago, like it actually happened.
That's happened, man, because too much blood shit in the city.
Yeah, ain't nobody.
Like, he ain't gonna like it. You can come in your hood, tell what the want to it, not yeah, but you ain't no, you can't do that for you can't talk for everybody. Like you can talk for you.
Meanwhile, Durk would keep hinting at the get back for D-Thang in his songs, like in the track Pellicoat that he would drop in May as part of his Almost Healed album, where he would once again rap how 2 people had died after D-Thang's murder. A few months later, on the death date of J-Ski and Oil, a member of a set called Melt Gang, who were affiliated with Dump Street aka Gutter Gang, would finally send a clear message back to Durk by posting an Instagram story with a caption that he was smoking on D-Thang. In response, a member of Faceworld 079 aka Nuski Gang, who were affiliated with Dog Pound and close to Durk, would share a post about the murders of Oil and J-Ski to his Instagram Instagram profile together with Lil Durk's Pellycoat song, and specifically the part of the song that says how 2 people died after D-Thang's death, while his very next post would say that Oil and J-Ski were his favourite people to smoke. The dissing between these two alliances had now gone far beyond small subliminal jabs to damn near federal public confessions. But things were about to get a lot more interesting, because in October 2023, Mike City AJ, real name Anthony Montgomery Wilson, together with another man called Marley, real name Preston Powell, would be charged with the murder of Stefan Mack. But this was no ordinary state charge, this was a federal charge, and this was no typical murder charge either, this was a murder for hire. Yes, murder for hire in 2023, as the feds would allege that AJ and Marley had been in contact with someone in another state who had promised them a reward for the murder of Stefan. Following these charges, AJ would be arrested and taken into custody, but Marley would seemingly make a run for it, with the FBI releasing a wanted poster for him and even local news reporting on his attempt to avoid the law. At the time, it was already clear that the feds were holding any information regarding this case close to their chest, as the file docket for the case is full of sealed documents. But the reason for this would be revealed in December 2024, as the feds would suddenly unseal more documents related to the case in the lead up to Durk's detention hearing in the Lil Pab case, including an application for a search warrant in Texas, and more importantly, an affidavit in support of that application. This affidavit, which dates all the way back to April 2023, would reveal explosive information that the feds were indeed investigating Lil Durk's connection to the murder of Stefan Mack. The affidavit would provide numerous interesting details about Mack's murder, including the fact that Mike City AJ had done a C-Day and left his phone at the crime scene, and that while at the crime scene, he had also been calling Marley by name. While after the murder, the two had been openly discussing their upcoming payment from Lil Durk, and after seemingly receiving the payment, AJ had been bragging about it and claiming the hit on social media by posting himself with a big stack of cash together with the lyrics from Lil Durk's Aha song, with findings like these prompting Chiracologists online to joke how Durk had hired the dumbest assassins on earth to do the job. An employee of the youth center would also allegedly reveal to the feds that the killers had been tipped off about Mack's location by 2 brothers from a set called Risky Road, who seemingly knew Marley, aka Powell, as he lived in their hood at the time of the crime. But the paperwork would also reveal some interesting background information. For example, the feds would claim that Mack was not only affiliated with Smashville, but according to their informant, he was in fact the set's leader. Another informant, on the other hand, would claim that Lil Durk was offering money for the murder of those responsible for his brother's death, and even for the murder of any gangster disciple in general. The same informant would also reveal that Dump Street had indeed been behind D-Thang's murder, and that Mack had been a close associate with a Dump Street member who the feds referred to as Individual A. Individual A would turn out to be a man named Diamani Green, who had been arrested in December 2021 for an unrelated double murder, and who would be better known in the streets as Gutter Gang Puke, or simply GG Puke, as his rap name would be. Following the release of this paperwork, many would start to claim that GG Puke was in fact the Dump Street member responsible for the murder of D-Thang, although the feds would not explicitly make this connection in the paperwork, as they would simply state that according to their informant, D-Thang was killed by members, plural, of Dump Street, and that Puke, aka Individual A, was a close associate of Mack, not that Individual A killed D-Thang. However, to many, it would seem that the feds were heavily alluding to Puke being the one responsible for the murder and the reason why Mack was ultimately killed. It's also worth noting that the Chiracologists had been alluding to a locked up rapper from the Dump Street being responsible for D-Thang's death even before the new paperwork, and after Puke's name would begin to circulate, the online sleuths would quickly uncover a 7-year-old Zach TV video showing Puke hanging out in Harvey, the very city where D-Thang would eventually be killed. Meanwhile, Lil Durk's music has continued to provide more insights into the events related to his brother's death. In early 2024, his song called Survivor, or I Did It Without You, was leaked online, the lyrics seemingly describing why Durk would eventually fall out with his old set Lamron, siding fully with the Tay-Town instead, as Durk would seemingly insinuate that Lamron had not tried to retaliate after D-Thang's death, and that if he catches any Dump Street members on Lamron's block, he's going to kill them and the Lamron members with them. Around the same time as this song would leak, Dump Street rapper GG Montana would post a snippet to his song where he appears to be taking shots at Durk, literally taunting him about D-Thang's murder while saying that they're beefing with real rap goofies. For now, there's no charges against Durk in the murder of Stefan Mack, and it seems that these documents were unsealed more in an effort to prevent Durk from getting bail on the Lil Pab murder case. Ultimately, only time will tell if he will end up going down for his brother too. But what's most interesting is that if Durk was indeed using his rap money to pay for his enemies to be killed in the streets, from here, his career would only continue to rise, and rather suspiciously, so too would the body count, as more and more of those people who Durk had issues with would wind up dead, with Durk never missing an opportunity to jump on the mic and brag about these murders for the whole world to hear. While the murders of D-Thang's killers were incredibly personal to Lil Durk, the murder of FBG Duck was very much just business as usual in the world of Chicago's long-running gang wars. But while Duck at the time had been the face of the gangster disciples in his city, after his murder, one of his close friends would step up to fill the void that he left. This was the rapper FBG Cash, real name Tristan Hamilton. Born on October the 5th, 1990, Cash was several years older than most of his peers in the early drill scene, including his little brother, FBG Young, who was born in 1996. Cash was born into a family of GDs, and with his father being in the streets too, Cash would be exposed to that lifestyle early, jumping off the porch in his grade school years.
Yeah, my pop was always in the streets. As kids, we was already in the street, exposed to the street. You know what I'm saying? It was just a time we had to come home, but we saw everything that who ain't from the streets and ain't jumped off the porch ain't saw. We saw all young age so far as like coming out doing shit on my own through grade school years, you know what I'm saying? Anytime I got a chance to pop out and go somewhere without my people attendance, you know what I'm saying? I was in the streets, so.
Cash and Young's family would eventually move to around the 63rd and St. Lawrence area when Cash was in 9th grade, and there they would join the local gang set, STL EBT, and begin to spend time with other guys from the set like Duck and Dutchy. The four would eventually form the rap group Flyboy Gang, aka FBG, together with rappers like Lil J, Billionaire Black, Duck's brother Brick, and Wooski, who was always more in the streets than in the booth, but would still rep the name at times in his music. However, before that, in 2009, when Cash was only 18 years old, he would get arrested for an armed robbery and get sentenced to 6 years, which meant that Cash would end up being locked up during the critical years when the war between the GDs and BDs would begin to escalate in the Woodlawn area. While Young and Dutchy and Duck would first begin to rap under the FBG moniker, and the drill movement as a whole would begin to form, with artists from the Woodlawn and Washington Park neighborhoods playing a key role in the genre's birth. With good time though, Cash would ultimately end up only doing 31 months, and in 2011 he would be released on house arrest. Cash would seemingly spend his time on social media, where he was making his affiliations known. His first tweet being how he's repping Dale Mob, a name that STL EBT would call themselves after the murder of Dale Fisher in December 2011, and of course repping their rap group FBG that he was now part of, as well as shouting out their affiliates like the MOB set and the Brick Squad, or dissing their ops like Fredo Santana aka Mr. Scary Sight and E-Day from 600. Cash was clearly studying the new drill scene, and seeing it blow up right in front of him, he too would decide to get into rapping and make a name for himself. Being now part of the FBG crew, who were already making noise within the scene, Cash was in a great position to make it rapping, but he also had an ace up his sleeve to go viral. See, when Cash had been 16, he'd been messing around with an older woman, but this wasn't just any woman. This was Chief Keef's mother, Lolo, who used to live in the Parkway Gardens, better known as OBlock. Now, with Keef being possibly the hottest new artist in the world at that point, and being the #1 enemy of Cash's STL EBT set due to often dissing them and their dead member Tooka in his music, Cash decided to clap back and use his old fling with Keith's mother to create publicity for himself in the drill scene, as he would many years later explain to a very confused Adam22 who had seemingly missed this part of the early drill history.
How'd you go about getting into the music?
Like, I felt like, so like, it was already ahead of me in the race. That wasn't even a race for us, but they was already off, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I ain't want to just be the one to just drop a song and then it do poor, you know what I'm saying? So I was trying to do something to grab the attention. I started, made me and I ain't even make a Twitter yet. I was on Instagram, and it wasn't even popping like that. It wasn't no live, but like, it was some that happened with me and Chief Keef's mama, and that just put me over the top, like, as far as like people want to know who I am.
Back then in 2012?
Like, yeah, like that's when it came to
What happened with his mom?
Like, I used to with her, like, yeah. Yeah. I ain't gonna cap, you know what I'm saying? It's been said before, like, I ain't even have to bring it up. That's my people, you know what I'm saying? She cool people, but like, me and her relationship, like, not a relationship, but relations, like, what started me rapping.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of feel weird, like, I feel like you might be trolling me, and I don't want to have a serious conversation about it if you're just trolling me, but you know.
In the summer of 2012, Cash would film himself calling Chief Keef's mother without her knowledge and trick her into admitting their relationship, with the video then getting posted online, where it would soon find itself going viral on worldstar.com, the biggest hip-hop culture platform at the time.
Calling Chief Keef's mama, man. Real.
Hey, what's up, man? When you gonna give me tickets to your son's shows now? I said, when you gonna give me tickets to one of your son's shows or something? Yeah, I know that shock you, man. Your little son blew up. You would never get that. I know, that's crazy. I done got me some famous. Huh?
The video sparked widespread rumors and even created more animosity between these two warring gangs. But some people on Keith's side would seemingly also find it funny too, with King Von himself even tweeting about the incident, making fun of Keith, calling Cash his stepdad. The drill fans' eyes were now on Cash too, but soon after, a tragedy would strike, as Cash's good friend Lil Jojo would end up getting killed. But that wasn't all, because after Jojo's death, Worldstar would make a post out of it, calling Lil Jojo the brother of Cash, or Cash Out as he was going by the time. Cash would further boost his name by doing a radio interview where he would discuss his beef with Chief Keef and the death of Lil Jojo, as well as his plans to become a rapper.
Got a mixtape coming out, but you know him from the controversy that's been going on up in Chicago in the rap scene, and you also know him from Worldstar Hip Hop. My homeboy, Mr. Cash Out. Cash Out, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. I mean, I told you when they said you were looking for him, I said, man, let me go on and get underground and he go and hide the fuck out.
Man, I don't know how that play out, but I know I ain't hard to be found though.
I ain't mad at you. Now I want the people to understand, one, why you're here, because there's a lot of stuff we want to talk about. We're going to get into rap stuff. We're just going to get into real life stuff, so we're going to allow you to talk about everything. But why don't you tell them what transpired to make you seek me out?
Man, my name Cash Out, man. I'm Cash Out 063. I'm from 63rd of St. Lawrence. And I've been in the streets since I was a shorty, man. Everything I do is valid. Everything I do got a stamp on it. I started a Twitter page. I just recently come home from prison, so a lot of this stuff, like, it ain't new to me, but since it's been in the media and everything, like, it's basically our hood where I'm from. It's like in the spotlight right now. I'm like a trending topic right now. So.
After getting his name in the mix through his wild antics, he would then begin to drop music together with other FBG-affiliated artists, such as Lil J, Billionaire Black, and Lil Jojo's brother Swag De Niro, and King Yella. He would then even drop a dedicated diss track to Chief Keef, which he would start by saying how it's F Chief Keef, F OBlock, and F Lamron, before making his own gang affiliations with STL EBT known, as well as once again dissing the 300 movement, saying how they're going to shoot anyone who reps it. While dropping music, Cash would also remain a menace on social media, where he would further aim his disses towards his ops like 300, and specifically making fun of Lil Durk, like retweeting someone who was mentioning a rumor that Cash's good friend BossTrell had beat up Lil Durk or Lil Reese, with BossTrell, real name Rodney Stewart, being one of STL EBT's most known shooters at the time, who had even been rumored to have killed Odee Perry, whom OBlock is named after, together with the alleged female assassin KI, aka Jakira Barnes. Cash would also diss Durk's manager Chino, saying that he doesn't even know who he is. Some people from Lamron would engage back with Cash, daring him to come to their hood, but Cash would inform them that he doesn't do Twitter beefing. When KI, who was often having back and forths with King Von on Twitter, would tweet that she wants to meet Von face to face, Cash would respond and say that he likes Von and wants to meet him too, to which Von would respond and warn both of them they do not want that, and that he will meet them when they least expect it. With Cash being several years older than Von, he most likely just saw him as a kid, so Cash would let Von know that he himself has a fearsome reputation in the streets, and all Von has to do is ask around. But Von wasn't impressed the slightest, saying that if Cash ever starts coming back outside, they can bump heads. Cash would continue to talk about his reputation as a moneymaker, but Von would tell Cash to ask his friends about him instead, referring to his reputation as a killer since he'd already at this point had a rumoured 4 bodies under his belt by the end of October 2012, with this Twitter exchange seemingly taking place the very same day that Von had allegedly murdered Gyro City member P5. Cash would then end the back and forth, saying that he still likes Von and confirming that his name is indeed ringing in the streets, but Von doesn't make any money like him. This statement perhaps revealing a certain generational gap that already existed between the likes of Cash and Von, despite the two having only a 4-year age difference, with Cash being part of the older generation of hustlers, while Von was part of the new generation of gangsters who was much more interested in making their name as a killer rather than a moneymaker. But still, it was clear that Cash was savvy to the ways of the new generation when it came to online trolling, as he clearly didn't mind doing the most to garner attention, like tweeting how he was in Lamron's hood at a gas station and that locals were so broke that they were asking him for spare change, and posting himself in front of OBlock, aka Parkway Garden, sign, or even posting a photo where he said that he was with Chief Keef's daughter, KK. This perhaps being made possible by Keef's mother, who might have still been messing around with Cash even after he had outed their relationship. Lil Durk too would continue to be trolled by Cash, who would let him know that he was the first person with a Pelly Pelly jacket, after Durk had released a music video for his song This Ain't What You Want, where he can be seen rocking the brand, an interesting detail when you consider that Durk dropped a hit song called Pellicoat years later. After some time went on, when Cash would announce that nobody who dissed him had ever returned back to the hood, this would prompt a fan to tell Cash to say that to Lil Durk, to which Cash would boastfully respond by asking when had Durk ever dared to diss him. Years later, the Reddit Chiracologists would ponder why Cash had been dissed so little by his ops compared to some of his peers, with the consensus seemingly being that one part of this was the fact that Cash would end up getting locked up numerous times throughout the 2010s, therefore being out of sight and out of mind from his ops for a long period. However, as we know, Lil Durk would diss many of Cash's good friends, even in the early songs, and when Durk would drop the song Competition, where he raps how he's trying to kill Duck's brother, Brick, aka 30, and Motor from Gyro City, Cash would gleefully tweet to Motor asking if he had heard the new diss. In December 2013, it was finally time for Cash to drop his own mixtape titled No More Free Cash, which would include the song like Dear BossTrell, a tribute to his friend who had gotten killed in November 2012 under mysterious circumstances. The song including now ominous lyrics like how Cash couldn't wait to meet his friend in the afterlife, and asking BossTrell to save a spot for him in heaven because he's coming to join him, but he doesn't know when. And of course, the tape would also include another diss towards Chief Keef titled War With Who, where Cash would call himself the lieutenant of his set, whilst also dissing dead OBlock members like JMoney and Odee Perry. In May 2014, when Durk's cousin Nuski, aka OTF Nunu, would be killed, allegedly by Cash's good friend 051 Melly, Cash would immediately take to Twitter to troll Nuski's friends by making a tribute post to him. Then, a few days later, Cash would tweet again how they were up on the scoreboard while their ops were hurting bad, to which someone would reply by saying that they might be leading in bodies, but 300 and OTF were now making way more money, which would prompt Cash to reply and argue that they were also making plenty of money in their hood. Then, when Durk's manager Chino was killed in March 2015, 051 Melly, who was allegedly also behind this murder, would tweet about a month later how he needed a baseball jersey for the coming weekend, to which Cash would reply that Melly might need a Boston Celtics jersey the way he's been sweeping it up, as the Celtics at the time had just been swept in the playoffs by losing 4 matches in a row against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Melly would respond by jokingly calling Cash a goofy, to which Cash would respond by cryptically saying that somebody has to wear the shirt because of the way they're sweeping, with it not being clear if Cash was talking about the GDs or basketball at this point. While Melly would respond by seemingly denying that he had anything to do with either crime, Cash would also continue to diss Nuski, as he would take lyrics from Chief Keef's hit song Earned It, where Keef disses Tooka. He would also tweet saying that the last time someone tried something, they ended up dead, together with the hashtag Nuski, which is in fact a lyric from his song with Wooski titled Give No Fs, where he appears to insinuate that Nuski had tried to run up on his friends before getting killed himself. Cash did so much trolling that it was sometimes hard to tell if he was being serious or not, like when Lil Durk would make his pop-adjacent collabs with his at the time girlfriend Dej Loaf. Cash would tweet how their song was actually alright, but in 2016, Cash would get into a particularly bad situation with the law, as he was arrested and allegedly charged with 4 felonies, which would end up getting him locked up for an even longer period, before eventually getting released in August 2017, and getting back to his usual activities like releasing music by himself and with his FBG brothers. And now, now also beginning to enjoy the increased attention that the whole FBG was getting due to Duck's song Slide becoming a hit. But one thing that Cash was doing less was his usual antics of dissing and trolling the ops, perhaps due to having so many other things to focus on in his life at this point. By then, he had largely moved past these old school street beefs. However, not everyone close to Cash was following this trajectory. After all, in January 2018, his good friend Dooski would release his song Computers Remix, one of the most infamous diss songs in all of the history of Chicago drill, where Dooski would let the ops have it, including guys like Lil Durk, Nuski, Pluto, and Chino, and Cash wasn't ducking any smoke either, as he too would proudly take part in the music video. Unfortunately, Cash would eventually get in trouble with the law once again, this time for threatening a police officer, and soon he would find himself behind bars once again, before seemingly getting released during the summer of 2020. However, not long after, in June 2020, an incident would take place that would significantly escalate the beef between Cash and OTF, as Cash would get sucker punched at the famous Lenox Mall in Atlanta, allegedly by none other than Lil Durk's childhood friend Day Day from Tay-Town, after which Tay-Town members like OTF Dee would allegedly join in and chase Cash out of the mall.
Change. RP my cousin, my heartbeat won't beat the same.
Oh, what the hell? Damn.
Cash would talk about the incident on Instagram Live, mocking those who attacked him for failing to steal his chain and not doing anything of note to him despite being alone.
These so weak, folks. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Hey, G, let me find out you in the bathroom, G.
Folks, them people just, I'm in the dressing room. These jumped on me in limits right now.
No.
Like 7, folks, and then they didn't even take my chain. They didn't even run my pockets. They didn't even take my phone.
I would have blinked they. So what the issue was?
No, just FBG, Tooka. They didn't even take the chain. He a little bit something from she spit. She like, I spit something for you.
Some fans would later speculate that Durk was indirectly referencing this incident in his song All Love, where he rapped how his ops are always getting jumped at malls, but this song had in fact been released months prior to the incident. However, Day Day himself would seemingly mention the incident in a March 2021 song, Catch a Op, with THF TP, where he raps about catching an op at the Lenox Mall, before specifically mentioning jumping Cash and Dooski. In October 2020, just a week before King Von would be tragically killed, he would release his debut album, Welcome to OBlock, which featured the classic drill anthem, Back Again, featuring Lil Durk and Prince Dre, a song that starts with Durk rapping how he doesn't even ask when it comes to Cash. If his goons catch him, they're gonna shoot him. The fans have commonly understood these lyrics to be about FBG Cash, with Lil Durk saying that he doesn't even ask his goons to shoot Cash because they know that it's expected of them if they see him. However, the lyrics could also have an alternative meaning, with Durk essentially saying that he doesn't even ask his goons how much they want for a hit because money doesn't mean anything to him when he wants his ops dead. But whatever the intended meaning of the lyrics were, it seems that Cash too thought these lyrics were about him, and after Von's death, he would immediately begin disrespecting him, responding to BossTrell's tribute to Von, telling him to shut his mouth. In February 2022, Cash's disrespect towards Von would get even worse, as he would post a picture on Instagram standing in front of King Von's mural while throwing up the middle finger. But that wasn't even the most disrespectful part, as in the caption of the photo, he would write how the whole world witnessed OBlock's main shooter getting killed. Taking this photo was something that Cash later eerily claimed that Lil Durk had actually dared him to do in his DMs, revealing this to Adam22 on No Jumper and explaining that him and Lil Durk would actually talk privately.
Oh yeah, so why'd you take that picture with the King Von mural?
Durk told me to.
How did he tell you to?
He through text. Nah, he blocked me now, but yeah, through text.
What you want to show me your conversation with him?
Nah, he blocked me. He blocked me.
The conversation's still there, right?
Nuh-uh.
You delete text?
Yeah, like when I only see, I ain't big on confrontation sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like most times, I ain't big on confrontation. So when I go to, I don't know. And then that was distasteful, man. Like
what was the? What kind of conversation were you having before he told you to go take this photo?
Me, him, go over there and do that and see what happened to you. I'm like, I'm outside right now.
You hit him up?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was just like, hey, what's up? Why Chicago's so weird because the ops always be talking to each other and like going on live and tweeting at each other. And
everybody, it's just the weird I'm like talking about.
I don't see a ton of that in LA.
I told Durk stop sneak dissing me before he left me on scene.
Really? So you kept barking on him?
No, I just left it. He left me on scene. I just left it alone in the DM.
Right.
Going back and forth with the ops was apparently a common thing, as other DMs between Cash and OBlock's Mana Duke would later leak online too.
Hey Duke, listen to me, folks. Listen to me, folks. Listen to what I'm saying, folks. Pull your skirt down, folks. You not making no noise, folks. I'll ball you up and put you in the garbage can, boy.
You can't see me with binoculars, dude. You can't see me on no type of level, folks. You better stop sharing them bankrolls with niggas, folks. I don't see you can't beat me on the song. You can't beat me at fighting, spit, none of that weightlifting. We can pitch quarters. You can't beat me, dude. You hear me? You hear me? Take time try to get some followers up. Man, hey, look here. Go to your room.
A few days after the mural picture, Cash would double down by releasing the song Back Again 2 times, a direct reference to Von's song Back Again, where Durk had seemingly dissed him. The music video starts with Cash watching a clip of Durk's $1 million worth of game episode where OTF sings along to the original Back Again song dissing Wooski.
We into it till you die, real street. Some funeral, I might decide. Rest in peace. Shoot up everybody that's outside. When we feel this one, I know Wooski still twisted. He changed something different.
The song itself would be a pure diss song towards Durk and the entire OTF, as Cash would go back to back dissing their members, like saying how OTF Varney got put in a wheelchair and how Lil Durk still hasn't gone back for Von. He would also diss Lil Durk's fallen friend Pluto and Lil Mo from Lamron, and even Durk's brother D-Thang, saying that he doesn't go to Club O anymore where D-Thang died. It was no surprise then that Lil Durk would seemingly respond to Cash soon after, as he would allegedly post and delete an Instagram story with a cryptic message, saying that someone shouldn't be dissing D-Thang if they're chasing girls and lingering in places because it won't end well. And also in March, Durk would release his song Computer Murderers, which appeared to address Cash's photo in front of the Von mural, as Durk warned someone about sneaking pics in front of the mural like his goons won't come out from OBlock and shoot them. Only a few months later, things would really begin to go wrong for FBG Cash, as the Chicago YouTuber and hip-hop journalist Drea O would later reveal. Cash would do an interview with her sometime in May, where he would reveal that he had recently been in an incident where he and a girl he was with had been shot at while they were in the car during the early morning hours.
Look, I got so I did right, cause like folks, somebody had just shot me last week, but they were just like so mild.
You
so,
got shot?
But it wasn't. Look, it wasn't shot. Look, like look, this what they did. If they did, like
did
fuck.
You get shot as bullet fragments?
They bullet fragments. So look, this was the did. I was in the car with them. Hell no. Look.
What is wrong with you?
So like this one is the one that went through the car. I was in the passenger seat. He flamed that bitch up and saw through the front window in the back.
What?
Knocked the back window out, everything. So like.
You were driving and shooting at you?
No, I was in the passenger seat, so that nigga shooting so hard I couldn't even. It was this female, like. And then I think it was her because like I was at her crib at like 4:20 in the morning. I just left Rap a lot, so I was sitting at her crib. And a guy kept on calling her phone. I'm on call. So I'm like, she's like, oh my God, he steady calling. I'm like, who? He's like, my boyfriend. I'm like, all right. She's like, I hope he don't come over here. So like my girl was sitting right here, but see what, he got keys to your crib or something? She was like, yeah, damn, now you see, yeah, I forgot I gave him keys. Don't matter, but I'm like an Instagram model. Motherfucker. Of course now, I'm like, all right, man, we kicking it. So I'm like, yeah, I want to get up out of here. But I had parked my car, so I get in the car with her, boom. So man, her tent's light as hell, so I raised my seat all the way back. So we got off, and we was on my way to my crib, man. And she was like, oh my God, why they always on me like that? My gun like this, I always sit on my gun and shit. I'm like, somebody asked the police? She like, no, they ain't the police. So I looked up just a little bit, through like, oh, ain't the police. Went back on my phone. Boom. Damn! He boom. So I'm like, but I never got back up. I was just like, damn. Cause I thought she was shot, so I was trying to push that out the car. Yeah. Like, boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to push out cause I thought she got shot, but I was like, when I see she was like, whoa. I'm like, drive. She drives. I'm like, now I could get my out, cause that's the only reason I put my cause I thought it was the police, just in case they stop her. And I'm like, now I'm getting right, but I'm like, man, what is? She was like, they turned off. I'm like, all right, bet. I'm like, just drive. Directed to my crib. And when I was trying to get up out the car, I had pushed the rest of the window out, like, cause the police was coming towards us.
This is not normal. Like, by the way, this is dramatic and crazy. Like,
yeah, but I done been so many people been shot around me.
It's not confirmed who the girl who Cash was with that night, but only a few weeks later, he would find himself in the exact same situation, but unfortunately this time, he wouldn't be as lucky. In what was titled as the last video of Cash alive, he was seen having fun in a recording studio wearing a black hoodie with a green print, and then, in the early morning of the 10th of June 2022, Cash had allegedly been at a nightclub where he had gotten into an altercation with some unknown people. Then, around 5:30 AM, Cash and the woman named Tasha West would be driving in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, located immediately south of Inglewood. Cash was driving his Ford Edge SUV on the 1600 block of West 81st Street, while the woman was reportedly sleeping in the car at this time. Their destination possibly being Cash's home on the 8100 block of South Marshfield Avenue, which was only about a minute drive away. However, when arriving at an intersection, a black Cadillac would pull up on the car, and two unknown suspects would begin shooting at them. At this point, Cash would attempt to run from the shooters after bailing out the car, but he would eventually collapse on a grass verge next to the sidewalk beside a tree, while the shooters would then flee the scene in the Cadillac. Police and ambulances would arrive at the scene with gruesome pictures of Cash's body on the ground and being loaded into an ambulance, later going viral, with Cash notably being left laying next to that tree. Cash and the woman would be transported to the Advocate Christ Medical Center, where Cash would unfortunately be pronounced dead.
Units 6 and Citywide, we have a shot spotter at 8059 South Marshfield, 8059 South Marshfield, 22 rounds, nothing further, Zone 8 station clear.
Well-known Chicago area rapper was killed in a drive-by shooting early this morning in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood. 31-year-old Tristan Hamilton was shot multiple times. According to the Sun-Times, he raps under the name FBG Cash. A 29-year-old woman with him was also shot, taken to the hospital in serious condition. It is believed Hamilton fired back at the shooter. Police don't have anyone in custody, at least not yet. 2 years ago, another rapper close to Hamilton, known as FBG Duck, was also shot and killed.
The police incident report would later reveal that a total of 23 shell casings were found at the scene, with 14 from a rifle and 9 from a .40 caliber pistol, while the medical examiner's report would reveal that Cash had been struck in the head, neck, back, chest, and legs. Reports also indicated that the shooting went down in 2 phases, with 18 initial rounds being fired, followed by a pause, then another 5 rounds, perhaps suggesting that the shooters wanted to ensure that Cash didn't survive and stood over him shooting to finish him off, with this detail seemingly being referenced by witnesses to the crime, as well as later lyrics that referred to the murder. Rumors would later even circulate, suggesting that Cash's killers might have even tracked him using an Apple AirTag. But following Cash's death, Chiracologists on Reddit would soon begin to react, like posting theories about his ops, such as 600 Breezy possibly dissing Cash by posting a picture of himself smoking on his Instagram story, while another commenter would say how Memo600 had also posted a similar picture. A day or two after Cash's murder, his cousin and fellow rapper BG Lil Pat would make several posts dedicated to him, including a video of himself driving around together with the caption implying that he was going to slide for a month straight to get revenge. However, Pat would also make an alleged post and delete story where he could be seen walking in OBlock, which would immediately start theories that OBlock had been responsible for Cash's murder. About a week after Cash's death, Digital Real YouTube channel would post a vlog from OBlock where one of their members can be seen heavily dissing him, which would further boost the theories that OBlock was behind the hit.
On gang only. Dummy, zip him up. Dead on the right. Straight to the wall. Ain't make the hospital. Straight to the wall. The world once supposed to have everybody twice singing everything but the women and everything but these legends. He walking on his cash out, but we ain't crashed out. Oh, gang only.
Meanwhile, Buck Munna, who is part of a set called TSG, who are the younger generation of OBlock, would make a post on his Facebook 2 days after Cash's murder, where he can be seen flexing a stack of money in front of the King Von mural in a very similar photo to the one Cash had taken at the mural just before his death, together with a caption where he would call himself the devil, while in another picture he would be pointing gun fingers towards the ground as if standing over someone whilst killing them with a gun. This flexing raised a lot of eyebrows amongst Redditors. However, it was an Instagram video posted by an OBlock member T-Money which would really make fans think that Buck Munna might have been the one who killed Cash, as he had been seen in the video allegedly showing a close-up photo of a body that looks like Cash's. However, it wasn't only OBlock who were hinting at their involvement, as OTF members would also go live 2 days after Cash's death to celebrate OTF DD's birthday. But the celebration of life would seemingly soon turn into a celebration of death, as someone would reference lyrics from Durk's song What Happened to Virgil by then asking, what happened to your mans? While OTF Varney would then reference lyrics from Durk and Pooh Shiesty's Back in Blood song, saying how all of that woofing on the internet had got someone's friend killed, before someone else would repeatedly yell headshot, this also being the chorus of Durk's Computer Murderers song, where Durk would seemingly warn Cash about taking photos in front of the Von mural.
I'm gonna go fishing with my brother. They like, damn, what happened to Virgil? I'm like, damn, what happened to your mans? All that woofing on the net, it got your man shit. Headshot.
But us crew
equal a lot.
Make a trailer to that. Headshot, 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 headshot.
Moments later in the same live, the group can be heard rapping King Von's lyrics from the Back Again song, where Dirk had also seemingly dissed Cash, before Varney immediately shouts Long Live V-Roy and recites Dirk's lyrics from his Aha song, saying how people can believe whatever they want, but Lil Durk got your folks hit.
Oh, folks, now long live V-Roy. Hey, boy, you talking that. You can believe whatever you want. I got your folks here. Aha.
Later in the same month, Lil Durk would release the deluxe version of his 7220 album, which would include the song Risky. In the song, Durk raps how someone would be an easy kill because they chase girls, and that standing over someone while killing them is his favorite pose, with these lyrics seemingly describing the exact way that Cash died, before also rapping how someone wouldn't die about their friend, but they'll die about a girl, which could be seen as a reference to how Cash seemingly didn't get back to Duck, but he ended up dying because he was with a girl that night, with some fans seeing this song to be Lil Durk self-snitching about getting Cash killed. Durk's song was then followed in July by the group song To The Top by OBlock members Mana Ike, Durkee, Buck Munna, and G Nook, where Buck Munna would provide a full verse of apparent hints towards Cash's murder, starting by saying how they're going to spin and spin again until they cash out, before saying that if their victim tries to run, they'll chase him down, and now he's on the news, and ending by saying how they caught someone loafing with his boo, before saying again how they're going to put him on the news. In June, rumours would circulate that Lamron members might have been responsible after an IG story was uploaded by members claiming to be smoking Cash.
Yeah, my boy.
Now we coming.
Yeah.
Smoking Cash.
Yeah.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Later in July, Durk would go live with Booney Mo, Dee and other OTF members, during which they would count huge stacks of cash, while a clearly intoxicated Lil Durk and other members would gleefully begin to repeat the line, "They know that we did it," which is from Booney Mo's at the time unreleased song, We Did It, that was later put on the incredibly incriminating album Loyal Bros 2.
They know that we did it.
They know that we did it. They know that we did it.
They know that we did it. Drop song, man. We got a lot of raw shit on the studio.
A few minutes later, Durk begins to rap his verse from the also at the time unreleased song Threats to Everybody, where he raps that if you play with him, you're going to end up by that tree, which many have seen to be a direct reference to Cash, whose body was indeed found laying on the grass next to that tree. For some reason, the other members would find these lyrics incredibly funny, but it was Booney Mo who would really crack them up once again, repeating the line, "They know that we did it."
You ain't had your gun for them, you better have your gun for me. Better have your gun for Booney. Better have your gun for C. You don't believe me, you gon' see. You gonna end up by that tree.
Know that we did it.
The connection to Cash wasn't lost on the fans, who would comment on the YouTube video about this live, how OTF were clearly trolling Cash. Meanwhile, Buck Munna would also go live, seemingly sometime in July, where he would rap lyrics that were clearly about FBG Cash, like saying that now that he's dead, he can't take another pic, a clear reference to Cash's picture in front of the Von mural, as well as saying how their ops are mad that an old man is in a body bag, and how the switches made him crash, and that he doesn't smoke Tooka anymore, he smokes Cash.
He dead and gone, that's what he get, man. He can't take another pic. He got hit, he took word around it was a neck. Off for that block where they don't play, I don't play, I take his face. And I ain't missed cause I know they pissed, I know they mad, that man up in the bag. The switches came and made him crash. I don't smoke Tooka, I smoke Cash. I'm just lying, weak, that shit's out of G.
Buck Munna would further raise eyebrows after a vlog circulated, seeming to show him laughing and reenacting what Cash did when he tried to run away after getting shot.
You trying to run, you know you can run.
Cash's former manager would seemingly further point the finger towards OBlock, as he would post himself in August dropping the OBlock hand sign, whilst unconfirmed rumours would begin to spread that Cash's murder had been picked up by the feds, just as Stefan Mack's murder would eventually be picked up in 2023, this pointing to the theory that Cash's murder had possibly also involved interstate communication and exchanges of money. Buck Munna would continue to drop lyrics that seemed to point to Cash's murder, like his November 2022 song Come Here, where he would rap about jumping out in all black, just like the shooters in Cash's case, and how the ARP had hit the victim's back, just like what happened to Cash as he tried to run from his killers. In December, Booney Mo would finally release his song We Did It that they had been rapping during that Instagram live, where besides rapping the line about how they did it, he would also rap how he pays for his shorties to go slide and kill people, a message which funnily enough was also shared by OTF Jam in his March 2023 song War with the City, with Redditors commenting how this verse had finally convinced them that Booney Mo had paid for Cash's murder. However, there has also been other theories about Cash's murder, with one of them claiming that Cash was backdoored by people close to him, particularly a man named Big Big Dell, who was an OG from Cash's hood and father of one of Cash's best friends, Fat Shorty from Jaro City, who was killed in 2021, with this backdoor theory stemming from a rumor that Cash had actually gotten Fat Shorty killed by accident during a house party argument gone wrong. This theory would end up gaining so much traction that even DJU would ask FBG Young about it, but Young would seemingly disregard these rumors as nothing more than YouTubers trying to get views.
R.I.P. Was responsible for like backdooring your brother FBG Cash.
Yeah.
So who is Big Dell? Let's start there. Or who was he to y'all?
Big Dell's one of the guys from the neighborhood.
What do you think of these rumors?
I don't think the internet. I don't listen to that.
Word.
Yeah. I don't pay that no mind though. Like that would make a good story for the internet, won't it?
It sound crazy as hell to me.
All right. It's some nice views, won't it? I mean, I don't be paying not that serious to me. I don't pay no mind.
Since the murder, there's been endless speculation on Reddit as to exactly who might have been involved in Cash's murder, with polls even circulating that allowed members to vote on which gang they felt were most likely responsible. One Reddit post circulated names of 5 potential suspects from the OTF, TTE, and OBlock sets. One of the names listed, OTF Black, had made a post to IG days after the murder saying that if you want respect in the streets, you have to get your bodies up, and boasting how Lil Varney gave him a CEO chain when he got out of jail and told him to stand on his ops necks, with Black responding that it's OTF forever and he's got this, with people on Reddit commenting that this was some of the most insane self-snitching that they'd ever seen. However, OTF Black would later deny this and call out Reddit for putting bodies on him in a block-to-block interview alongside iTrap Rob and Tero.
The internet definitely put a body on you. They put one on me.
Yeah?
That's what blew me up.
Trying to say he did. Oh, damn.
Oh, damn.
Where that come from? Reddit, DJU, all that.
They got you on Reddit teed up.
Another person named in that post, TTE Stain, would also be mentioned in other posts that alluded to having committed a crime in designer clothing. Another post would claim without evidence that Ty Munna was being investigated for the murder, while another pointed the finger at Lil Mike from OBlock. Numerous people would point the finger at Booney Mo from OTF, saying that he was the one who orchestrated the hit, which is interesting considering how happy he seemed about it on the live with Lil Durk. Others would point the finger at OTF Dede, with some suggesting that Durk had been pushing Dede's career as a reward after the hit. At the moment, Cash's murder still remains unsolved, and to be clear, there's no real evidence that either OBlock or OTF had anything to do with it, at least publicly. But then again, not so long ago, there was also nothing but rumors connecting Durk to the murder of Stefan Mack. Now, many people on Reddit think it's only a matter of time before they put this murder on Lil Durk too. Tay Savage has a reputation in the streets as a force to be reckoned with in Chicago's gang war, and this is a reputation that he's earned over years of battle in the low-end's complex gang conflicts. Rumours of Tay Savage being a killer on his block go all the way back to 2008, with a notorious and since deleted wiki page focused on Chicago's gang wars, the War in Chirac wiki, containing an early theory on Tay's street activity. According to that wiki page, Tay was rumoured to have killed a total of 3 people, being present for 2 other murders and having shot as many as 12 different people. The earliest murder that Tay's name has been associated with was an AV member or affiliate by the name of Kamain. Real name Kamain Fears, he was killed by an unknown assailant in December 2008, shot dead while sitting in a car outside of his home. And while it's tempting to attribute this murder to Tay Savage without evidence, simply based on his reputation as a savage in the streets, however, an alternative theory on who was responsible for this murder actually paints a different picture. Kamain Fears is actually mentioned in a 2016 Intercept article exposing police corruption in Chicago. According to the article, during the 2000s, a CPD sergeant named Ronald Watts was running an extensive criminal racket, where corrupt officers led by him would extort drug dealers and receive payments in exchange for allowing them to conduct their business unscathed, as well as even apparently doing targeted hits on their rivals as favors. Kamain was apparently one of the dealers caught up in this police corruption racket. He at the time ran his dealing operation from the Ida B. Wells homes, which, as mentioned, were the projects where many of the AV members eventually came from. After these projects were shut down, Kamain would remove his operation to the AV's neighborhood. But as the projects were now gone, so too were much of Kamain's profits, and according to his girlfriend, this would cause Kamain to refuse to pay tax to the corrupt cop Watts, and he had allegedly threatened to give Watts up to the feds, and then, only a few days after threatening to snitch on the corrupt cop, Kamain himself would be killed by a shooter that would hit him a total of 17 times. And according to the word on the streets, this murder was the work of Watts rather than Tay Savage. But like many of the older stories about Chicago murders, with conflicting stories about who might have pulled the trigger, we may never know who really did it. It's unclear where the rumor of Tay being behind this hit comes from, but regardless, he was still known to be heavily involved in the streets around this time, and in the years that followed, things would get extremely hectic on his block. The year 2010 would turn out to be critical in the beef between So Icy and the AV. On the 2nd of April, a man named Jermaine Streeter would end up being shot and killed in the AV's neighborhood. Jermaine was allegedly an older cousin of female AV member Cess and went by the name Maintain. Maintain was a loved member of the AV, and after his death, members would pay tribute to him on social media by posting photos of themselves wearing shirts with his picture, along with text saying, "Things ain't gonna be the same without Maintain, AV crazy." Reddit detectives would later theorize that the murder of Maintain was done by members of So Icy, specifically Tay's close friend Welch, and while the case remains unsolved to this day, what we do know is that in later police reports regarding the murders of Cess and Neef, Maintain's case is listed as a reference, confirming that at least the Chicago police considered that his murder was related to this beef between these two factions. The events following the murder of Maintain are somewhat murky, but what we do know with some certainty is that at some time in May 2010, Tay Savage himself would become a victim of a shooting. On the 14th of May, people close to Tay would post on their social media indicating that Tay had been shot, but fortunately, he would survive. Tay himself would talk about this incident in a Say Cheese interview, saying that the incident happened after they had gotten into an argument with some people on the block.
And this is all, I mean, you're all outside just chilling.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you just weren't paying attention?
We was outside chilling, some little words broke out, you know what I'm saying? We having words with people, and you know, one thing led to another, shots rang out, I wound up getting shot.
Then, in the early hours of the next day, Saturday the 15th of May, Tay's friends would post again, wishing him to get well and seemingly threatening the people behind the attack. But what they didn't see coming, however, was later that day, another one of their good friends would become a victim of a shooting as well, and unfortunately, he wouldn't make it. At around 7 PM on the night of May the 15th, police would be called to a shooting near East 40th Street and King Drive, and there they would find two males who had been shot. One of them would end up surviving with a leg shot, but the other male would be pronounced dead at the scene. It would turn out to be Anthony Welch, who had been shot in the chest and left to die on the grassy patch between the lanes on King Drive, with the scene of the crime even being photographed as detectives combed for evidence as Welch's body lay in the grass. Later that night, a friend of Tay and Welch, who had just been posting about Tay, would post again, sharing her pain of losing a loved one, but also revealing an interesting fact about the actions of Welch leading up to his death. Apparently Welch had wanted to see the friend the day before his murder, but hadn't told her where he was going, which the friend would seemingly only find out after his death, making her wish that he would have let her know what he was doing. Now, this post starts to seemingly make more sense when a few years after the murder, a member of the AV would straight up admit that they killed Welch, even saying that they were the reason that detectives were on the block. Another member would then quote the song "Now It's Over" by Chief Keef, but with changed lyrics, now indicating that Welch had come to their hood shooting, leading to him getting killed. The same story would be told again a few years later by a newer generation AV member and rapper, Rono, in the song Ballin', where he raps, "Burr Street, that's a danger zone, so be cautious. I remember Welch tried to shoot and run, and Fonum hawked him." Stories like this would lead to a rumor that Welch had actually gone to the AV's hood looking to avenge the shooting of Tay the day before, but unfortunately when he was there, members of the AV spotted him, chasing him and his friend on their way back to So Icy's hood, shooting them both on the spot and killing Welch. But even more interesting, allegedly the people that went after Welch were none other than the AV's Cess and Neef, with Cess acting as a driver and Neef as the gunman. Now, this theory was seemingly confirmed by one witness statement to the police, claiming to have identified Cess as being the driver in the Welch hit. Even Tay himself would later talk about these events during one of his interrogations with Chicago police, saying to the cops outright that Cess being the driver on the Welch hit was indeed one of the theories. But Tay was not present for the shooting of his best friend, as he would still be stuck in hospital, clueless that his friend Welch had lost his life. And this would be reflected in social media posts between the friends of Tay and Welch a few days after Welch's death, where they would discuss whether or not to even tell Tay about the tragic news of Welch's murder, with one of the friends urging the friend visiting Tay to tell the man the truth, while another urges to keep telling him that Welch is at her place, saying that Tay can't handle losing Welch at this tough moment. In his Say Cheese interview, Tay would recall the events, saying that it was eventually Welch's uncle who would break the tragic news to him.
Now, I seen in the other interview you said that they didn't tell you until like days later.
Yeah.
You were still in the hospital when they told you?
Yeah. I was in the hospital in critical. So they ain't want to just, you know what I'm saying? Tell me, so yeah. They waited till I got a little better than they told
me. And who told you?
Like Welch uncle. Welch uncle told me, like he the one who broke the news, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. He told me.
Soon after Welch's death, other members of So Icy and friends of Welch would also begin to comment on his death on social media, some saying RIP and others vowing to get revenge and pledging to kill the whole projects belonging to those who were responsible. 2 years later, describing Welch World as America's worst nightmare. They would also make numerous photo tributes to him, and even posted a tribute video to Welch on YouTube, which has since been deleted. A female friend of Welch and Tay would post several messages in the days following Welch's death, saying how she needs Tay to come back home because Welch is not there anymore to look after her for him, and saying how she and Tay's other friends would hold him down through this heavy loss, calling him the realest guy that she has ever met, and saying how she prays others wouldn't have to live through such a loss, and being grateful that Tay had survived his shooting. She would also say that she was talking with Tay on the phone daily and they were crying and praying together every morning. A friend of Welch would also plead on social media asking for all of the sets in the low end to come together and stop killing each other, as well as saying how Chicago had changed for the worse since the projects were torn down. About a week after Welch's death, on the 22nd of May, his funeral was held, and he was buried with a gravestone that included a picture of the Washington Nationals cap with the large W logo, which Welch was known to wear, and which in the following years would come to define his set. The name of this set would seemingly change almost immediately following Welch's death, with Welch World practically replacing the existing name So Icy by the end of May 2010, as members would agree that they were now known as Welch World. In June, one member would post on his social media telling Tay to get in contact with him and insinuating that Tay was going through a lot due to Welch's death. But it's unclear if Tay was still in the hospital at this time. At some point though, Tay would get out, and according to himself, he was furious about the death of his best friend.
And what was that? I mean, was you angry? What was that feeling like?
Yeah, I was angry. Angry. Furious.
And you and Welch were like best friends?
Yeah.
Tay would later explain how this loss triggered something in him, turning him into a true savage.
Like really after Welch died, bro, that like, you know what I'm saying? Like trigger something in the bro.
Tay would later respond to comments from 16 Shot 'em that during this time he had the low end walking on eggshells and became a one-man army.
I seen somebody make a post basically saying like, this the man who had the almost like half the low end walking on eggshells, and they called it like a one-man army.
The murder of Welch would seemingly become a defining moment in Tay's life, and after this is when he would really begin to earn his nickname, the Bully.
Let me see. I think I really turned my bully up for real. I always was like, you feel me, like doing my thing, but I really turned my bully up probably like when Welch died. So I really turned my bully up.
It would take less than a year for revenge to play out, but once he had recovered from the shooting, Tay Savage would return to the streets of Welch World, ready to show the whole city exactly why they would call him Trigger Happy Tay. After the murder of his close friend Welch, Tay's gang became Welch World, and Trigger Happy Tay would get out of hospital and onto the warpath with hopes of avenging his fallen brother. He would eventually heal from his shooting, getting out of the hospital and back onto the streets of Chicago in 2010, and he would be seen on his block surrounded by goons who referred to him as a Welch World shooter in this throwback hood vlog.
Man, we gonna hold this bitch down. Shooters right here. Ain't nothing but shooters.
Yeah.
Just trap.
Hey, look. My advice, you man, at the end of the night, try not to be this guy, man. We out here. We ain't playing with nobody. We're real crazy. I got tatted. We in this bitch. Real crazy. We in this bitch.
You think we swing?
The whole low end, we trying to take over the whole side, man. All on the rooftop. Look out for that, man.
Later, in November of 2010, Tay would be back out on the streets, and on the 11th of November, he would be stopped by the police while driving with his friends on the far south side of Chicago. As Tay was asked to get out of the front passenger seat, he would try and flee, and during a scuffle with the police, a handgun would fall from his waist. Tay would continue resisting the arrest, hitting an officer in the eye, but he was eventually taken down. Now, this encounter would actually come up later, once Tay's music career began to blow up, as some Redditors and YouTubers began accusing Tay of snitching, after he had allegedly tried to pin the gun on the driver of the car, saying that the driver of the car had handed the gun to him, with intense debate persisting over whether or not this alleged statement amounted to full-blown snitching. Tay himself would even recall this event during his No Jumper interview, but not mentioning any statements.
What actually went down in the situation where you got caught with it?
So, man, my cousin had called me. You feel me? He like, man, he got into us. So I'm like, all right. They come grab me. Long story short, we go over there, we talk it out, because it was some guys from his block. So they talk it out or whatever, but when we leave, now bro forgot to cut the lights on of the car, so the police pulled us over. So when they pull us over, so I'm telling them like, man, take off, you know, but he didn't really want to take off. But Boom. So when they pull us over, they ask for license, all that. So they tell us get out. So they tell us get out. I try to take off. You know what I'm saying? They grab me, slam me, all that. You know, I'm still trying to get away, but it was over with. They locked us up. They locked me up. They looked at my address, but I had like a weird address, so they wouldn't need my address. Cause now I'm waiting. Now I'm like, man, what's going on? So, cause usually it'd be like the next day you would go to the county jail. So now I'm waiting. Oh yeah, the officer raiding your house. I'm raiding my house for what?
While the full facts of this case remain unclear, what it does tell us is that Tay and his friends were riding around Chicago, armed and up to no good. And as 2011 rolled around, Tay would again become entangled with the law, next time much more seriously. In the early morning hours of Saturday the 5th of February 2011, Cess and her sister were out partying with some friends on the south side of Chicago. They had just left a party in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood and were headed to another party on South Shore. But what they probably didn't know was that Gresham was Tay's old stomping grounds that he still frequented. And according to police paperwork, Tay was allegedly riding around with his friend that night when he spotted Cess in her car and decided to follow her. Cess's group arrived at the location of the second party around 2 AM, and after looking for a parking spot, they eventually parked across the street from Windsor Nursing Home. At around 2:05 AM, Cess got out of the car ahead of her friends as she apparently had to use the restroom. But as she stepped onto the street, Tay allegedly appeared from behind her friends, running in front of her holding a handgun. Before Cess even had time to react to what was happening, Tay allegedly shot her twice. And according to police paperwork, once she was already laying on the ground, Tay would allegedly stand over her, saying, "I told you, bitch," as he shot her several more times, leaving Cess bleeding out on the street as he next aimed the gun towards her sister and friends who were fleeing the scene in the car. Tay then allegedly shot at the car before fleeing himself on foot. Cess's sister and friends, who had fortunately escaped the scene unscathed, circled the block and then returned to help a wounded Cess, who was then taken to hospital by ambulance. But unfortunately, her injuries were devastating, and at 5:15 AM, Cess would be pronounced dead. And her murder would be reported the following day by local news, who notified the public that there had been no arrests made so far. However, what we now know is that since the first incident report, Tay would be named as the main suspect. And in the days to come, following the murder of Cess, the police would seemingly find more information about Tay, making him a wanted man. However, for the time being, the cops seemingly didn't have enough evidence to bring charges, and Tay would remain free. Meanwhile, Cess would be laid to rest, and her friends would be left to grieve, leading them to give their hood a new name, Cess World. As far as police were concerned, Tay Savage was the prime suspect in the murder, and as far as the streets were concerned, Tay Savage had taken the first step towards avenging the murder of his friend Welch, with the fact that Tay was believed to be responsible for this brazen assassination circulating widely, with numerous people mentioning in interviews they believed Tay to be the killer of Cess, the mother of rapper Blazing Doll.
The situation with him allegedly killing Blazing Doll mama, I know he killed that girl mama. He shot at me. It hit different.
Tay's reputation as a trigger-happy bully was already cemented in the streets of Welch World, but after the murder of Cess, all eyes were on him. However, what would happen months later would end up making Tay Savage one of the most revered gangsters in Chicago history. Just over 2 months after Cess was murdered, on Sunday the 10th of April, at around 4:30 PM, her friend she was rumored to have killed Welch with, Neef, real name Christopher Daniels, was driving his car on the 7400 block of South Vincennes Avenue when he stopped at a traffic light. While he was stopped, a man would exit another vehicle in front of Neef before beginning to fire into the car. According to reports by Chicago police, the shooter was Tay Savage. Neef would then attempt to escape the situation by putting his car in reverse, but this would cause him to crash into another vehicle. Meanwhile, Tay would allegedly keep shooting into the car, hitting Neef several times, and then fleeing the scene with his getaway driver before the police and paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, Neef was already in serious condition and would be pronounced dead in the hospital soon after. This was the second shooting on the same block within 2 weeks, and one of over a dozen shootings that took place in Chicago over that weekend, leaving some of the locals afraid to leave their homes and fearful of what was to come next, while the police were likely already connecting the dots behind the scenes with regards to the killing of Neef. For the time being, there was once again no arrests, despite the shooting taking place in front of numerous witnesses. But both the driver and the shooter on the hit were both wearing ski masks that covered their faces. Again, members of the AV and other friends of Neef would react to his death on their social media, seemingly unable to believe that Neef had been taken out so soon after the killing of Cess. Known for riding together and now known for dying together, the loss of Cess and Neef, so close to each other, cemented these two as legends in their hood. And as Neef was laid to rest, the AV adopted the moniker CWNS, meaning Cess World, Neef Streets. Meanwhile, after Neef's death, members of Welch World were also posting, one of them saying how it was time for them to get off the bench and play ball, with another member who would say that they would foul the whole team, to which another member would reply, "Yep, every last one." This seemed to suggest that Welch World's hitters weren't even done with their revenge campaign, even after killing 2 prominent hitters from the other side and avenging their friend Welch, who the gang had now been named after. They were keen to keep disrespecting their ops and stoking the beef. However, while Welch World was feeling boisterous after allegedly taking out the people who had killed their most loved member, their other enemies were also getting active. According to tweets by Welch World affiliates, about a week after the death of Neef, Tay would be arrested due to being suspected of numerous gun-related incidents, including the murders of Cess and Neef. However, it seemed that the police simply didn't have enough evidence to charge him for those murders at the time, and instead he would be charged with 2 attempted murders in relation to the other incidents, leading him to eventually beating those charges, instead receiving an 18-month sentence for aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. This would take him off the streets right when the war in the low end was getting scorching hot.
I had 2 attempts. I beat them in 2012.
Following Tay's arrest, Welch World members would post to social media saying free him and paying respects, posting photos of Tay in jail and even creating free Tay shirts. Unfortunately, while Tay was incarcerated, the already hot war in Welch World would get even hotter and even more complicated, as rivalries with numerous local gangs would intensify and affiliates would soon begin fighting amongst themselves. The members from the jungle, on the other hand, are known to be closely affiliated with another close-by set called BKN, also known as Nitty Block, named after a jungle member called Frank Nitty, or Sosa Nitty, real name Frank Looney Jr., who was killed in 2019. It appears that eventually Jeff 2 would get close with the jungle and BKN, with some videos still existing online showing him hanging out with them on their block. Unfortunately, as the rumor goes, the relationship between the Bloodhounds and BKN or jungle would eventually go sour, after members of the BKN would allegedly turn on them and rob Jeff for some watches, with BKN then, according to Chiracologists, hopping on Instagram Live to gleefully show their alleged $50,000 bounty and the 2 guns that were used to take them.
Yeah. Ain't coming like, look, tell the op.
We talking broad day.
You take the show for him.
We got like 50K, damn! That fake AP they got. I just turned off card.
In the video, they showed off 2 stolen watches and an iced out chain, and funnily enough, one of the watches was seemingly one of those fake iced out watches designed to look like an iced out AP watch, like the one from the coffin video, with Redditors seemingly noticing that one of these watches was almost certainly an imitation AP, which was in fact an AP tribute by fashion watch company GLD, which currently retails for less than $700. And this is something that the thieves would actually point out in their video, ironically mocking the target of their robbery for having a fake AP.
Stop wearing that, stop fake. I wearing that fake. Tell her I'll start wearing that fake.
Fake AP they got down there, man. Y'all ain't
fake.
I just turned.
While the other watch was just a plain Jane Cartier Santos, which if real would be worth as little as $3,000, along with a matching chain that reads Bartier, which I guess would make sense for the Bloodhounds if they were swapping the C's with B's like old school Bloods when they were buying a chain to match the Cartier watch. But clearly, this was no 50 grand lick, and arguably such a small taking that the robbery would certainly not end up being worth the consequences that would come soon after, as despite the low value of the items taken, it would be the damage to the ego of the person the items were taken from that would escalate the situation severely. Jeff 2 would seemingly later open up about these events, saying that nobody took anything from him by force, but rather they ran off with them when he wasn't paying attention.
Public service announcement. On my dead grandmother's head, if I'm lying, I'm down. God could come pull me out this car right now. I never took a dollar from nothing. A nigga said, let me take a picture, this, that, and that. I look up, the nigga then ran down. We all the way at the top of the staircase first off. The nigga then ran. I look up, the nigga taking off down the stairs with 5 more extra. I'm like, damn, I thought it was gangster. The whole time I'm right there still working with him. I'm telling them we could keep this gangster and be gangster, and I respect it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Just keep this gangster. There's one gangster.
Then, on January the 20th, a Chicago-based YouTuber, Word from the Trenches, would upload a vlog where he hangs out with the BKN members in their hood, with this vlog also including a member called Monty, who also goes by the name Drench, or Czar, and who would allegedly be one of the people involved in Lil Jeff's robbery.
Pull it up.
Who that? Dre right here. That's another one of the guys.
He by himself, man. I don't think brother all the way on the other end. Brother, on the other end, he by himself,
Dre. Hey, tell him she go up, man. I need some little sleep, man.
Hey, this hey, for the guest I got him in the big trenches.
Come up,
get him
It's Drench, man. Lil Sleep, man. And y'all already know my name, Drench. Zael, they call me Zael, smoke your dumb like some Zael. They say Zael don't stop smoking like some Zael.
Later, in the same vlog, BKN members can be seen hanging out inside a hallway of one of their buildings when Monty gets a FaceTime call from none other than Lil Jeff, with the energy between the two seeming tense, as Monty begins by asking Jeff where that J at, meaning jewelry, before showing off a watch on his wrist to the camera and saying again, let me see the J's, whilst also telling Jeff that they're all right here while showing his posse, as well as someone asking either Jeff or someone else how much their watch is costing, with the main member of the vlog, rapper Puda, seemingly wholly uninterested in including Jeff in their vlog.
Shit on my big cousin show. 2 feet B-nose, yeah, really the whole 4L gang. Like, I with the whole 4L. Shout out Young Nudie and my cousin too. All my folk down there in the 8. It going on for real.
You ain't gotta buy your man like you with like industry wise like shit.
Really, like, I ain't gonna lie, twin. Like,
look, man, we got JL, man.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie.
Put that J in there.
Look, only artist I really wanna with right now, probably Big 30, goddamn. How much that is on y'all wrist right there, man? Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Only 6 days after the release of this vlog, on Friday the 26th of January 2024, Monty and another member of BKN or Jungle called Lil Rob, real name Robert Boston, would be attending the Innovations High School located in downtown Chicago, more specifically in an area called Loop. And then, close to 12:30 p.m, Monty and Lil Rob, together with other students, were seemingly heading out of the school, likely going on their lunch break, with one exit being next to the Washington or Warbush L train station, a very busy location, particularly during the lunch hour. Soon after exiting the school building, 2 cars would suddenly pull up with several masked shooters hopping out of the cars and opening fire towards Monty and Lil Rob. After the shooting was over, someone standing on the train platform above the street level would capture the truly disturbing scene of the last moments of the 2 young boys who had been shot, whilst their friends and members of the public crowd around them in sheer shock, with some attempting to do what little they could to try and save their lives. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done, and both Monty and Lil Rob were later pronounced dead in the Northwestern Memorial Hospital, while a third unrelated victim would be grazed in her jacket, the bully fortunately missing her body. Not long after the shooting, the area would be bustling with local media who would interview witnesses that had seen or heard the shooting, including the woman who had just nearly missed getting shot herself.
Went through my arm, but during that shooting, Berenice Vargas says she was grazed with one of the bullets. I heard like 4 shots, and that was all super anxious and sad, and I was afraid that it hit me too by accident.
Another witness would describe the shots being let off, sounding like a firecracker, perhaps meaning that at least one of the shooters was using a switch on their pistol.
Like a firecracker, you know, like a something like a firecracker, you know, like a 10-15 shot. Boom, 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 boom.
Local shopkeeper Mohammed Ashik describes diving for cover as bullets were flying, witnessing the aftermath, an emotional scene unfolding right in front of him.
Everybody looking right and left, you know, over there has a people crying, you know, kids crying, you know.
All of this happening near Innovations High School, where the 2 boys were students. Crisis responder Andrew Holmes speaking with the boys' families Friday night.
The 16-year-old just had a smile, that he kept a smile. The 17-year-old, you know, he was just trying to work hard to just go into the trade business.
Holmes furious, like many other community members, about the brazen events that unfolded. He says one of those boys would be celebrating a birthday in just weeks.
You have no right to take another person's life like that. And you know, this is a brutal way. This is cold-blooded murder.
Mayor Brandon Johnson responding to the shooting, writing, quote, "My deepest condolences to their families and the Innovations High School community as they grapple with unimaginable pain and trauma caused by this senseless act of violence."
In the aftermath, even the mayor of Chicago would comment on the senselessness of this attack, and the situation was so serious that it would actually be covered citywide on numerous Chicago news reports, including ABC7 Chicago.
As 2 families and a community mourn the slaying of the teens, Chicago police continue their search for the gunman responsible for the brazen downtown daylight ambush that claimed the boys' lives. It appears to be business as usual just a day after 2 teens are gunned down in front of their downtown high school. Many of the bullet-riddled windows have been boarded up following the slaying of 16-year-old Robert Boston and 17-year-old Monterio Williams. Friends say the boys knew each other, and so did their families. Investigators say both teens were shot and killed Friday afternoon near Wabash and Washington Streets as they left school with a group of friends. The teens were students at CPS Charter School Technological Innovations High School. That's when witnesses say a dark-colored car and a dark-colored SUV pulled up and masked gunmen got out and opened fire. Authorities say while some of the attackers got away in the vehicles, at least 2 of them ran away. The wounded students were rushed to an area hospital where they both were pronounced dead. Investigators call the attack isolated and are combing through security camera video from the area. So far, no one is in custody and no arrests have been made. Police are asking anyone with any information to contact Area 3 police detectives.
Already on the night of the 26th, the police would also give a press briefing on the investigation so far, showing that the CPD was likely taking this case much more seriously than an average South or West Side shooting due to the extremely central location of this double murder.
First of all, I'd like to start out by offering our condolences on behalf of Superintendent Snelling and the Chicago Police Department to the 2 families that were touched by this senseless act of violence today. Approximately 12:25 today, several students were exiting the Innovations High School when 2 cars pulled up and a group of individuals exited said vehicles, fired multiple times, striking 2 of the teenage students of Innovations High School. These individuals were taken to Northwestern Hospital where they succumbed to their injuries. So we'd like to actually say again our thoughts and prayers are with the families of these 2 students. We're asking the public, it's very early in the investigation, but if anybody has any information, we'd ask them to call Area 3 Detective Division at 312-744-8261. You can also be reached an email at tipcpd.com. At this time, it appears that a group of approximately 6 students were exiting, and there's no confrontation. Like I said, several individuals exited 2 vehicles, approached the group, and fired multiple times. At this time, it's still very early in the investigation. That just several individuals exited those vehicles where the gunfire erupted. There was an individual, a woman that was walking by. Her jacket was grazed. No medical treatment was sought, and she's talking with the area detectives right now. She was not a student, no.
And these teens are Innovation High School, or were Innovation High School.
Yes.
What do you tell us about their ages?
17 years old and 16. At this time, we believe it to be an isolated incident. You know, wherever the tragedy like this strikes in the city, it's heartbreaking for the families and everybody affected by it. It's a tragedy no matter where it happens. But down here, as the students were exiting, we believe it's, like I said, an isolated incident, and that there's no danger in the area continuing. We believe one to be a dark-colored sedan and an SUV. At this time, no one's in custody at this time.
Astonishingly, despite this seemingly being a targeted, hitman-style execution taking place in one of the most central locations in Chicago in broad daylight, there would seemingly not be any possible suspects in the aftermath of the shooting. But there would certainly be a whole lot of dissing going on, particularly towards Monty, with members of the Bloodhounds also taking part in this on social media. And it seems that in the week following the shooting, there may have been some get-back shootings happening too, because in early February, Jeff would post on his Instagram how his ops had lost their mind and were killing innocent people. Jeff would also seemingly get a new tattoo around this time of 10 teardrops falling down his neck, the message being that he had now officially updated his body count to 10 murders. But perhaps most notably, 2 of these teardrops appeared to be connected to each other, with many people believing that these 2 connected teardrops actually referenced Lil Rob and Monty's murders. Meanwhile, BKN were also seemingly dissing Jeff with a rapper called Get Back Dot, dropping a music video for his song Lost My Mind also in the beginning of February, where 2 watches are shown together with the song title, these watches being clearly different from the earlier video, supposedly showing BKN members flexing Jeff's watches, yet seemingly very similar to the other 2 watches that Jeff had displayed on his second Instagram, with this suggesting to me that he hadn't got the watches back, but had at the very least upgraded or kept a much better pair of watches. However, the next move from Jeff would be the motherlode of apparent self-snitching that would end up arguably changing his whole career trajectory, as on the 16th of February 2024, exactly 3 weeks after the shooting that claimed the lives of Monty and Lil Rob, Jeff would release his biggest song to date, a track titled Ah, together with a music video that now has almost 2 million views. The video begins with the Bloodhounds showing off their full gun arsenal, before Jeff begins his verse, starting by saying how he's toting a 10 milli and that his gun has some recoil, before saying, then people did what they did and therefore had to pay the consequences. He then proceeds to explain how he still hops out of the car when he's doing hits and also drives the car because he's so thirsty to catch his ops, before saying that you would think he's lying if he told you about all the things he did in the streets. But Jeff was only getting warmed up, because he then proceeds to state that when he speaks it's only facts and that his supposed victim was screaming ah when he got hit, and how this person had been acting tough online but was now laying on the floor. This was another jaw-dropping lyric when you consider the fact that in the footage of Lil Rob and Monty after they've been shot lying on the floor, you can actually hear one of them screaming ah. Jeff then puts the icing on the cake by rapping how he just walked into the lid store to buy 2 hats a hat of course being slang for catching a body and murdering someone, going on to say that he's really stepping in blood, which would eventually become the name of his posthumous debut album, before explaining how his victims didn't get a chance to run, so can't say that he tripped, and that Jeff and his buddies hopped out with 4 guns and 2 people got hit. Jeff then further continues by saying that he has lost his Draco, so he's going to have to use a switch on his pistol, and that before they were his ops, they were his fans. And the verse just keeps on going, with Jeff then rapping how somebody's best friend died and he wishes that he was dead with him, but it won't take too long until he's also dead, because Jeff is a madman who can't stop chasing and killing his ops, before explaining that they got the drop on their ops and spin the block, which would indeed seemingly be the only way that an attack like the one pulled off on Monty and Lil Rob could even be pulled off. Jeff would say that his favorite ops got killed, and he then appears to forget for a moment that he was in the middle of a confession, or perhaps he simply begins to reminisce about his earlier crimes, as he then lays down some bars about taking cops on high-speed chases and how he refused to fight and will just kill you. He explains how he loves robbing people for their jewelry, particularly watches, as well as being so thirsty that he might even take your socks off your feet, as well as saying that he'll pull up on the side of your car and kill you right there. Jeff then continues saying how he's the top op and known for putting his victims on Fox News, with the local Fox 32 Chicago channel also being one of the first news outlets that reported on the killing of Monty and Lil Rob.
We begin with breaking news. 2 high school students killed in a Chicago Loop shooting.
Jeff then finally ends the song by saying that he is indeed everything that they say he is. Lil Jeff's strategy of bragging about his insane body count in his songs and acting wild in his interviews was picking up steam. He'd already been going viral for his clip sniffing a pill on DJU, and on the 1st of June, a YouTuber called Blender Bars dropped a video that was reposted on Reddit claiming that Lil Jeff had indeed claimed his 11th body during his LA trip, claiming that he indeed did a drill between these 2 trips to Los Angeles, and being one of the earliest exposés of Lil Jeff's staggering stats as a Chicago gang assassin.
He claims to have 10 bodies at least. And we have lyrics to match up with 2 of the bodies that he proudly claims after the ops supposedly hit a lick for some of his watches.
By June the 3rd, his music video for the track Should Have Saw It had 199,000 views, passing 200k the following day. Jeff was having the motion in music, and whilst this was only the beginning, he clearly had a lot of potential in the rap game. Unfortunately, however, as he often rapped himself, he was always more focused on the streets than the music, and only a few days later, he would end up on the wrong side of the sort of drills he usually was dishing out on the streets. On the 8th of June 2024, everything came crashing down for Lil Jeff and the Bloodhounds in dramatic fashion. After countless lyrics about jumping out of the car as soon as he sees his ops and shooting at them, the 8th of June was a day like no other, and in surveillance footage that was later leaked, we saw this was another day when Jeff, Q50, and another man indeed caught one of their ops, jumping out of the car outside of an address on South Rhodes Avenue, a street that Jeff and his friends had boastfully rapped about shooting up numerous times before. In the footage, if you look at the very top left of the frame, you can see a door of a car opening. This is Lil Jeff jumping out of the car, and he immediately begins shooting at a man wearing bright yellow shorts who ducks behind a car and runs up a porch into a house whilst being chased by Jeff, who continues shooting at him. He would then seemingly be chased by Jeff wearing a black Nike Tech hoodie and grey Nike Tech joggers and pointing a gun, with Jeff doing something that he had indeed rapped about doing numerous times, chasing an op into their own home. But at this point, Lil Jeff got something he didn't bargain for, as someone inside the house would begin to open fire on Jeff, neutralizing him before he even made it up the steps, sending him flying back onto the ground at the bottom of the porch. And here on the ground, Jeff was reportedly shot numerous times, with the implication being that his shooters emptied a whole magazine into him from atop the porch. Then we would see another angle from a different camera which recorded the sounds of the shots being fired into Jeff, as well as showing Q50 and another shooter, as well as the driver on the hit behind Jeff, walking to the porch and returning fire, with Q50 seemingly shooting at a passing car for some reason, likely in this moment earning himself an attempted murder charge. Some have suggested that the original target that Jeff had chased was talking to the person driving in the car that Q50 was shooting at as it drove past. Meanwhile, once the driver of the getaway car notices that Jeff has actually been killed on the ground, getting out to look, before all the men realize that it's too late to save Jeff, running back to the car, getting in and fleeing the scene without Jeff, as shots continue to hit Jeff laying on the ground. Interestingly, another camera angle would later surface, showing that when Q50 initially ran towards the porch, he slipped over and fell as he tried to let off shots, injuring his ankle, with Q50 being seen with a limp as he ran back to the car. And while Jeff was laying on the ground, he would reportedly be hit 19 times, and an insane total of 58 shell casings would ultimately be found at the scene of the shootout. And after it all went down, reports of the shooting would begin to circulate on Twitter, and police scanner audio would describe a chaotic scene. A later video by YouTuber Loyalty and Betrayal would actually do a full breakdown of the scanner audio.
302 Sam, we're hitting 12 rounds, 6639 South Roads.
Straight 10. Anybody go in there, be careful, this might be crossfire.
And, yep. Per 310, anybody heading over there to roads, use caution because this may be crossfire, and now we getting a person shot. 6647 South Roads.
306 Adam, we got multiple casings on 6641 South Road on the front porch and the sidewalk.
Multiple shell casings 6641 South Road on the front and the sidewalk on the front porch as well. 6641 South Road. Alright, they saying somebody's doing a self-transport right now. They're telling my partner on the phone. We're trying to figure out what car took them. 306 Adam.
Yeah, 306 Adam. One of the residents at 6641 says they threw a guy in a car and they're on their way to the hospital. I got some blood drops on 6641.
Black SUV, Adam Lincoln King 3937, Wisconsin Place, just dropped off a victim at UFC. They're going northbound on Maryland. The black SUV with Wisconsin Place, Adam Lincoln King 3937, northbound Maryland. For a black SUV, Adam Lincoln King 3937 with Wisconsin Place, they just dropped off a victim at UFC that was shot. And that vehicle stolen.
Footage would later circulate showing the Chicago police combing the crime scene, placing a whole bunch of evidence markers where the many shell casings had been left. But interestingly, at the crime scene, Jeff's body was notably absent. That's because apparently Q50 and the other man seemingly took Jeff's body to the hospital after the shootout, somehow managing to spin the block, coming back and retrieving Jeff's body from the porch where he died without taking any more bullets themselves. An image would later go around online which seemingly showed Q50 and the other man carrying Jeff's body into the hospital. But it didn't take long for the dust to settle on the actual shooting before the footage of the shooting begun circulating on Reddit's Chiracology subreddit, where many were quick to give their perspective on this wild modern-day shootout captured on camera, with many suggesting that Jeff and the Bloodhounds had actually underestimated their opposition and ended up outgunned after being overzealous. As one commenter put it, honestly, the video puts it more out of the actual perspective of what it looked like in real life, because cameras only see a certain angle. They actually were only like 20 foot behind him, with the car being like 80 foot at most. They were behind him, he just ran ahead and got overzealous and got blasted for it. Hindsight is 2020, my G. Granted, they did turn back the minute they realized there was more opposition than they thought, but by that point, they were in a full-blown shootout. Dude in the red got hit, and they were in the middle of the road with only cars for cover. Once they realized they were outgunned and got to the car, is when Jeff got fully overkilled, and the dude in the white saw it all and let the switch off a few times in a futile attempt. No one's fault but Jeff, and he literally got instant karma. For those that knew Lil Jeff and his activities in the streets, they would know what was to come next. The day after his death, on the 9th of June 2024, Jeff's close family members and friends would react to his death with heartbreak, with some saying that they were staring at his picture in disbelief and saying that his brother Jay Boogie is going to lose his mind when he finds out the news. Jeff's dad posted throwback images of Jeff with his half-brothers together with the caption, F the world. Q50 would say that his brother and twin is gone, but he's already done crying and planning to do exactly what Jeff told him to do. Vert would later discuss how Jeff's death affected him in a DJU interview where he seemed a little intoxicated and slurring, explaining that everything was still going on.
We saw, I guess, what happened on camera or whatever. Lil Jeff lost his life. How has that affected you, since?
It's brother, it's my twin. You know, I don't feel that shit hurt. It's my brother, you know? Yeah. But it's like, I can't stop. For what? I'm gonna stop for. They want me to be stopped. They want me, Yeah. Well, this shit don't stop. Shit all gonna still go on. Brother gonna live through us, And my brother, I feel with a big face pendant on my shorty. You hear me? So I'm on right there.
At some point, a vigil and balloon release was held in Jeff's honor, and a day later, on the 10th of June, a Bloodhound member would say that all the ops saluted Jeff for the work he put in on the streets and hinted towards revenge coming soon. And Jeff's dad would even respond on Facebook with an eerie post, saying, "Let it be known, y'all didn't get him, he came trying to get y'all, and what happened happened. But the saga continues, clear the streets." With some in the comments in disbelief that a father would be talking about his son like he was one of his homies in the gang, branding Jeff's father a goofy who actually failed his child. But Jeff's dad wasn't the only person with a connection to Jeff acting tough online. On the 18th of June 2024, a Bloodhound member says that they are the reason that the ops merch it on their friends. Then, on the 22nd of June 2024, Lil Jeff's funeral would take place, and images would circulate on social media showing the flower arrangements in the funeral program, as well as pictures of Jeff in his casket going around online, whilst others shared supposed buttons giving out which called Jeff the Reaper. His girlfriend would seemingly drop the Y in front of his flower arrangement, and a moving tribute would be passed around from the service, which would tell all the details of his life, apart from the most salacious ones. It read, Jeffrey Lamar Harris, affectionately known as Lil Jeff, was born on July the 14th, 2002, at 11 a.m. to Latasha Lucas and Jeffrey Harris in Chicago, Illinois. From the moment he arrived, Jeffrey was a happy, intelligent baby who loved to laugh and bring joy to those around him. Jeffrey began his educational journey at CICS Longwood and graduated from Harold Washington Elementary School. He continued his studies at Kersey Metropolitan High School, graduating in 2020, and later took online classes at Daly College. Basketball was one of Jeffrey's greatest passions, and he spent his summers playing with AAU and dedicated dedicated his free time to the court, continuing his basketball career through his junior year of high school. Another favorite pastime was video gaming, where his friends fondly remember his eyes being glued to the screen. Lil Jeff was known for his deep affection and kind-hearted nature. He had a generous spirit, always willing to give his last to someone in need, and his silly side showed through his jokes and funny stories, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who spent time with him. Music was another of Jeffrey's passions, and his talent in analyzing and performing music earned him a record deal. His suave sense of style ensured that he was always in the latest fashion and newest shoes. Family was everything to Jeffrey, and he adored his niece, Ja'ala. He was always drawn back home, craving his mother's affection. Jeffrey was truly the life of the party, bringing joy to his family and friends. In 2021, Jeffrey met Peyton, and they became inseparable. Despite their growing pains, their love for each other was deep and genuine, with Peyton holding a special place in his heart. Jeffrey performed his last concert and walked into eternity on June 8, 2024. He was preceded in death by his grandmother Regina and loving cousins Jamarion and Zaire. And Jeffrey leaves behind to cherish his memory, his mother Letitia, and his father Jeffrey Sr., his grandmother Sherry, his aunts Tequila, Nikia, Tisha, Alicia, Deneen, his uncle Brandon, his brothers John, Jakari, Tradari, his nieces Aubrey and Jair, and his girlfriend Peyton, and a host of family, friends, and loved ones. Thank you for attending his last concert. Long live Lil Jeff. But the funeral wouldn't be without drama, however. Apparently, a fight would break out between some women who had been attending the service, with clips circulating online amid rumors that Jeff's girlfriend and his side chick had been involved in an altercation. Whilst Jeff had been laid to rest, the beef was far from over, and disrespect would still fly from surviving members. The apparently made a mural for Jeff, with 8-Tray Mob members recording themselves destroying it, followed by reports that 2 men from 8-Tray Mob were shot in retaliation within 3 hours. But despite Lil Jeff no longer being a threat on the streets, his music would continue bringing his murderous energy to the streets of Chicago, even after life. On the 2nd of February 2012, 20-year-old Shaquille Rush, aka Shaq, was attending a party with his friends in the 600 Set's turf. While Shaq wasn't seemingly actively involved in gangbanging, he lived in the neighborhood and was friends with many members of the 600 Set, and in a picture allegedly taken on the night of the party, he can be seen with 600 members C-Day and Inky D dropping the 051Y hand sign as a sign of disrespect to that set. Later that night, Shaq would reportedly leave the party together with a woman, and they would walk through an alley on the 5900 block of South Calumet Avenue, where Shaq would possibly stop to take a leak. At this point, one or more people would appear from behind them and open fire, hitting Shaq once on the upper back while grazing the girl on the shoulder. Police and medics would then soon arrive to the scene, and Shaq would be transported to the Northwestern Memorial Hospital, where he would unfortunately succumb to his injuries. The following day, local news would report on the murder, stating how Shaq had been killed only 3 blocks away from his home on the 6000 block of South Michigan Avenue. But interestingly, Melly was living, or at least had still recently lived, right on the 5900 block of South Calumet Avenue, where Shaq was killed. But that certainly wasn't the only thing connecting Melly to this murder, because afterwards, Melly would start a years-long campaign dissing Shaq, often taunting 600 members by mentioning how Shaq had been killed whilst he was taking a leak, and most famously in one incredibly dark clip, describing to a little girl how he's exactly the type of guy who would pull off a murder while someone was peeing.
Boy, back right now. Boy, you ain't getting it. I'm letting you know. You know how I play out here. You don't come with that money, shawty. Come up in there missing. You talking? You don't know who I am? You don't know who I am?
I know my daddy.
You scared of the dark?
No.
I'm one of them type of guys that be in the dark waiting for you when you gotta go pee at night. And I just get you, and you don't never come back to your parents again. You hear me? Then your TT ain't gonna be able to save you. Your daddy, he gonna be crying somewhere like, man, she don't got nothing to do with me, just take me.
Still, some people close to the events have denied Melly actually being behind the murder, most notably 600 veteran Tay Capone, who has openly said on his YouTube channel that Melly actually wasn't the killer. Another person often connected to this murder is an 051 member called Kiddo, who has similarly dissed Shaq on many occasions, even tweeting, "Kill Shaq, then forget about Shaq," only a few weeks after the murder, with this actually being a play on Chief Keef lyrics from his 2012 hit song 300. But whether the killer was Melly or someone else, it seems that 600 clearly considered 051 to be responsible, as they would allegedly end up avenging Shaq's death only a few months later in June, when the only 14-year-old Antonio Davis, aka Fathead, who was one of the youngest members of 051 but had been hanging out with them since he was a kid, was walking to a store with his cousin in the Englewood neighborhood. An assailant would spot Fathead from a van before approaching him on foot and shooting him numerous times while standing over him. Nobody has ever been convicted of this murder, and in online spaces it's been a topic of intense debate for years now. But the Chicago police consider the case to be exceptionally cleared and committed by several people, most notably 2 members of the 600 set, Walter Smith, aka S. and Courtney Ely, aka C-Day, as well as a member of Lil Durk's Lamron set named Marvin Riley, aka OJ, who the police claimed to have been the triggerman based on Fathead's cousin's description of the killer. Only a few days after the murder, Melly would once again begin to taunt 600 members, openly bragging how his set had killed Shaq, while claiming that 600 couldn't say they had killed anyone from his set, perhaps referring to OJ being the one who actually killed Fathead. On the other hand, Fathead's brother has seemingly put the blame directly on C-Day, who's also known by the nickname 22 Shots, writing on a tribute post to Fathead how he's 622K or 60022 killer. In any case, the murders of T Streets and Fathead launched a years-long rivalry, which wasn't just limited to tit-for-tat killings between 051 and 600, but would become part of a larger war in the South Side between 051 and their affiliates, and numerous majority Black Disciple sets affiliated with 600, like OBlock, Front Street, Lamron, and of course THF 46, who had already been at war with 051 for years at this point. 051 would allegedly avenge Fathead's death in November 2012, killing a 19-year-old named Trey Henry, aka Trix, who was affiliated with 600. This was followed in June 2013 with the murder of 19-year-old Robert Allen, known as Lil Rob, or Beto, from the Lamron set. These murders have remained officially unsolved, but 051 has heavily claimed both, with Melly too implying that his set was behind these murders. Although Melly himself isn't often directly connected to these murders in online rumors, regardless of who had done what, 05 weren't done killing, and in September 2013, they would strike again, killing 17-year-old Leonard Anderson, better known as the up-and-coming rapper LA Capone from the 600 set. This was a devastating blow for 600, as LA was considered their most promising rapper, who had become increasingly close with other rappers in the community, like Lil Durk, who at this point had already signed a major deal with Def Jam Records and was rumored to have been in the works of helping LA Capone land a major record deal for himself as well.
He kept telling me that he's supposed to be meeting T.I. flying to Atlanta with Dirk and meeting T.I. and like that. This is what he used to be telling me, like for like around time. For out meet T.I. He was flying out at this point. Like he went on a couple shows with Dirk.
LA's murder would eventually be solved, leading to the arrests and convictions of two 051 members, Michael Mays, aka 051 Rocco, or Rockhead, and Saki Hardy Johnson, aka Lil Mick, as well as a third person named Miko Buchanan. 051 Melly, on the other hand, would once again take part in the dissing, making numerous tweets in the days following LA Capone's murder, where he would make fun of him, and boasting about all the people that his set had killed to avenge Fathead's death. But interestingly, Melly would often also mention Lil Durk in his tweets, making it seem that he was actually a fan of Durk's music, despite Durk being such close friends with Melly's enemies. But whether he was serious or just trolling at this point, Melly's fixation on Lil Durk would eventually become Lil Durk's worst nightmare. In March 2014, 600 would allegedly get their revenge, as 20-year-old Mark Campbell, better known as Lil Mark from 051, would be brutally gunned down in broad daylight while standing on the bus stop at 51st Street. Only a few days before his murder, Lil Mark had dropped a diss song called No Competition, a remix of Lil Durk's song Competition, dedicated diss track aimed towards the Black Disciple sets like 600, Lil Durk's Lamron, and King Von's OBlock. This song had made Lil Mark the #1 target in the streets, and it wouldn't take long before those who Lil Mark had dissed would be claiming his murder, with particularly D Rose from 600 and King Von from OBlock starting the dissing only hours after Lil Mark's death. But this time also Lil Durk, whose song Lil Mark had remixed just before dying, would decide to take the dissing to a whole new level, actually filming himself at the very bus stop where Lil Mark had been gunned down, telling people that he was in a very famous place, along with the caption 3 THF TP, this being a member of the THF 46 set who actually made an entire song dissing Lil Mark titled Bus Stop.
Bus stop, man. Hey, this bus stop right here though. This a real famous place. You hear me? This is a real famous place, B. Hey, this bus stop is a real famous place, B. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Free my nigga team. In
online theories, this video is often considered to have perhaps been one of the biggest mistakes that Lil Durk has ever made, because while Durk was already a famous rapper, traveling all over the country, making it very hard for his ops to catch him, it seems that 051 Melly, after this video, would make it his mission to show that in the streets of Chicago, he was the one in charge, and that everyone close to Durk that still was in these streets would not be safe. Moreover, Melly had become close with Durk's old friends, as Durk and his OTF crew had a falling out with the rapper King Louie and his MUBU crew in the summer of 2013. This all came out after a fight would erupt between MUBU and OTF, together with Chief Keef's Glow Gang, while they were performing in Iowa. After this scuffle, Melly would become increasingly close with the MUBU crew's most infamous member, MUBU Krump, who DJ Academics would famously nickname the Chirac scorekeeper due to Crump's deep knowledge about the city's gang law and his propensity to partake in online drama.
And now we're talking about the Chirac scorekeeper. Now, if you don't know who that is, a lot of people have asked, who is a scorekeeper? Now, the person that's known as a scorekeeper is this individual that's known as Krump. Now, apparently, he's with the shits, he's a savage, but most notably, he's known for retelling hood stories on Twitter. And not only that, awarding victories. Now, he usually tells or keeps track of who the f is up, who's down, who's tied, who hit a buzzer beater, who hit a game-winning 3. He's keeping up with. So if you want to know who the f got choked, this is the guy to ask.
Krump had previously been very close with Durk and seemingly ready to crash out for him at any moment, but now he was one of Lil Durk's worst enemies, and with Melly's notorious trigger finger and Crump's infamous Twitter fingers working in tandem, things were about to get very dark for Lil Durk. On the 31st of May 2014, only a few months after Lil Mark's death, Durk would be out in Chicago, driving around with his cousin MacArthur Swindle, who was known as Lil Durk's new rap prodigy, OTF Nunu or Nuski. They would stop at a strip mall on the 700 block of East 87th Street, and Durk would go to visit one of the stores while Nuski stayed back and waited in the car. At around 3:20 PM, while Durk was inside the store, someone would suddenly approach the car, opening fire at Nuski, who would attempt to drive away from the situation. Unfortunately, he'd already been hit numerous times and would crash his car into a nearby storefront window before succumbing to his injuries. Someone at the scene would even capture the moment of Lil Durk seeing his deceased cousin and breaking down, which his ops would later post on social media to mercilessly troll him. Nuski's murder remains officially unsolved, but in online theories, Melly has always been one of the main suspects. Only about an hour and a half after Nuski had been killed, Melly would simply tweet a bunch of laughing emojis with no further context. This will be followed by another tweet of Melly saying that he had heard that somebody was looking for him, and yet another tweet, this time clearly referring to the shooting by posting a bunch of emojis depicting a person running and shooting. The following day, Melly would start making fun of Nuski more directly, laughing at someone commenting on the news story about the incident, and he would also make a tribute post to Fathead and Lil Mark saying how he wished he could see them again, but that he has to continue turning up for them in the streets. Krump, on the other hand, had been going back and forth with Nuski even before his death, with Krump calling Nuski a fake gangster, and not long after Nuski's death, Krump would let his infamous Twitter fingers loose, dissing Nuski for being an internet gangster who had been talking tough online, but now would face the real consequences. But Krump wasn't satisfied with just tweeting, and eventually, he would even post a video of himself at the murder scene, even saying how he was there with the very person who killed Nuski. He doesn't want to be on camera, which many have taken to be an obvious reference to 051 Melly.
Them left Nuski. They left his ass right here. You feel me? They left his ass up here on folks and them tweaking. Buying some shoes. Y'all see real niggas be up here though. Niggas play with me up here on folks in this building be on the news. I look like Nuski. Hit his ass up right here on Pat. I'm with the that did. He don't want to be on camera though. Hit his ass up right here on Pat. They f my boy up. Right here, you feel me? Historic events. Y'all know I'm gonna bring y'all around this shit. Historic events. Wish you would play with me, boy. I look like Nuski. He ran into this though. He ran into the children's place, died like a bitch on Pokes now. Goof. What do I look like, Nuski?
Lil Durk was obviously heartbroken by the loss of his cousin, but this would be only the beginning of 051 Melly's campaign to torment Lil Durk. Later that year, Durk would actually come face to face with Melly, as the two would run into each other during a meet and greet event for the rapper T.I., where Durk was together with his OTF crew, while Melly would arrive with King Louie's MUBU crew. This would lead to a major scuffle between the two crews, requiring the police to break things up.
Check it. Hey, good vote. Good shit.
Hey, the police said, come on, bro. I already know to stay back, folks.
I want to give a special apology to my motherfucking brother, Henry, from the shop, man. The shop 147. I apologize for disturbing the peace, OTF as a whole. Hearing you, my brother, and you know I got your back 100%. Talking about a nigga choking me, man. What the f going on, man? You already know we can fight head up if you want to. We can shoot it out on you goof ass MUBU, man. F you talking about Krump? Why the f was you running? F wrong with you, Louis too, man. Krump and Lou.
Afterwards, Melly would troll about the incident on Twitter, saying that Duck had panicked after seeing him and had failed to do anything to him before their crews got into it, perhaps subtly implying that Duck should have at least tried something given what Melly had done to Dooski. But unfortunately for Duck, Melly had zero intentions of keeping the beef only on the internet. And less than a year after Dooski's murder, he would allegedly strike again. In the early morning hours of the 27th of March 2015, Lil Durk's manager, OTF Chino, real name Uchina Aguina, was sitting in his car outside a fast food spot on the 8400 block of Stony Island Avenue. After having taken part in a meeting with basketball star Joakim Noah about their anti-violence campaign earlier that evening, then, just like in Dooski's murder, an unknown assailant would suddenly walk up to the car, open fire, hitting Chino multiple times. By the time an ambulance would arrive to take him to the hospital, he would end up being pronounced dead on arrival. Afterwards, MUBU Krump would do what he did best, shooting another video of him visiting the death site and trolling Lil Durk, asking the cashier at the food store if they had an order for Dooski before trolling and demanding a Chino burger.
Hey, y'all got that order for Dooski? Chino burger. Chino burger. Yeah, y'all got it. Hey, ready? Oh, thank you. Oh, Bill. What's up? Y'all with that OTF case? Oh, man. Hey, this motherfucker focus as hell, man. Y'all, this shit ain't done, man. Y'all done put this shit back on the grill, man. This shit disgusting, man. Get this shit together, man. For real, this shit bogus as hell.
Only about a week after Chino's murder, one of the founding members of the 600 set, called Lil Boo, real name Jerome Anderson, would also reportedly be gunned down by an assailant getting around in a gold-coloured car. A member of 051 called Ario, real name Arius Fitch, would be arrested as a suspect in the case later that very same day, but many have also rumoured Melly to have been involved in the case, particularly as Lil Boo's sister would later diss Melly after his death, telling him to say hi to his brother in the afterlife. Following Chino's murder, Lil Durk has been rumoured to have placed a $150,000 bounty on Melly's head, which while unproven, may not be far-fetched given the murder-for-hire charges that Lil Durk is currently locked up for. This would allegedly lead to a young member of the THF 46 set called Raheem, who was only 15 years old at the time, to try and hunt Melly down a few months later in May, actually catching him and other 051 members on the 6000 block of South Wentworth Avenue and opening fire at them, hitting Melly in the head and foot, whilst also hitting others, including Lil Boo's alleged killer Ario. All victims would be taken to hospital with serious injuries, but miraculously, nobody would die in the incident, and afterwards, pictures were posted online showing Melly with crutches and a cast on his leg, while he would also jump on Twitter and let everybody know that he wasn't shaken by the incident one bit, as Melly's brother Woo would also later tell Zach TV.
Hey, I got two brothers and they know it. Arrow, check it out. What's up, what's up? My big brother Arrow, my big brother Melly, y'all know we blood. Zach and all this shit. Shout out to Zach one time. Shout out to JCV, man. All the time. Free roll? It's your money, man. Tell you different on the camera, man. They be lying, man. We doing it. Look, catch me. What headshot one shit y'all did, boy. Hey, no, shout out. So, he really straight off that headshot, man. Y'all know it.
But unfortunately for Raheem, shooting the Chirac gravedigger but not killing him meant that he was going to be moving with a huge target on his back from that point onwards, and Melly would make it clear by swearing on Lil Mark's life that he was going to make his enemies suffer. Only a few days later, on the 24th of May, Raheem and another teen were walking in an alley near 45th Street and Cottage Grove Avenue in the Bronzeville neighborhood, when someone would ambush them and shoot both, killing Raheem while injuring his friend. Once again, Melly's friend 051 Ario, who had just last month been arrested in the relation to the murder of Lil Boo, and who had been one of the people injured in the shooting together with Melly, would be arrested for the murder. This time, the arrest would also lead to charges. Police reports would later reveal how Ario's arrest had led to an absurd moment where he would allegedly pleasure himself inside the interrogation room. During the trial, the prosecutor would argue that Ario had murdered Raheem to avenge the earlier shooting that had also injured Melly. But once again, despite persistent rumors that Melly had also participated in the shooting, and numerous times that Melly had seemingly dissed Raheem and even implied that he'd taken part in the murder, Melly himself would never be charged.
In smoke, We ain't doing shit. I don't know.
We don't know. I don't know what. We ain't smoking nobody.
I got shot 2 weeks. He expired.
I'm gonna read you a bedtime story and tuck you in.
Oh yeah.
Tell you about this when he walked down this dark alley. He ain't make it to the other end of the alley. I'm just reading the comments, bro. I'm just asking you. I said you said you finna go to sleep. I am. And I say you want me to tell you about this story about this nigga, right? He went in through the one end of the alley, but he didn't make it to the other end. It was black alley. Can I tell you the story? I've heard of it. It's a story. Why you never heard of it? Why you wasn't there? Of course. You know what I'm saying? I've heard of it.
After Raheem's murder, Melly would seemingly lay low for over a year, but in November 2016, he would allegedly strike again. On the 26th of November, a mass shooting would take place inside a party on the 8800 block of South Exchange Avenue, which would end up killing 18-year-old Daquan Barnett, also known as Bankroll Q from Melly's 051 Young Money set, a shooting that also injured 5 others. The online rumors would later claim that the shooting was done by youngsters from the so-called Motown part of Chicago, a neighborhood that's for the longest time been associated with the Black P-Stones. One of these youngsters, called Breeze, would later seemingly brag about the shooting on Twitter, but meanwhile, another one would end up losing his life less than 24 hours later. The following day after the fatal party, at around 2:03 p.m, 18-year-old Dell Von Weston, known in the streets as Lil Dell from the Folly Boys set, which is one of the many sets based in Motown, was sitting in a parked car on the 8800 block of South Marshfield Avenue in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, when a dark-colored SUV would pull up next to him and someone would open fire, hitting Dell several times in the chest. And while he was reportedly able to drive himself to the Christ Medical Center, he would ultimately be pronounced dead at 2:22 p.m. Only a few minutes after Dell was pronounced dead at the hospital, 051 Melly would hop on Twitter, simply tweeting, "I'm an army alone," followed by "right back," as if he was celebrating a successful get back. This was followed by a tweet saying, "Finna go change my clothes," that he would post together with a video showing himself sitting in a car while talking to a person, who would show a gun to the camera before seemingly saying how they had got someone or something.
No, you a little yeah. No, you a bite him. Oh yeah. We got them. That's what y'all talking about. Yeah. When?
When you gotta get you a girlfriend, you gotta be faithful, bro.
I got a girlfriend.
You gotta get like me. You gotta get like me. You got a girlfriend named
Come out of that though, G. What's wrong?
The person who Melly was talking with was a little-known face in the drill scene at the time, but he would later become known in connection to Lil Durk's murder-for-hire allegations, as this person would turn out to be none other than Stephon Mack, who would also be eventually killed in 2022, allegedly as a retaliation for the murder of Lil Durk's brother D-Thang. But later on, Melly's other friends would also often make posts on social media implying that Dell's murder was connected to the death of Bankroll Q, and that Melly had in fact had something to do with it. But besides tweets, the murder of Dell, like so many of Melly's other alleged bodies, is only based on online rumors and theories. However, in 2017, Melly would allegedly commit a murder that would almost get him caught. On the 13th of June, at approximately 10:30 p.m, residents on the 5000 block of Drexel Boulevard would report gunshots, and in the building's gangway, 22-year-old Dandre Smith was found lying dead, his body riddled with bullets. The investigators would eventually learn that Dandre, known in the streets as Lord Dre, was a friend of 051 Melly, and on the day of his death, he had been asked by Melly to participate in the robbery of a drug dealer. However, this robbery plan was allegedly just a ruse to get Dre to meet Melly, who he might have known deep down was out to get him, as Dre would allegedly text his brother to let him know that he was with Melly in case something happened to him. Melly and a woman named Tiara would then allegedly drive Dre to the building on Drexel Boulevard before Melly would shoot him in the gangway. But why would Melly kill somebody who had supposedly been his friend? Perhaps they'd had a falling out recently, or perhaps for a much darker reason. Because if the investigators are to be believed, the reason had a much more sinister explanation, as Melly had allegedly learned that there was a $12,000 bounty that had been placed on Dre's head, which was money that Melly needed to bond out his brother Woo, who had been arrested 2 days earlier on weapons charges. In fact, Melly and his brother Woo would even allegedly have poorly disguised coded conversations about the murder plot on recorded phone calls while Woo was still in jail, while a witness would tell the investigators that Melly had tried to claim to her that it was THF 46 who were trying to kill him and Dre, and that both Melly and Dre had money on their heads, and that it was only a matter of time before one of them would kill the other to claim the bounty. However, at the time, the police simply didn't have enough evidence to hold Melly on these charges, and while they didn't know it at the time, before they could ever capture him for good, it would already be too late, both for Melly and his next victims. At the end of 2017, Melly's good friend MUBU Krump would be released from federal prison after he'd been locked up for about 2 years, and he would get back onto the streets and online and do what he does best: troll, even dropping a song dissing Durk and his crew titled OTFK, where he would diss numerous gangs and sets like THF 46 and Lamron, as well as dead people like Nuski and Chino. Krump would keep disrespecting his ops, perhaps thinking they had all gone Hollywood together with Lil Durk, but unfortunately for Krump, there were plenty of his enemies still left who were willing to show him that he wasn't the only tough guy in the city, and that even having a top shooter like Melly around couldn't save him. In the early morning hours of May 25th, 2018, Krump and Melly were attending a party on the 6800 block of South Morgan Street, only a few blocks away from Lil Durk's Lamron set's hood. While Krump, whose real name is Ronald Krump, was standing outside the party with another man, a car would drive by and someone inside would open fire, striking both. Krump would pass away from his injuries, but the other man would end up surviving after a surgery. Now, there's been many rumors about that second victim, with many claiming that this person had in fact been Melly himself and that he had actually been the main target. But while Melly seemingly was in the party, he would deny having been the second victim while on an Instagram live with Durk's good friend and OTF affiliate Bayzoo from THF 46.
If I was there, it wouldn't go on. If I was there, it wouldn't go on. You could say one person, and I wasn't there. I was in a bus.
Lying, bro. You know I know you lying.
What situation? You say one person out there?
No, bro, we getting recorded, bro. You know that. I'm not gonna say no name. You know what's going on.
I just told you I was that one person. And what was I doing when going on? I was fucking running to gunfire.
Yeah.
I ain't no stupid.
Super safe, bro.
You heard the thing to you. I'm real smart. You even told me I'm not no idiot.
The police report on the shooting would also note how the second victim had no gang affiliations or previous arrests, and the victim's age would also be reported as 28, while Melly was only 26 at the time. But whether Melly himself had been shot or not, he was looking to avenge his good friend's death. And while nobody would be arrested for the murder, if dissing was anything to go by, Melly would certainly have no problem deciphering who had been behind the hit, as people connected to Lil Durk's OTF crew were quick to start rejoicing over Krump's death, with everybody from Lil Durk to Bayzoo and even King Von, who had only recently returned home after beating his own murder charges, would participate in the dissing. Bayzoo would seemingly even later imply that the police had come looking for him after Krump's murder.
Hey, look, the Krump woofing at me on the internet. Somebody smoking, they come get me. You finna do the same.
However, one of the main suspects that the online sleuths have attached to Krump's murder is actually Lil Durk's childhood friend, Lil Steve, from his own Lamron set, who actually many consider may have been the actual triggerman. Durk's fans have even considered these lyrics from his popular No Auto Durk song from September 2018 to be an admission that Steve was actually behind Krump's murder, with Durk rapping that the ops can't have a party on their block if Steve is out there. But before Melly would get his revenge on Durk, he would allegedly finish another job that he had started a long time ago. On the 19th of August, only a few months after Krump's murder, 19-year-old Tyrone Marshall was hanging out with a friend on the 4000 block of the South Calumet Avenue in the Bronzeville neighborhood. Tyrone, known in the streets as TY, was also known as an aspiring rapper, but Melly would have a more personal connection with him, as TY had been a friend of Lil Dell, whom Melly had allegedly killed as revenge for the murder of his friend Bankroll Q. Moreover, TY had allegedly been present during Bankroll's murder. At around 3:27 p.m, while TY was leaning on a car and talking to his friend, another car would pull up and someone from the inside would fire shots, hitting TY in the head, and he would later be pronounced dead at the hospital. Interestingly, this time, a witness would actually recognize Melly as the shooter, but once again, the police would be too slow to act, and before they were able to gather enough evidence to catch Melly, it would already be too late. Even with the most conservative estimates, Melly had now gotten away with several murders, but he wasn't done with his revenge campaign before he would get back for the murder of Krump, and only about 2 months after TY's murder, he would get his opportunity. On the 8th of October, Lil Durk's big brother and manager D-Thang was out in their hometown with some childhood friends, including Durk's cousin Baby D, real name Darnell Banks. In the early morning hours, they were driving in the Pullman neighborhood on the far south side. They would reportedly be at a parking lot of the McDonald's when somebody would open fire at them, even hitting one of the windows of the restaurant. They would pull off with their car, but would eventually come to a stop on the 11200 block of South Cottage Grove Avenue, where police would find 3 of the men suffering from serious gunshot wounds. D-Thang was one of the people shot, but he would end up surviving, but unfortunately Baby D wouldn't be as lucky. He was rushed to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he would tragically pass away hours later. Baby D's murder would be yet another unsolved murder, but online theories have connected Melly to the incident based on 2 main pieces of circumstantial evidence. First, a photo would circulate online of one of Baby D's cousins wearing a Long Live Baby D shirt with an F Melly print boldly placed on the front, together with a picture of Melly. This showing that people close to Baby D indeed certainly seemed to consider Melly to be responsible. Moreover, after Melly was killed, D-Thang would reportedly share an Instagram story that seemed to celebrate Melly's death, while implying that anyone who had ever done anything to him had died. He would also tweet after Melly's death how any op who had ever shot at him wasn't here anymore to tell the story. Baby D is often considered to have been Melly's final victim, and unfortunately for Melly, before his life would come to an end, he would have to experience yet another major loss on his side of the war. On the 3rd of January 2019, Melly's good friend Mota, real name Wilbert Morris, was driving with a friend called Side, real name Marcus Clark, on the 5000 block of South Indiana Avenue in the Bronzeville neighborhood, when someone would open fire at them shortly before 1 p.m., hitting one of them in the chest while the other one in the face, killing both at the scene. Mota and Side were from Jaro City, a set who were at the time very close with 051 Melly's 051 Young Money set, the two even sometimes going by the connected name YM Jaro. And personally, Mota was one of Melly's closest friends, his death clearly being one of the toughest losses that Melly had faced in the streets, with Melly swearing that one day he would make those people responsible cry like he had. And once again, if dissing was anything to go by, the usual suspects close to Lil Durk's OTF would begin taking shots at Mota and Side. This time, OTF's younger generation would take the charge, like the rapper MUBU, who would preview a song on his Instagram where he would diss FBG Duck, whose murder he would eventually be convicted of being part of, as well as dissing both Mota and Side with a slick double entendre.
Do from 63rd, couldn't get back up, knock a hold out the sky when we spin rap up.
No doubt, given enough time, Melly would have claimed yet another victim to avenge the murder of Mota, but given the amount of havoc and destruction that he had caused, even Melly himself likely knew that his days were numbered. Or perhaps he didn't, because during his Instagram live with Bayzoo, Melly would proudly claim that he was never going to move out of Chicago, and that he was going to live until he was 100, with even Bayzoo giving him credit for knowing how to move in his hometown.
I'm gonna move to Mexico, man. Start a new life, bro. I'm scared.
Oh, no, I ain't never moving out of Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
I love it here.
Make it here.
You said make it here.
Sure.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it to 100 years.
Sure.
I'm gonna be one of the last ones standing.
Yeah, you know how to move. Duck that taco.
Nah, I ain't ducking my taco. Just say you said it right the first time. I know how to move. I ain't ducking my taco.
You know how to move. I'm gonna give that to you.
Perhaps Melly could have ducked his main enemies like the OTF until he was an old man, but the problem was that Melly had made so many enemies that even he probably couldn't keep count of them all. And so on his last day, Melly would be right where he was comfortable at, attending a party in the hood of Jaro City, only a few blocks away from his main enemies like 600 and OBlock. As mentioned, Melly was close with Jaro City, but unfortunately, he had also made some enemies amongst the set, because according to later police reports, a witness would reveal that Melly had shot up the house of a Jaro City member called Lil Daryl, real name Daryl Rhyme, which was possibly a retaliation for the fact that Daryl might have been telling on Melly in the murder investigation of Lord Dre. These events would lead to a fateful moment in the party, where Melly would allegedly run into one of Daryl's friends, called 007 Nate, just as one of the partygoers was filming a video, capturing the chilling last moments of Melly's life on camera.
Man, I just killed y'all.
The police would later check the security cameras of the building, seeing that 007 Nate, real name Nathaniel Hicks, had arrived at the party around 12:30 AM, and at one point he'd even posed at one of the security cameras with his gun, before then allegedly shooting Melly at around 2:45 AM and then running out of the building. Nate would then be identified as the shooter by multiple witnesses, and he was eventually even caught a few days later with the murder weapon still on him. But despite all of this evidence, the state attorney's office would ultimately refuse to prosecute Nate due to the witnesses' refusal to cooperate. In the end, just like Melly had seemingly escaped justice so many times due to the no snitching code that rules the streets, ultimately this code would also make sure that Melly's family wouldn't be receiving any closure after his death. And no doubt, considering how much the Chicago police knew that Melly was terrorizing the streets and taking people out, perhaps there was some sick satisfaction for the cops in just not making an effort to get justice for one of the city's most demonic killers. Ultimately, 051 Melly left one of the most shocking legacies in the streets of Chicago, a certified gang assassin bordering on serial killer with at least 8 rumored murders attributed to him online, and perhaps even more that the internet doesn't even know about. Melly didn't rap a single lyric, but he became famous off the back of his reputation that echoed through the lyrics of more focused and famous Chicago drillers who survived and made music. His dark legacy lives through these songs, the IG posts, Reddit posts and comments, and YouTube documentaries, painting him as the so-called gravedigger of Chirac. But at the end of the day, Melly's story is truly one of a tragic waste of life. What did he really achieve? There's nothing cool or fun about terrorizing your community and taking the lives of promising young people who could have all been doing something better with their time. Melly was clearly terrorizing Lil Durk and the OTF and the THF crews, and while it was other people who ultimately had the last laugh, there's no winners here. There's nothing cool about being the biggest demon or the biggest killer from your neighborhood. And despite his fearsome reputation as an untouchable killer who everyone was scared of and supposedly knew how to move, Melly winded up getting touched too, getting caught lacking and losing his life in an incredibly unremarkable way that was far from heroic. So, if there's a lesson from this story, it's that there really are no winners in the streets, no trophies for being the top killer, just a shortcut to an early grave and a very big list of sins to answer for when you do reach whatever comes after life. So I hope you learned something from this story and can go and do something positive today. Thanks for watching. Late evening of June the 30th, 2022, police responded to a call of shots fired at the 4624 South Ellis Avenue within THF 46's territory. Upon arriving, they found 051 Young Money member, who also happens to share the nickname Lil Law, dead on the sidewalk. Lil Law, real name Lawrence Longstreet, had a fatal gunshot wound to his chest, while a second victim, a woman, had been injured in the shooting but ended up surviving. Witnesses told officers the suspect ran into an alley and drove away in a grey SUV, and reports noted that a firearm was found in 051 Lil Law's possession. When the news hit the net, many people had questions about what exactly an 051 member was doing in the heart of THF's territory, with one rumour being that he was visiting family, while another, perhaps a more likely theory, was that 051 Lil Law was actually sliding on THF. It would be a woman with alleged inside knowledge that would give some answers, alleging that 051 Camion, 051 BA and 051 Driller had been with him during a shooting but left him behind.
I'm laced because BA, Driller, and Kimion, they left Lil Law, and they keep trying to make it seem like, you know, that's not the case, right? Right?
Following the death of 051 Lil Law, THF members would immediately start dissing. THF Space would troll 051 by announcing a candlelight for Lil Law and telling people to DM him for the location. Another THF member reposted the news with the caption, "Don't come on the 6 doing dumb stuff." And even someone from Lamron would post about 051 Lil Law going down bad. A month after 051 Lil Law lost his life, THF G Baby released the track Fresh Out the Box, where he would rap how the last person that tried sliding through his hood lost his life, while THF Rome seemingly confirmed who that person was by posting a picture of 051 Lil Law with the caption, "Last Dude." THF's Lil Law, on the other hand, also rapped about his 051 counterpart's death in a freestyle, mentioning someone coming to THF 46's hood and getting spanked with a Gucci belt. Some Redditors would point out how much of the dissing towards 051's recent fallen member came from THF Lil Law and THF Chino, therefore pointing fingers towards them being responsible. This included a 2024 Instagram Live where 051 Camion, one of the alleged people that was sliding with 051 Lil Law the night he was killed, joined THF Chino's Instagram Live. During the live, Chino immediately began talking about how some people are good shooters on the basketball court, but in THF's hood, they haven't scored yet, a likely reference to 051's recent failed attempt at sliding on THF's territory.
I heard nice in the gym, but out here ain't score a bucket. I heard nice in the gym, but out here ain't score a bucket. You talking about?
Then in 2024, on his song I'm a Handler, which would become THF Lil Law's biggest hit by far, he would directly rap about 051 Lil Law's death, rapping how he was the only Lil Law left because the other one got handled. He also seemingly confirmed the rumor that 051 Lil Law was sliding before adding that he can't slide no more. Interestingly, THF Lil Law would even call out Reddit for putting the body on him, a reference to the fact that commenters on Reddit had long theorized that THF Lil Law and THF Chino were responsible, with this lyric having members of the Chiracology subreddit questioning if they should slide on THF after being dissed. But moreover, the lyrics were perhaps even indicating that he had actually been taken into questioning about 051 Lil Law's murder, claiming that detectives had told him that they heard that he did the murder on Reddit. But the craziest part about I'm a Handler was undoubtedly the music video, which came with an absolutely crazy intro showing that the ops had allegedly shot up the music video shoot during what sounded like an actual war zone, as switch after switch was seemingly let off on both sides as the cameras kept rolling. But despite him going after the Reddit detectives, THF Lil Law kept playing with the rumors and would continue trolling, like liking a post made about 051 Lil Law on Instagram in 2025. With the death of 051 Lil Law, many expected the get back to be swift and immediate from 051 Young Money's end, but instead soon after, they would end up suffering another devastating blow. In September 2022, just 1 month after the death of 051 Lil Law, 28-year-old Kareem Nelson, better known as 051 Remy, a respected OG of 051, was shot and killed in the backyard of a residence on the 6700 block of South Eberhart on Chicago's south side. Initially believed to be another casualty of war in 051 and THF's never-ending cycle of violence, the killing was ultimately linked to two suspects called Lil Wop and 75 Trigger. Lil Wop was from OTV, a ruthless Mickey Cobra set based in the Dearborn Homes projects on 29th and State, who actually share that project complex with their main ops, 757. OTV had allegedly killed 4 people in the span of 2 months in retaliation to losing one of their members a while back, and maintained a deep-seated hatred for 051 Young Money despite being located outside their immediate territory.
Shout out Snake, shout out 800, shout out Snake Numb on the pill. The 5 finna pop out. Y'all finna. I ain't even gonna say their name, but they got the belt.
Playing like the Cobras, man. All Cobras welcome.
We with all the snakes except for Young Money. Die wide.
OTV was closely allied with THF 44 and THF 46.
It's all love.
Okay, same with like THF 44 now?
Oh yeah, now that's better than what I've been like. We always over there on that.
The other alleged shooter, 75 Trigger, represented Rawtown, another Mickey Cobra faction from 75th and Chapel, and has recently been gaining a bit of notoriety on social media for his wild stunts, from doing trick shots with perks.
Another tape.
Post-credit scene.
To smoking on innocent people killed in shootings, and even having a story collection on his Instagram simply titled Dead Ops, which features him broadcasting his dead ops on his living room TV. 75 Trigger also represents the Mickey Cobra snakes to the fullest, rocking green hair and a green face tattoo, and even sliding through the Chicago streets, toting guns with green switches, with one Redditor joking that he probably moves around making hissing noises like a snake too. But while 75 Trigger may be an alleged killer, he's also a vegetarian, which he tried not so eloquently to explain to DJU.
I'ma give you the shortened version. So basically, we eating more animals than the animals and making more animals. So they making the new meat that y'all eating, that y'all eating. They making the new meat that y'all eating us. And they said they trying to save animals so we don't run out of animals in the world. And that was enough for me.
Anyway, following the murder of 051 Remy, OTV members engaged in a startling campaign of social media bragging, with one member posting a caption saying Remy got killed and 051 ain't do anything, while another member would rap on Instagram Live how Remy got dealt with trying to take out the trash.
Hey, she just sucked me. She ain't got no with me a goofy, got his dealt, try to take out trash.
An incriminating thing to know, considering him getting killed while taking out the trash may not have been public knowledge. OTV member JD would also find a creative way to claim OTV's alleged bodies by using emojis, with one post including an emoji of a man taking out the trash, clear reference to the death of 051 Remy. Then in May 2023, during an unrecorded Instagram live session that was widely discussed on both Chiracology and Chirac Hits pages on Reddit, 75 Trigger allegedly admitted to killing 051 Remy directly. OTV continued to claim responsibility through their music as well, with member 2 Prince releasing a song titled No Hook, where he rapped how, since Remy just got killed, people can't say OTV isn't sliding. Members from THF like Cheno also joined in on the dissing, mocking 051 Remy, likening him to a bottle of Remy Martin cognac, and saying that his bottle broke.
Get that Remy. Oh, bitch, Remy bottle broke.
But following the murder of 051 Remy, THF's toughest months were just ahead of them. In April 2023, THF lost a member called Fatboy in a shooting, which took place inside a home, which was followed by another member named JJ losing his life in August, and a rising THF rapper named T Shooter later that month. Then in September 2024, it was once again 051's turn, when a man was fatally shot and a woman critically wounded on the 7400 block of South Kimbark Avenue.
Police say gunfire started just before 9 this morning at 74th and Kimbark in Grand Crossing. A man and a woman were in a car when a white sedan pulled up. Police say 3 people got out and started shooting. The man died and the woman was taken to a hospital. No arrests have been made.
The man would later be identified as 051 Mills, a long-time respected member of 051, while the woman that was critically injured in the professional style hit was his sister. 05 Mills at the time was considered by many to be 051's biggest loss in a long time, with pictures of 051 Mills together with 051 members like Melly and Fathead dating all the way back to the 2010s, while Mills had even featured on Lil Mark's 2013 drill classic No Lackin'. It wouldn't be long until members of THF responded via social media. A subliminal post from THF Sosa around the same time that Mills died would include a kissing emoji, seemingly taking place before authorities had even publicly identified the victim. Another story from another member simply included the caption "Good morning" with the laughing emoji, while other members would comment RIP to a fallen THF 44 member, Nuck, who just happened to have died on the same day in 2015, with THF Chino posting that Mills getting hit on Nuck Day is crazy. The reason behind the shooting, according to one comment on a Truth Teller video reporting on Mills' death, was that 051 Mills had been shot in retaliation for shooting up THF Lil Law's I'm a Handler music video. A comment that may have seemed far-fetched at the time, but less than a year later, confirmation would seemingly come from THF Lil Law's begrudged baby mother, who in July 2025 began a mad tirade using THF Lil Law's Instagram account to post a series of highly incriminating Instagram stories, with one story caption reading, "I can't wait till the police catch you for them murders, bitch," which was followed shortly by another where the caption read, "What happened to 051 Mills?" Now it's possible THF Law had been doing some young thug pillow talking, because these are some wild accusations for the mother of your child to make, but she wasn't done. Not only did she she want THF Lil Law locked up, she seemingly wanted him dead, as her next diabolical post would give his home address and read that's where he's living at. Now, whether or not she was being completely honest, this definitely wasn't a good look. Her revelations exposed potentially damaging information about THF's activities, making it easy for anyone interested to connect the dots. The loss of an outstanding member such as 051 Mills guaranteed retaliation, and members from 051 and affiliated Geo Drive set all paid their respects while promising get back. But one of the first to indicate that they were actually sliding would be 757, who were willing to put their recent tensions with their old allies 051 behind them to get back for 051 Mills. Just months later, on Christmas Eve, the brutal aftermath of that get back would be captured by a bystander as another THF member would be taken out.
Oh my God. He just got shot in the head. Oh my God, he got shot in the head.
This time, it was THF Finesse, who would be sitting in the car with his younger brother THF Space, when someone walked up to the vehicle and shot Finesse in the head at point blank range, leaving THF Finesse in a coma. There would be numerous posts confirming that this was allegedly 757's work, and just days later, 757 would confirm that THF was getting the belt.
Hey, you hear me, please? Hey, they getting the belt.
All type of left alligator.
Let the belt with the. Hey, you hear me? Hey, you hear me, gang? This the belt you used to get off 47 with your name on it.
This got dinosaur
skin. Got robbed.
Got dinosaur skin on it.
Then, on February 13th, 2025, a back and forth between THF Space and 757 Lil K would get very disrespectful. 757 rapper Lil K would have a back and forth on IG Live with THF Space in the comments, during which Lil K called his brother a vegetable.
What you talking about? Your brother finna be a vegetable for the rest of his life. What you talking about? Head tap turn into a veggie. head tap turn into a veggie. Y'all ain't noticed y'all ain't been seeing other space. Yeah, head tap turn into a.
He would even allege that he knows who did that to THF Space's brother and asked why THF hasn't gotten back yet.
I know. Who did that to your brother? Talking about why y'all ain't get back. Y'all ain't get back, and that happened what? Like a day before Christmas or something. It's February. You talking about?
The conversation would even get to the point where THF Space would call Lil K the police. Then in April, we would get an update from THF Space himself about his brother's condition, as he would let people know that his brother had just come home from the hospital.
Now you want me to die? Is my brother good? Hell yeah, he just came home. You know that?
This was just another tragic incident in a long-running feud that had plagued these two gangs for more than a decade. But while the war between 051 and THF would now continue strong, only this time seemingly led by a member of THF 44, another major war would be brewing in the background, which would eventually lead to one of the most brutal gang assassinations ever seen in the history of drill. Terrace Pearson, aka THF 2 Pistols, TP for short, is one of the original members of the Trigger Happy family.
Like, on Cottage Grove, it was some two project buildings that was right there. Like that's why I was born at. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't come from nowhere else than come on 47th Street. Like I was always right there. That's how that first shit started with me. Yeah. As a shorty here, yeah.
In the beginning, they were doing regular bad things like skipping school, smoking, fighting, and shooting paintball guns.
Doing regular bad, throwing rocks, and hitting with paintball guns like that. As a kid, just fighting. You know how that go. Going to school. Smoking weed, regular little kids.
However, it wouldn't be long until they traded their paintballs for real bullets. According to TP, he started rapping in 2009.
I started rapping like maybe 09 or something, like just with it.
In the mid-2010s, as Chicago's drill wave begun to reach its peak, he stamped his name in drill history when he released Bus Stop, a scathing diss track that referenced two of the most infamous murders in Chicago drill history that took place at bus stops. This would be referring to 051 Young Money's Lil Mark and Shondell Gregory, aka Tooka, one of the most famously disrespected names in Chicago history. While the Bus Stop track would cement TP in Chicago drill history, his life in the streets would catch up with him, and prison heavily slowed down his career.
Like, I've been doing this before, I've been doing this for a minute. It's just jail kind of like twisting my ride up a little bit. See what I'm saying?
Jail twisted you?
Yeah, for sure. But
By late 2023, he was consistently dropping new songs and letting fans know he was about to begin his next chapter. Then in February 2024, a short video called Making History that, given upcoming events, sounded almost like a memorial to his life and an eerie prediction of what was about to happen.
Punching in, now I can really overlap and say what I really want to say instead of running out of breath or...
With people in the comments stating that the eerie music in the background had them feeling like THF TP knew his death was coming. On February the 7th, 2024, Terrence Pearson, aka THF TP, had taken his daughter to the TNT restaurant to interview its owner for her black-owned business school project, about 20 minutes away from his block on 46th. As TP, his daughter, his girlfriend, and another young relative exited the restaurant on 5405 West Madison Avenue around 6:40 p.m., surveillance video captured the moments leading up to his death. A white Nissan pulled up alongside them, and 2 gunmen jumped out and fired at TP at least 25 times, hitting him multiple times right in front of his daughter. The assailants got back into the Nissan, made a U-turn and sped off down Madison, leaving TP collapsed in the street with his daughter's blood-stained school project beside him. He was later pronounced dead at the Loyola University Medical Center. This was a huge loss for the gang, considered by some to be a drill pioneer for THF. Soon after, the news of THF TP's passing reached the people close to him, and members from THF would post their heartfelt messages in honor of their friend. Amongst the mournful included others that vowed to get revenge. THF Bayzoo posted a photo of him and THF TP, captioned that he should be pushing peace, but the streets wouldn't let him. THF Lil Law captioned his photo of THF TP with the promise that so many of their ops were about to be on their way to meet him in the afterlife. Meanwhile, as detectives were trying and failing to piece together the tragic Westside murder and to find who was responsible, rumors online would immediately point fingers towards the longtime THF enemies 051 Young Money, because just as posts paying respects to TP started appearing on social media, several 051 Young Money members got online to shout out one of their fallen members, 051 Lil Law, who, as previously discussed, had been suspiciously gunned down in 2022 while walking with a girl in the late evening through THF 46's hood. 051 Driller would chime in, seemingly warning all of THF from crashing out as a result of TP's exceptionally brutal murder. But perhaps most revealing was 051 Kiddo's Instagram story post, a photo of Lil Mark, the same 051 member mocked in TP's hit song Bus Stop. Strangely, Kiddo would happen to get arrested on a gun charge soon after TP was killed, with many on Reddit suspecting that he had actually been picked up for the murder of TP. Kiddo was eventually released and never charged officially with any murder, and one of his first stops after his release was No Jumper, where Remo would ask him how he felt about TP being killed in front of his daughter, to which he would give Remo a blank stare and say, "I don't know," while also denying he'd ever seen the video, his silence perhaps speaking louder than words.
Might have that kid or baby mama with them, might give them a pass, or how often is it where like don't even care about shit like that in Chicago anymore?
Oh no. Oh no, see.
Yeah.
Because that video that he's talking about is, you know, it's pretty horrendous. It's tough to watch.
Yeah, I ain't never seen the video.
I feel like anybody who's seen it probably made a pretty big impact on them because it's hard to watch.
Gee.
Ironically, the top comment on the video would hilariously point out that this is one of those clips that you might see played in a Trap Law Ross documentary, with the responding comment saying that Kiddo hadn't seen the brutal TP killing video because he might have been there. But while Kiddo stayed silent in the interview, he didn't in the booth, dropping a snippet in March 2025 with a line saying, "I got TP in my wood." And by June, Kiddo and Driller had a record together called Last Op, where Driller rapped how TP had made the Bus Stop song and now he's over with. 051 was clearly looking at the death of TP as a huge win, and they were certainly ready to capitalize on the rumors that they were behind the murder to fuel their rap careers. But meanwhile, there had been another scenario happening behind the scenes that, if looked at closely, could provide an alternative answer as to who was really responsible for the murder of TP. THF's notorious reputation in the streets wasn't just limited to shootings and murders. As early as 2012, they had also developed a reputation for robbing people, with one member, THF Trouble, aka Gino, having numerous tweets related to him and the gang robbing their ops, even including a specifically passionate tweet that said, "I love robbing, I was born a snake." And of course, there's also the much more recent example of THF allegedly robbing Memo 600 of his jewelry. But one of Trouble's old tweets from 2012 would become a grim foreshadowing of events that would occur more than a decade later. A Trouble responded to a THF Rome tweet about going to war with the West Side by saying, "We already robbed a lot of them." Over a decade later, on January the 9th, 2023, Chicago rapper Lil Ksoo Sama would post a reel on his Instagram previewing his song Glah Glah Part 2, while his caption would send a message, "Nobody took anything from me and these dudes aren't my homies." Seemingly general post until that same morning when Zay got on his Instagram story and told the real tale. In a lengthy post, he claimed that his watch had been stolen straight out of his hotel room while he slept. While he confronted the suspects about it, they put it on their dead homies that they didn't steal from him. But Zay wasn't buying it, and he sent them a menacing warning saying that nobody is going to stop him from putting the belt on them. He even tagged 2 of the people he accused of thievery, these guys being known as Cheno and La Fadada, both members of THF. Cheno would respond right away with a post to his story calling Lil Zay dumb, indirectly dismissing the accusation. Then came another post saying that if he did take the watches, then he would be on Instagram flashing them, but also adding that if Zay wants to do something about it, then so be it, which sounded perhaps a little too defensive for someone claiming innocence. La Fadada, the other culprit, played it much cooler and just responded with a subliminal post to his page with a caption saying, "Believe nothing you hear and some of what you see." And then in 2025, during a No Jumper interview, Zay finally explained how the theft went down, saying that he had taken his watches off to sleep, thinking that he was around friends, but these supposed friends would end up taking the watches while he was unconscious.
I took my watches off, both of them, and put them on the front room table. You feel me? I'll wake up the next morning, bro, like 7 in the morning, bro. Gone, you hear me? Now, I'm thinking back on last night. They came in the room and waked me up. Cause we was buying something from them too. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So bro, I get them the money for while I'm kinda like sleep, you know what I'm saying? I get them the money and I fall back to sleep. They merchant on every dead homie in the book that they didn't take it, they didn't got it, they don't know what I'm talking about. I need to check my homies.
While THF certainly had some history of snaking people, even those who were supposed to be close to them, the case of Zay Osama was still different, as his set 6300, aka BSC from the southwest of Chicago, was a block that had no history or issues with THF. And on top of that, Zay was tied to OTF, Lil Durk's label, which had strong connections with THF. That made the situation much trickier, because Zay is a well-respected figure in Chicago, and as he said, nobody was going to stop him from what he was going to do, not even Lil Durk. On September the 6th, 2023, Zay Osama would drop a song called That Time Again, where he made his intentions clear to his own hood, basically implying if they find the THF members in the county jail, they should stomp them for stealing his watches. And even when it seemed like Zay's plans had hit a wall, when he was hit with an indictment all the way in New York for allegedly leaving a gun with a switch in an Uber, just 2 weeks later, the city of Chicago was rocked to its core when THF TP was executed right in front of his daughter. The fingers were pointed at 051 as they were the obvious suspects given the history, but THF had other suspects in mind. 1 month later, on March the 12th, 2024, a car on the 6800 block of South State Street was ambushed in broad daylight and 2 men were gunned down.
We do have breaking news to tell you about. Police are investigating a double homicide on the south side. That's the scene this afternoon in the 6800 block of South State Street. It's near the Dan Ryan. Police say 2 unknown suspects fired at the victims from a car. The victim's car then crashed into a wall. 2 men aged 30 and 22 died at the University of Chicago hospitals. Police say the shooters drove off in a silver vehicle and are not in custody.
One of the men killed happened to be Man from the Bassville set, better known as BVC, who has deep ties with 6300, the very set claimed by Lil Zay Osama. When news broke of Man's death, a chilling photo of him laying lifeless in the driver's seat of his car began to circulate, and THF reposted the picture, ruthlessly mocking him, which would be a confusing post to many, as THF and BVC had no known beef at this point. In August, THF Lil Law was still sending shots, dropping his song McNugget, which included a cryptic line that suggested that they had already gotten back for TP, as he mentioned how somebody had already got killed but he can't talk about it. The next month, Chicago videographer TD with the Shot posted a video where he captured THF G-Baby rapping in the studio. In the clip, he rapped how a rapper had gotten his stuff stolen because he thought people were his friends, a seemingly innocent line, but the reaction told a different story. Bashville member BVC Von reposted the clip in anger, accusing G-Baby of lying in his raps, writing that nothing was took, it was stolen, and that now there's blood everywhere, a sign that Lil Zay's missing watches might have gone from a petty situation to a deadly one. By February 2025, Lil Zay Osama was finally released from prison, but his 14-month sentence wasn't nearly enough time to make him forget about his watches. And on June the 13th, 2025, he released a snippet for his song One As I Love, where he would say, Man, he from the one, he got that get back for that watch. Blatant admission, seemingly tying his ally, who had recently been killed, as a possible get back to the murder of TP. And just in case you weren't satisfied with that amount of self-snitching, the next day, Lil Zay's brother Big Folks reposted the clip, quoted the line, and added 2 words at the end, FTP. In August, while Zay was on a promo run, he would pull up to do the No Jumper interview where he would address a number of things, but particularly chilling would be his thoughts on using a member of a group to hurt the rest, perhaps hinting that if they couldn't get the actual thieves, they got TP instead as collateral damage.
If smoke you, we know they gonna hurt too. So guess what? We don't give we smoking you. You get what I'm saying?
It was like a viral video of THF TP. He was walking with his kids, and that went, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, funny as hell, bro. You fried, bro. Leave there, yo. Crazy looking that ain't got no structure, no guidance, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Out here do anything when you with whoever. then they kill your kid, folks. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be mindful of that when you out here doing it, because ain't no sympathy, ain't no span, nothing, ain't no none of that.
The day after the interview, THF member Rome went on Instagram to taunt Lil Zay, now showing off the very watches that Zay said had gotten stolen from him, while saying that the watches were still in Chicago, and that if Zay wants them, he has to come back from Cali to get them. Then THF Chino, the alleged watch thief himself, after years of denying he'd taken anything, posted a video of the watches, showing that he had indeed possibly taken these watches while Zay slept. Zay would respond with a whole array of expensive watches, 6 figures worth, including a Richard Mille, a Patek Philippe, and Rolex Day Anniversary, together with laughing emojis. And then, to wrap up the self-snitching Olympics, Lil Zay would go on live from a poolside and spell it out for the whole world, ominously saying that 2 of his watches got stolen, and in return, 5 lives were taken, and they were going for 5 more.
I stole, about 5 lives got took. Now run and tell that. We trying to go for 10.
Unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, Tay may not be wrong about the number of casualties that a beef like this can produce in the long run, and while he may have moved to California, putting distance between himself and the streets of Chicago, many of those close to him likely don't have that same luxury. In September 2025, there would be yet another big-time shooting in Chicago, as 6300 affiliate and close friend of Lil Zay Osama, DMG Scoom, was shot dead, eerily just 24 hours after posting an Instagram story renouncing his gang life. Afterwards, THF Rome would make another ominous post on social media saying how Zay was sacrificing his friends while hiding in California. Unfortunately, in the streets, pride and ego rarely allow peace. Lives have already been lost on both sides, and even though Zay may feel like he proved his point, the scoreboard mentality is hard to overcome long term. Tilla, also known as Richway Tilla, is a rapper from the Richway set, aka BBMG, who's been putting out music for close to a decade. He may not have gained mainstream recognition for his music, but his rising profile was enough to draw unwanted attention on the west side, particularly as he would release songs where he and his friends would directly taunt their ops, including BTBG. Tilla would also pull off stunts like sharing a video of his friend Bino urinating on the grave of one of their ops, making him a major target for the rivals of the Richway set.
Oh, bro, yo. Yo.
On the 18th of April 2021, at around 4:15 PM, Tilla was at a McDonald's drive-thru on the 3200 block of Roosevelt, together with his 7-year-old daughter, Jaslyn Adams, also known as Pinky. As they sat waiting in the drive-thru lane, a silver Audi would pull up, and 2 people got out of the car, opening fire on them. The shooters would let off almost 50 shots, hitting both Tilla and his daughter, and as Tilla attempted to drive away, his car would crash into the McDonald's intercom system. The shooters then hopped back into their car and sped off before the police would arrive at the scene to find that Jaslyn had been hit the most severely, with them rushing her to hospital in a squad car, but despite their efforts, nothing could be done, and she was pronounced dead shortly after, while Tilla, real name Jonte Adams, would end up surviving the hit.
At least 30 shell casings surrounded the vehicle. The tinted windows on the side were shot out. Bullet holes in the frame and back window as well. Investigators say Jaslyn was hit multiple times around 4:15 Sunday afternoon. Family says her father, Jonte Adams, was also hit. Chicago police saying the 29-year-old man was shot in the upper body. He should survive. Jaslyn's grandmother tells CBS2 Jonte called her as soon as the shooting happened, saying, quote, "They shot my baby."
This case would receive major attention in the city due to the exceptionally young age of the victim, and it didn't take long for the media to come to the conclusion that this had likely been an ambush where Tilla had been the intended target.
It's my baby I just lost. I got shot once, my baby got shot 6 times. 6 times. My baby got shot 6 times. They still ain't tell me what she got shot at.
And it would even turn out that Tilla was seemingly aware that his ops knew how to find him, as he had recently done a PPP loan which had made his address public. It also didn't take long for the police to start catching up to the killers, and already about a week later, they would arrest their first suspect, 18-year-old Marion Lewis, who would take the police on a high-speed chase that ended with a crash on the freeway, an attempted carjacking, and a shootout with the police.
18-year-old Marion Lewis now facing more than a dozen felony charges in the death of 7-year-old Jaslyn Adams.
There were 2 guns recovered from when he was arrested on the 290, and one of them was an AK-47, like pistol grip sort of pistol. Both those weapons that were on his person that were recovered, they did test positive to the murder weapons used at the scene to kill Jaslyn.
Lewis, who the police say was the driver, waited in the car while the two shooters allegedly killed Jaslyn. That driver would also be known as a BTBG member called Otto LaFleur, or Blood Gang Otto. Otto, who the police would find in possession of a Draco used in the shooting, had already posted a video earlier that day on social media where he could be seen inside the car used in the hit together with the two alleged shooters. And it didn't help that afterwards, he had been seemingly throwing subliminals about being part of the murder on Facebook. The second suspect was arrested a few days later, turning out to be 21-year-old Demond Goldie, also known as BTBG member Glow, while the third suspect, 21-year-old Devontae Anderson, also known as Vontae or Moneybag, was finally caught in June after being listed as a fugitive wanted by the FBI. Meanwhile, Tiller would receive a lot of attention on social media, where many would actually blame for what had happened, particularly after the video of him urinating in the graveyard would begin to circulate, and Tiller himself wouldn't exactly help his situation by saying some truly wild things like how he would die for his guys but not his daughter.
Real members gonna understand that, like, a real member's gonna still be a real member. Like, put your baby before gang. I'm not gonna die for my baby, bro. Like, I'll die for the guys.
Tiller would also be interviewed by numerous major media platforms, including The Steve Harvey Show, where he promised that he had left the gang life behind, while other Richway members would seemingly denounce him, interpreting his actions as snitching, as the media had early on noted how Tiller had actually helped to catch the suspects. It would be only recently that Kill Bill's name would become associated with the case, seemingly by his own accord, as he would seemingly post a story on Instagram, showing a screenshot of what was likely an old message that Tiller had sent someone in BTBG, where he asked Kill Bill and Otto to turn themselves in for killing his daughter, with KB adding a caption in the story calling Tiller a rat like 6ix9ine. However, it seems unlikely that Kill Bill would ever post a screenshot like this if he had actually been involved in the murder, and what it actually likely shows is that simply Tiller thought he was involved incorrectly. But still, in the song Curry Nem from November 2022, Kill Bill would put the snitching allegations on wax, while even rapping how he couldn't wait to kill Tiller. But while Kill Bill likely wasn't involved in this murder, that doesn't mean he wasn't necessarily just laying low in 2021, because that year, his list of potential ops would seemingly double almost overnight, as he would begin to spend a lot of time in the southwest of Chicago, with people from a majority GD hood known as 7 Deuce or 7200, whose territory is around the intersection of 72nd and Artesian near the southeastern corner of Marquette Park. This hood consists of two sets, DMG, aka Dirty Money Gang, or Deuce Money Gang, or Drugs Money Guns, and FBC, aka Flyboy Crazy. These two sets typically come together and go by DMG FBC. During the summer of 2025, Kill Bill's reputation as a shooter was beginning to go viral on platforms like Reddit, where someone would post in August how they were surprised that nobody was talking about him, while adding that he apparently had 9 bodies under his belt and more murders on camera than any other shooter in Chicago. One person responded by claiming that Kill Bill had in fact been one of the shooters in the THF TP hit alongside BVC Man Man. This would suggest that he may have also been referencing that incident when updating his body count to 9 in the song Head Taps. But unfortunately for Kill Bill, just like TP had allegedly been collateral damage for something that other THF members had done, someone very close to Kill Bill was also about to go out the very same way. The following month, on the 12th of September 2025, Lil Deuce was outside on the 800 block of East 91st Street in the Chatham neighborhood when a car pulled up beside him and shots rang out from inside, striking Deuce multiple times, and he would later be pronounced dead at the hospital. But what made Lil Deuce's death especially tragic was that he had just appeared to distance himself from the streets, almost as if he knew that the work that he'd put in was too much heat on him and his time was running out. To make it clear just how much damage Lil Deuce had allegedly done in the streets, Kill Bill would come out on social media after his death, not only to pay tribute to his close friend, but also making the now infamous post revealing that him and Lil Deuce had a combined body count of 20 plus, calling Deuce his splash brother. Lil Zay Osama would also take to Instagram to pay tribute to Deuce, while also including a spooky message claiming that he knew exactly what Deuce would have wanted him to do and that there was nothing left to discuss. Meanwhile, Lil Deuce's death also showed just how many enemies he had made in the streets, as members from numerous gangs all over the city would diss him relentlessly following his passing. However, THF was unsurprisingly going the hardest at dissing Lil Deuce, with rapper G-Baby, who had allegedly been beaten up by Deuce and his friends in the county jail, releasing a song and music video dissing him later that month titled Scoom. The video begins with G-Baby pushing a cart loaded with big bags of dope that are labelled as Scoomies, before he begins the chorus of the song, where he simply raps over and over again how he's got Scoom. Now, these lyrics have a dark double meaning, because they're lifted directly from Lil Deuce and Kill Bill's most popular song, Footprints, where Lil Deuce actually opens the song with those same lyrics. However, in G-Baby's version version, Skoom also refers to Lil Deuce himself, who was also known in the streets as Skoom or Big Skoom, which was actually his Instagram handle. So G-Baby is basically implying that he's got and he's selling weed that's named after Lil Deuce, basically saying that he's smoking on him. And he would also diss Skoom in even more detail elsewhere in the song, at one point ending the chorus with a warning that someone could end up on the news just like their friend. This was a message that appeared to be aimed squarely at Lil Osama, with this lyric implying that THF indeed might have had something to do with Lil Deuce's murder. In the comments on the music video, one viewer claimed that the get back for Deuce, or Lil Scoop as they called him, would be brutal, prompting G-Baby himself to respond by mocking the claim and telling them to let him know when it happens. This being seemingly yet another indirect hint from G-Baby that THF was behind the murder of Skoom. The other popular THF rapper Lil Law would also continue the dissing in his music, like rapping in the October 2025 song Swing how they got back when they lost a member, possibly referring to Deuce being a get back for THF TP, before addressing explicitly Zay's claim that 5 people had died about the stolen watches, calling it cap. In his January 2026 track Cable Guy, Lil Law would continue taking shots at Lil Deuce, referring to him as the limpin' one and suggesting that he had first-hand knowledge of THF's firepower, before also shouting out THF TP and his reputation for shooting at rivals. But while it looked like THF were definitely claiming Lil Deuce as their body, behind the scenes there had recently been some internal friction between Lil Deuce and his former friends from the Bashville, aka BVC 071 set, and only about a month before Lil Deuce's death, he had come out publicly dissing their biggest rapper and his former friend, BVC Man. This was a sudden change in alliances, because only a few months ago in May, everything had seemed to still be fine, at least between Lil Sam and Lil Zay Osama, as Lil Sam would tell YouTuber 16 shot him during his interview.
Y'all know, man, no difference between this. Man, we all gang from the same man. If y'all don't see us in the videos, you don't see me with Zay. We still thugging, we all the same gang. We got a lot of coming, man.
However, on the day of Lil Deuce's murder, Corporate Cartel would release his interview with Lil Deuce, where Deuce would deny ever having been friends with Man and calling BVC snakes.
Okay, it was like you was cool with a guy from Bashville named Man or something, but I guess like a month ago you was on live and you was like saying F him, and I guess he did. So it's like, what's up with y'all? You just don't F with him no more?
Man, nah, man, I never was cool with him, man. I never say I was cool with. Then when he died, we still cool. Then I get into his homie so much that ain't never been me here. Nah, that never was my homie. They just
if you don't see us with him,
you know that they just a snake. Cut our ties, man. We ain't on none of that snake around here, man. We killing doing bro.
Now, following Lil Deuce's death, Lil Sam would also begin to diss him too, posting on Instagram how there was a new pack in the air, implying that he too was smoking on Lil Deuce. Meanwhile, several other BVC members would also post pictures of their dead friend, BVC Vante, following Deuce's passing, apparent confirmation that they now also considered Lil Deuce to have been his killer. Lil Zay's brother Big Folks from 6300 would also appear to confirm that Zay and his camp were no longer on good terms with the BVC set either, posting a picture of Vante together with a caption saying how hanging out with a little mouse had gotten him killed, before paying tribute to Lil Deuce and saying how they've been up on BVC and that they're a bunch of goofies. During an Instagram live, he would have even harsher words to say, warning everybody that BVC were his new ops now, and that if he would even see anyone with them, they would also become his enemies.
I'm telling y'all, bro, I want the whole world to know it's on with them. BDA and BVC is on with them. Them is my ops, big folks ops personally. You get caught with them, liking a picture, taking a picture, comment on something, I'm on your too. So when I see you, don't be looking surprised while I snatched off on your I snatch your wig off, popped you in your face, took your J, whatever. That's why.
Some months later, Kill Bill would also chime in during his interview with Corporate Cartel, explaining that the real reason that Lil Deuce and BVC had fallen out was because BVC had stolen Lil Deuce's chain when he was locked up.
His ass, you know, Lil Deuce ended up, you know, getting a chain. You know, the same way I got my chain type, you know. Bam, so he ended up like, you know, I'm gonna be with the jury and like, you know, phone them go wear it. Like, say, like, I ain't gonna cap. I used to, it'd have been time I used to leave my chain, my watch and shit with. Holding them from the Deuce and shit. This watch and shit. And his chain and shit. I used to leave with, luring them from the Deuce, luring them Sue, and, you know, bring your back and shit like that. Folks would end up going to jail. They had his chain and shit. They sold his chain on some weird shit. And then they was trying to, when he got out of shit, they ended up, like, you know, like, long story short, why you selling the chain and shit. You know what I'm saying? And bap them around and shit. Bap them around and shit. But, you know, so when he got out, he was feeling how he felt.
Lil Sam, on the other hand, addressed the allegations in his interview, making clear that it was straight FDMG, while his friend would also mock Lil Zay for mentioning their fallen member Man Man in a song, claiming that Man Man didn't even know Zay and that he definitely hadn't done any getbacks over Zay's stolen watches.
Y'all fell out with him, I guess, about whatever, you get what I'm saying?
BMG. I ain't gonna lie.
Can you speak about Shorty? Like, who was that to you? That was your family or just your little homie?
Who, Mason?
Yeah, Mason.
Baby, that's our baby brother. That's our baby brother, like baby brother.
Everybody be capped, for I ain't gonna lie.
He from right here.
I ain't gonna lie. Phone them, my little shorty didn't even know them. So you put them in the song, he don't even know you. Somebody got back for some watches, dude. Get your
like little bro from right here.
Your
right, for real, every day.
Watches, gang.
You see where he lost his life at right here. Right here.
Things between all these gangs were getting very confusing and conflicted, and beef that had apparently started over something as minor as stealing watches was now rapidly spiraling out of control, with killings happening almost monthly and even former friends breaking apart and turning into new enemies, with some online detectives now thinking that BVC could have even been behind Lil Deuce's murder. But unfortunately, there would be no end in sight for the killing, as already the following month there would be yet another murder taking place, this one being the most shocking of them all. During Lil Zay Osama's self-snitching marathon in the summer of 2025, he had also attacked the one THF member that was so close to Lil Durk, you would have had to assume he was off limits. This being THF's most respected member Bayzoo, who had been close with Durk for well over a decade, with Zay giving Bayzoo a backhanded compliment during his conversation with DJ Academics in August 2025, first calling Bayzoo a good dude before calling him broke, as many people associated with Durk's OTF crew had seemingly ran into some financial difficulties after Durk was arrested by the feds in October 2024.
Damn. But Zoo a good though, for real, Zoo a good, but he back in the trenches up wearing white beaters all day. Yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. He ain't do the right thing with the little money he was getting, man.
The following month, as Bayzoo was celebrating his 35th birthday, he would strike back by flexing stacks of money while still wearing his white tank top that Zay had made fun of, and seemingly responding to him in the caption by sarcastically saying how he was still broke and in the trenches before ending the caption with 6300K, aka 6300 killer. Zay, on the other hand, could be seen at a DJ Vlad interview clip that was posted the very next day after Bayzoo's post, with Zay making it clear that he was never signed to Durk's OTF label, with Zay possibly implying that while he was still cool with Durk, he wanted nothing to do with people around him like Bayzoo.
Well, everyone thought that you were signed to OTF.
No.
But you were never signed.
No, I never signed to OTF.
But you and Durk were close?
Yeah.
Okay, because
we did a song, he gave me the chain. You know how artists be, they get chains and shit.
They think you're signed to OTF.
Yeah, so everybody thought I was signed to OTF, but I ain't never signed to OTF.
About a month later, on the 25th of October 2025, Bayzoo, real name Devonshea Collier, was out shopping in his hometown in the Little Village neighborhood, also known as the Mexico of the Midwest due to its large Hispanic population. Now, THF has no known enemies in this neighborhood, which is why Bayzoo likely felt safe moving out in the open, because as he himself had said in his No Jumper interview a few years back, he knew how to move in Chicago and could never be caught lacking.
If they catch me and do what they do, which it ain't gonna happen, I'm too advanced for these sit and watch how these lose their life. It ain't nothing to be bragging on, but these flunkies to me, gang, like they ain't built for this. Like, I don't get caught lacking, man. Happen to anybody, blood. Blink of an eye, you turn your head one second, man, the wrong move, you don't see them, it can happen, gang. Don't surround yourself in certain environments, you ain't gotta worry about that. I'm too much worried about one of my own snaking me out before I let a goofy get up on me, gang. That's just how I look at life, you feel me? Like, ain't no thing farther than me, man. I realize do this, bro, you feel me?
Unfortunately though, once again, the harsh reality is that no one in the streets is really untouchable, and despite believing that he moved the right way at all times, Bayzoo too would end up getting touched. After finishing up shopping at a car parts store, Bayzoo and his entourage were heading back to their vehicle when security cameras captured a car pulling into the far end of the parking lot before two armed men jumped out and begun running towards the group, who appeared to be completely unaware of the danger that was quickly approaching them. They didn't have any time to react until the gunmen were literally right next to them and opening fire, clearly targeting Bayzoo specifically, who was struck multiple times, with one of the shooters even staying in place for an extended period to make sure that he had finished the job. The shooters would rush back to their car and flee the scene, while Bayzoo was transported to the hospital in critical condition, and sadly he would later succumb to his injuries, while his two companions who had also been hit would fortunately end up surviving. Soon after, as the killing of one of the biggest names in Chicago drill began to spread across social media, people on places like Reddit would begin theorizing which rival gang set had been behind this brazen broad daylight slaying, with most people, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, thinking that BVC was the top suspect. BVC certainly had a clear motive to retaliate against THF, who had allegedly killed their friend BVC Man. But the real reason for people's suspicions were rumors that quickly begun spreading across social media after Bayzoo's murder, pointing to none other than Kooglo Lil Sam as one of the shooters after a picture surfaced showing him wearing what appeared to be the exact same grey Nike Tech tracksuit that one of the gunmen was wearing in the surveillance footage. Online detectives would also post an Instagram live that Sam had done right after Bayzoo's murder, where viewers can be seen commenting how people on Reddit are saying that he killed Ksoo, while Sam is happily flexing a bunch of cash, yelling, "Where he at?" Lil Sam would even seemingly play into the rumors by posting a picture of him and his friend both rocking that grey Nike Tech. And later during his interview with Corporate Cartel, one of Lil Sam's friends could also be seen wearing the same outfit, prompting Corporate Cartel to ask him if they were just trolling, with Sam pointing out how common it is to wear a Nike Tech fit in Chicago. So he essentially denied having anything to do with Bayzoo's murder.
Hey, he trolling with the Nike Tech. You know how they put, I told you how they put the Nike Tech on you. They put that on him, you know what I'm saying? He go coming on how he go with this trolling. Oh, you off the chain. Nah, I'm just saying because I think that's what y'all got going on.
Nah. We ain't doing that. We just, them our Nike Techs we wear, like black.
Yeah, everybody got that. Everybody got that.
Why
That's what they was saying on the
you
internet.
want to put on a red Nike Tech or you gonna put on a baby blue, you gonna see a black one or a gray one, you feel me? You gonna see the whole rack in that.
But the final piece of evidence that suggested Lil Sam wasn't the killer, after all, would come from a live that he allegedly did shortly after Bayzoo's murder, which appeared to show that he wasn't even in Chicago at the time. THF Baby would also come out to claim publicly that Lil Sam had not been behind Bayzoo's death.
I'm telling y'all on my brother. I don't do no, listen. First of all, that what y'all doing is police. On gutter, he ain't do nothing. He didn't do nothing to my brother. Nothing. On my grandma. Nothing. I'm saying this. G-Baby saying this. On gutter. On both of my brothers, that man. Nothing. Nothing at all, y'all. So stop that. Stop that. Clear that up.
There were also many people who considered the alliance of DMG, BTBG, and 6300 to have been behind the murder, as they also had a strong motive to avenge the murder of Lil Deuce, which THF were also claiming, and unsurprisingly the suspicions would land particularly on none other than Kill Bill himself, who according to one Redditor, had recently updated his body count once again. This referring to a track titled Devil Music 2 that he dropped about a week after Bayzoo's death, where he would rap how he has 11 bodies if he catches one more. Kill Bill would also fuel the rumors when he was asked about Bayzoo by Corporate Cartel shortly after the murder, and at first he appeared to respond sincerely, saying that he hadn't trolled Bayzoo after his death, and he had even spoken to him on the phone before, suggesting that things weren't that bad between them, before adding a rest in peace. However, this was immediately followed by him looking over at his friends with what could only be described as a sinister grin, which alone convinced many people on the internet that he was indeed one of the shooters.
I just seen that rest in peace to the brother Bayzoo. I didn't know that brother, you know what I mean? But it's just, you know, I don't want to see nobody die, you get what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, but it's like, that was horrible, but everybody had they, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Say like, on one, like, I wasn't trolling. Say we had words, but it wasn't no bad words. We was just on the phone and shit. It was me, him. We was on group FaceTime. I was in the car with Dooski. And we was on the phone with Zay, I think Lil Law and Tooka, like, so we wasn't even, like, you know what I'm saying? We wasn't arguing like that. You know what I mean? That don't be, you know, rest in peace on.
Yeah, for sure. So what I was gonna say though, you just spoke on Doocy, like Lil Deuce. I just call him Doocy.
Following Bayzoo's murder, the rumors surrounding Kill Bill's possible involvement begun to boost his profile across social media and on platforms like Reddit, where he'd already been gaining a lot of attention since popping out with Lil Deuce. But now, people were really starting to take notice of his claims of having double-digit bodies, with some labeling him as the new Lil Jeff, Chiracology's latest favorite crash out.
How is this YN not been locked up yet? Meet the 2025 version of Bloodhound Lil Jeff, aka Chicago's newest crash dummy Kill Bill. This YN didn't get that name for no reason. He really belting out here. According to Reddit nerds, Buddy is up 10 hats, and they not exaggerating. You know he's legit because he even unlocked the all-black mythical Micro Draco. Just look at this picture. Bro knows where he's going, and he doesn't care at all. He was caught drilling on camera multiple times, and even self-snitches from time to time on his IG. Y'all think Kill Bill is the new Q50?
And it's around this time when I too would begin to pay close attention to Kill Bill. I covered him in several of my second channel videos, which even prompted Kill Bill to respond to me on his Instagram, telling me he was going to smack the Sonic rings out of me for lying about him.
Hey, Chop Lil Rob, bro. I'll follow you back, but you gotta stop be on this man. You be all on YouTube with just be laying. Cause smack the out, you then I'll be wrong and I'll be wrong, right? Smack the dog. You don't have to be wrong, right?
I'm not gonna lie, that got me a little bit shook. Kill Bill, I'm speaking to you personally. If you slap at me, you would be wrong, man. Because I'm a dork, all right? I'm not in the streets. I'm not catching no hats. Okay, ignore these hats. These aren't the same kind of hats that you be having. These are a different kind of hat. All right. Look, I am scared. Okay, I am scared. All right. I wasn't trying to lie on you. I thought these posts that were going around. All right, and I'm working overtime keeping these hats on my head. They've not fallen once, by the way. This is difficult. I thought these posts were gospel. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I was thinking these posts. Yeah, I wasn't trying to lie on your name. It was no disrespect to Kill Bill. You know, maybe we got to set the record straight. I was going to say maybe let's sit down and do an interview, but I don't know if I've got the confidence to be in the same room as you, Kill Bill, because they're talking. I'm not trying to be 21 or 13 or what. 13's an unlucky hat number. If I'm going to be one of those hats, at least make me 14, bro. You're going to have to catch another hat before you sit down with me. But Kill Bill was by no means the only person from the BTBG, 6300 and DMG alliance who was drawing attention to themselves in the aftermath of Bayzoo's murder, as many of them would openly celebrate the killing across social media. This also included Lil Osama himself, who would interestingly post a picture of Lil Deuce, the implication being that Bayzoo's murder was a get back, as well as posting himself dancing while doing the shooting motion, together with a caption that said, "When you catch your favorite op," and a bunch of laughing emojis. But that wasn't all, because already the very next day after the shooting that claimed Bayzoo's life, Lil Zay would release another song and music video titled simply 6K. The song had likely been recorded way before Bayzoo's murder, with Zay even talking about his friend Lil Deuce like he was still alive, but clearly the timing of the release was no coincidence, and the title of the song was a clever diss towards not just THF 46, which had been Bayzoo's specific set, but also towards another set known as 600, who Zay had a long beef with due to one of their members allegedly killing two of his cousins. However, in the song, Zay delivered some especially harsh lyrics aimed at THF, like taking direct shots at one of the alleged watch thieves, THF Chino, also known by his Instagram handle Omerta, with Zay rapping that if he caught Chino on THF's block, he would hurt him, while also questioning how he could even call himself Omerta when he hadn't even killed anyone. Zay would also seemingly suggest how THF had thought that the situation was going to get squashed, only for Zay and his crew to instead be out shooting them, before adding that the only sets in the low end where THF 46 is based that he doesn't have issues with are the OBN and Welch World, making it clear that everyone else, including THF, is fair game. Zay would then close out the song with a reference to THF TP, mentioning how he was killed in front of his kids and saying that he felt bad for him, before adding that his friends had told him to stop talking so recklessly on the track, but he kept on going anyway. This appeared to be another indirect admission that TP's death had something to do with what the other THF members have done. And Zay wasn't done. The following month, he would drop another diss track aimed at THF, this time simply titled OTF, with Zay making it clear from the jump that he was still cool with Lil Durk, even though he found himself at war with a set that had long ties to some of Durk's closest friends. He would also once again bring up the stolen watches, before adding that Zay and his shooters pull up whenever they get an ops location, something that could be interpreted as a veiled reference to Bayzoo, who was clearly killed by people who had got hold of his location. He would also claim that THF still hadn't tried to slide on him, despite allegedly having had his location as well. Zay would then close out the track by also taking shots at the THF rapper Lil Law, aka F the Law, calling his music trash and accusing him of lying about bodies. He would then follow that up with a tribute to Lil Deuce, saying there was no excuse not to slide, and pointing out how Deuce had chased his victims on foot despite having only one working leg. And then he would end the song by making it clear that they weren't playing, asking THF if they really wanted to mess with them, and even dropping a highly incriminating line about one of his shooters having just shot someone on the east side. Clearly, whether BTBG, DMG, or 6300 had been behind the murder, their members like Kill Bill and Lil Osama were at least using these rumors as a way to build up their music careers. But there were still also other possible suspects, the more likely ones being the THF's older ops, including their oldest rival, 051 Young Money, and another low-end alliance known as the 757, who had both been some of the loudest to diss Bayzoo on social media following his murder, which is of course understandable given how long these sets have been dissing and killing each other for. But what makes these theories perhaps the most believable in the end is that following Bayzoo's murder, both 757 and 051 would then lose members and their affiliates in close succession, starting with a 26-year-old woman named Ariana Bosby, who was a baby mother of an infamous 757 rapper called BA. On the 27th of October, 2 days after the shooting of Bayzoo, and the very same day that he would reportedly pass away, Bosby, who was also known as a rapper called G Ari, would be gunned down in the 7600 block of South Vincennes Avenue in the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. Following her death, rumors would spread that she had backdoored Bayzoo, and that was the reason she had been killed, but these rumors would apparently turn out to be false, with the same rumors also falsely claiming that her child had been in the car with her when she was shot. However, following her death, THF member JMoney would post an ominous tweet reading 20 for 1, the WAP way, essentially implying that 20 people would be killed in revenge for Bayzoo and that they had just caught their first. The message itself echoed Bayzoo's own words words from an infamous Instagram live with one of THF's biggest ops, 051 Melly, where he said that he didn't want anyone crying at his funeral and he just wanted them to go crazy in the streets and kill 20 people in revenge instead.
What you say, my boy? I said, tell him so don't be sad for you, right? You lived your life. You did what you did. You gotta accept it. I don't want them crying for me, bro. Don't cry at my funeral. So, my ain't your dreads red, something. Don't cry. On card, get wild. I need 20 for 1, yeah?
And the killing would continue a few months later, on the 28th of December, when 32-year-old DeAndre Golden, better known as 051 Woo, the brother of the most notorious shooter from 051, Melly, would be found shot in the 12200 block of Western Avenue in the city of Blue Island in the far south side of the Chicago metro area. Just a few days later, the THF rapper G-Baby would release another song and music video titled 20 for 1, the implication once again being that another person had been killed as get back for Bayzoo, the score now being 2 out of 20. And again, only a week later, the killing would continue, when on the 10th of January, 35-year-old Randy Curtis, better known as Rilla, one of the alleged founders of the 051 Young Money set, was killed in the 1600 block of East 85th Place in the Avalon Park neighborhood. As his death was reported by popular Chicago street blogger Squid Ape, the comments would then fill up with numerous THF members trolling and seemingly claiming responsibility for the murder, even repeating their promise to kill 20 people for one. One of them even joking how he had still been smoking the last dead op, aka 051 Woo. But in the end, despite all of these possible suspects, the murder of Bayzoo still remains unsolved to this day, although according to the YouTuber Trench's News, the case has already been picked up by the feds.
I just want to tell you though, Zoo case has been picked up by the feds, man. Zoo was being investigated by the feds. We all know that. He was just in the paperwork. But his case is being picked up by the feds. The car was found abandoned. They saying by O'Hare Airport. The car was found abandoned by O'Hare Airport. Now, that's crazy.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but given Bayzoo's very close ties to guys like Lil Durk, who has literally been indicted by the feds currently on murder for hire charges, I really wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But when it comes to Kill Bill, on the other hand, it seems that the hype that he was starting to get following Bayzoo's murder has died down considerably. Something that I unfortunately think might have less to do with his rapping skills or his charisma, and more to do with the fact that unlike some of his peers, despite his crazy reputation in the streets, so far, he's been unwilling to completely embrace that reputation in his music and in his social media antics. Now, that might sound like a stretch when we're talking about someone who's openly claimed that he and his friend have killed 20 people, but on the other hand, as Kill Bill himself would point out in another post, he could say that he has 317 bodies, but that alone doesn't make it true. Bloodhound Lil Jeff was also a rapper that started making some noise on platforms like Reddit with his wild claims about having double-digit bodies, and Jeff was allegedly taking the self-snitching to a whole other level with his music and on social media, rapping openly about everything he'd done in the streets. But in the end, what made his popularity absolutely explode was when he was actually caught doing what he rapped about on camera. The only problem with that, of course, being that Lil Jeff died on camera doing exactly what he said he did in his songs, chasing ops into their home, and while his music went super viral, he's no longer here to enjoy any of that. Meanwhile, Lil Jeff's right-hand man Q50 did a pretty good job of picking up where Jeff left off and building a lot of momentum in the drill music game off the back of rumors of having 8 bodies. But all of that arguably came at a cost, which involved a whole lot of alleged self-incrimination, dissing, and most crucially, a lot of close calls and attempts on his life. Fortunately, there are other ways of getting success, and even in Chicago, there's a lot of popular rappers coming out of the city now that rap about typical drill topics or the streets, but have never really been spoken of as being killers or even serial killers like Jeff or King Von. A lot of people are actually able to make it simply based on their music being good. Before Speedy would receive this reputation, it was Speedy himself, together with his friend Ksoo, who had first become the victims of backdooring. How this all ended up going down is a little unclear, but in September of 2024, Fully Chopped from PGF, who was supposed to be a friend of Speedy and Ksoo, would suddenly begin posting on social media how he had taken someone's gun, while adding that he wasn't a snake, but he had done it because the other person had tried backdooring him. That person would allegedly turn out to be Lil Ksoo, who would make several posts about how he had been betrayed by Fully Chop and the other PGF members. Fully Chop and Q50 might have been referring to was an alleged incident where people from Lil Ksoo and Lil Speedy's original hood, the so-called 6th to the 6th Alliance, may have first taken a gun from Q50 and Fully Chop, as the members from this hood would later allude to.
And we definitely seen like somebody over here like clowning like, yeah, we took his Ruger or something like that. Like, it was a lot of trolling comments getting through out there, man. It was.
Look, on some real. We don't even do we don't even hold on. We don't even do like that next buzz like when young thing chasing it. Now we gotta let it be known what's going on, like what's really going on.
Yeah, that just shows that he a goofy guy. Hey, throw that out the window. Come on, bro, we ain't even use that. Hey, look.
Right, that's they be chasing. I be I'm like, man, y'all some blood.
But whoever had started this feud, now that the beef was on, there was no going back, as Ksoo would respond to Fully Chop and Q50 by posting a picture of himself together with Lil Speedy in traffic, armed with several guns. The post came together with a song from the Bloodhound rappers JB Bin Laden and Lil Jeff called Run But Can't Hide, implying that they were out hunting and looking for a get back. Both sides would keep their followers updated in real time about the beef playing out in the streets, a back and forth that allegedly led to several real-life shootouts. But fortunately, none of these incidents appear to result in any fatalities, though at one point, Fully Chop would even imply that they had shot up Speedy's family's house, while also posting a video where he was allegedly having a shootout with someone, together with a caption saying that Speedy's gun had jammed on him. The stolen gun saga would soon make it to a larger platform when the popular Chicago vlogger On a Couch TV would make a vlog with the young PGF members later that same month, where they would hint towards having taken Lil Ksoo's gun because he had tried to play the middle, perhaps referring to the fact that people from Ksoo's hood had allegedly stolen a gun from them first, but Ksoo had still tried to be friends with both sides.
It seemed like in Chicago this happened a lot with y'all homie Ksoo or something where y'all took his pipe.
That's Lil Ksoo.
That's Baby Duck. But he was playing he was in the middle, folks.
That's my Lil Ksoo.
If you ain't with us, you against us. It ain't no middle one. All my dead people's for.
But then the PGF members would also have a lot to say about Lil Speedy, like claiming that he wasn't a real shooter, but just someone that sat on the fence whenever it was time to slide.
Speedy again.
Yeah, because there's so many.
Yeah, that's how they rob. That's how they rob.
Speedy is nobody.
Speedy is nobody.
Yes,
He used to sit in the back seat.
Oh my cousin used to sit in the middle of the seat and get his gun took every time. Never blew when they got in the shootout.
My dear brother, he was in the middle every time we hop in traffic. He in the middle.
They also alleged that he wasn't a real bloodhound, likely because he had spent his early childhood in another hood before Fully Chop would seemingly pull out the alleged stolen gun, saying that this was the real reason that their ops were mad.
He claiming the hood he not from.
It's outside.
Daddy claiming the hood he not from.
Let us confirm. He's not from Bloodhound.
Joe Goofy didn't even have his pipe.
It's outside.
They really mad about this. Look. They really mad about this.
Oh my
God.
Only about a week later, it was Speedy's time to make an appearance on a Couch TV, as he would do a vlog with the younger generations of the Bloodhounds. In the vlog, Speedy acknowledged that Q50 with Lil 50 had once been a good friend of his, even calling Q50 his cousin, something that he would later deny, while describing the entire situation as a breakdown of trust, with both sides believing the other was about to backdoor them first. On Monday, October the 21st, 2024, the young PGF rappers Fully Chop, Q50 with Lil 50, and Quan Get 'Em Gone appeared on DJ U's popular YouTube channel, their first official interview as rappers, and a clear sign that their music careers were beginning to go to the next level. But unfortunately for one of them, it would also be their last interview, because the following day, Q50 with Lil 50, real name Anthony Smith, together with his big sister Jada and his big brother Twan, were visiting their father in the Woodlawn neighborhood, this being the hood of the Bloodhound's main enemy, Trap City, where Q50 with Lil 50 and his siblings had spent their early childhood, something he told DJ U during their interview.
I grew up on like 67 Avenues.
Okay. Even after becoming affiliated with PGF, Q50 with Lil 50 had remained on good terms with the younger members of Trap City, so for him, this was an area that likely felt like a second home and a place where he believed that he was safe. But unfortunately, that would turn out to be far from the truth. And after the visit, right after the three-sibling trio were about to enter an Uber, Q50 with Lil 50 would allegedly tell his sister Jada that he would be right back before disappearing to a nearby alley. Not long after, several gunshots were heard coming from that alley, and when his father rushed to the scene, he found his son suffering from multiple gunshot wounds, injuries that would ultimately leave Q50 with Lil 50 dead at just 15 years old. Meanwhile, Q50's big sister Jada would go on Instagram Live while still outside the hospital where their brother had just passed away, going on a furious rant. During this, she would scream at the camera how her brother went out shooting before instantly denying that Lil Speedy had anything to do with her brother's death, as rumors about his possible involvement had seemingly begun to spread online already. Jada would get more and more agitated and would soon even announce to her viewers that she was putting $20,000 on the killer's head and $30,000 on Lil Speedy's head if he decided to troll about her brother's death in any way.
You know what you know. How much you want to bag? I give y'all 24 hours, and that's 20K on somebody's head. I give y'all 24 hours. I bet y'all whoever did whatever be killed. I'm done talking now. On my dead cousin, y'all know I'm not no bad.
Speedy would indeed soon address the situation, surprisingly posting on Instagram how he had told Q50 to watch out for certain people without specifying who he was exactly talking about. But he would also do some trolling by posting a picture from the alley where Q50 with Lil 50 had been killed, as well as laughing at his death and asking why the whole city was suddenly so sad about it. He would also seemingly address Jada, saying how he was still in the trenches and clearly not concerned about any death threats. Meanwhile, other PGF members would post tributes to Q50 with Lil 50, implying that a get back was only a matter matter of time, but after the murder, there was seemingly no clear theory about exactly who had been behind it. Some would keep guessing that the suspect was Lil Speedy, who continued to take shots at Q50 with Lil 50 on social media, even posting an old photo of the two from when they were still friends, paired with a cryptic caption that read, "Only if they knew." While Speedy's friend Lil Ksoo would also keep escalating the back and forth, telling PGF to stop mentioning his name and dissing Q50 with Lil 50 by calling him the disrespectful nickname Alley Cat due to the location where he'd been killed. Some YouTubers on the other hand would point their fingers towards the PGF's main rivals, Sharknem aka 147, theorizing that Q50 with Lil 50 might have been killed because he and the other PGF rappers had been dissing Lil Nooney's dead brother Baby Doc in their music video for the track 333, released just 4 days before Q50 with Lil 50's murder. But unfortunately, the truth would allegedly turn out to be even more tragic than that, because according to rumors now, the shooter actually came from Trap City, the neighborhood where Q50 with Lil 50 had actually grown up before linking up with PGF, a place where he should have been safe amongst friends. These rumors began circulating after the alleged killer, 14-year-old Trap City member Lil Tay, who would suspiciously lose his own life roughly a month later in a November 2024 brutal car crash. After Tay's death, Trap City members would make some shocking revelations about him, claiming that despite being only 14 at the time of his death, he had already taken 5 lives. A claim that, true or not, said a lot about the younger generation's obsession with murder and kill counts in the Chicago streets. But following Tay's death, PGF members would begin to imply on social media that he had been behind the murder, until Jada would come out and tell everything, detailing the events that had allegedly led to her brother's death by claiming that Trap City were jealous because Q50 with Lil 50 wasn't repping their hood anymore even though he had grown up there, and seemingly confirming that Lil Tay had actually been the shooter.
On everything I love on my dead cousin, I do not get in my little brother's real beef for stay into it with for real. Like, you don't see me talking to Lil Nooney them, you don't see me dissing Lil Nooney them, you don't see me saying shit to Lil Nooney them, you don't see me saying shit to they other ops either at all, because they real ops, I don't say shit to them at all. So I'm tired of hearing that, oh, Jada, man, your business. When it comes to Trap City, I'm not mad at my business about shit, because you know why? That was not his ops at all. On no day, that was not his ops at all. The day my little brother died, G, it's like the whole day was fucking weird and odd, but we not thinking none of it, G. Like, on my life, we grew up with Lil Mike and Lil Tay them, G. Who finna think they finna do something? Like, come on now, that one our man, like, we finna think they finna do something, but they let they dumb crippled ass cousin sent them off. That's what it was. They like psych goofy sent them off. Gee, when I found out my little brother was shot, the first motherfuckers I thought of was them. Why the first motherfuckers I thought of was them? Because how the happened? I just seen these goofy little boys run off, clocking guns back and shit. I just seen they run off. 50 not thinking of he trying to be on the car with they. Like they really did some. They really thought they did some cold shit. That's what they thought they did, some cold shit. And then they would just text me, blow my phone up. Oh, Jada, we wasn't gonna shoot him, but 50 ran up on, and 50 pushed Lil Tay, 50 did this, 50 did that. On my soul, I don't get no cause y'all should have known. Once I found out my little brother was dead, G, I was gonna beat on y'all ass, G. I was gonna beat on y'all ass. It was the Trap City, it was all y'all peoples, it was all that, and I don't get no. And if any feel some type of way about me saying Trap City NA people on my dead cousin, y'all to get in the field, I don't get no. Didn't do shit wrong. That little boy thought y'all was his homie because he grew up around y'all. We grew up around y'all. They got mad because 50 didn't want to be from Trap City, G. They mad because 50 didn't want to be from Trap City. They so dirty, G. They want a Nike tag. They got the Nike in the front, and then they got the Nike big ass sign in the front. They so dirty. They never had no money. They don't do shit. I swear to God, they broke. I swear to God. So they got mad because 50 didn't want to be from no Trap City. G. Why the fuck y'all thought he was finna be Trap City? What the y'all do for my little brother? What money y'all put in his pocket, G? Y'all broke his heel. Y'all didn't do for him, G.
Q50 with Lil 50's death showed just how senseless the streets have become in this era of backdooring, because while Q50 had actual beef with guys like Lil Speedy and Lil Ksoo, as well as with other sets like the Sharknem, it seems that the person who eventually took his life turned out to be someone who was supposed to have been his friend. But while Speedy and Ksoo seemingly weren't behind this murder, it would still end up intensifying their beef with PGF, as both would keep dissing Q50 with Lil 50 at every opportunity. But the jokes wouldn't last long, as just weeks later, a similar situation would unfold again when another teen would lose his life, and this time under even more suspicious circumstances that strongly suggested that he'd also been backdoored by someone he considered a friend. Only this time, the person who would end up dead was Lil Ksoo, and according to online rumors, the person behind his death was none other than his supposed friend, Lil Speedy. On the 3rd of December 2024, Lil Ksoo, real name Ken One Van Pelt, was at his family home located on the 6700 block of South Parnell Avenue, only a block away from 66th and Normal that his set claimed. What exactly happened next is still a mystery, but just after 11:30 AM, his mother would find Ksoo inside their their home with 2 gunshot wounds to the head, and the emergency services would soon pronounce him dead on the scene.
Heartbreaking discovery no parent ever wants to find. We noticed nearly a dozen shell casings scattered in the parking lot of this apartment building in Inglewood. Police say around 11:30 this morning near 67th and Parnell, a 15-year-old boy was found unresponsive inside a building with a gunshot wound to the head. The victim was pronounced dead on scene. Police say this is a homicide investigation.
And it wouldn't take long for the news to reach Reddit, where theories about the killer and a possible motive would start immediately, with some users quickly posting screenshots of Instagram posts by PGF affiliates, including Fully Chop's brother Twan, who was seemingly claiming that they had taken a gun from Ksoo again, which the users would see as a possible motive for the murder, while Fully Chop himself would also be quick to confirm Ksoo's passing, as the dissing from PGF's side became relentless. Fully Chop would even appear to imply that they were behind the murder, saying how somebody had mentioned Q50 with Lil 50's name and now they were dead, before adding that PGF were King Slime for real. However, suspicions would soon also shift in an unexpected direction, as Ksoo's supposed friend Lil Speedy begun making some highly questionable posts on social media, like calling himself the King Snake while telling his followers that he had no friends and that they should just watch him work, a common reference to doing drills. Speedy would also take a page straight out of Lil Jeff's book, who had made an infamous Instagram post with 10 hat emojis, the theory being that each emoji actually stood for one of his victims, with Speedy now posting 3 emojis of his own, a top hat, a graduation cap, and a woman's hat, with online detectives on platforms like Reddit immediately starting up theories that Lil Speedy had ended up backdooring Ksoo, who was now one of those 3 emojis. After Ksoo's cousin would see the post, he would respond to Speedy directly, saying that if the hat emojis had anything to do with Ksoo's death, he didn't need to put money on Speedy's head like Jada had done, because he would be killing Speedy personally. Meanwhile, people on Reddit would keep commenting on the case developing in front of their very eyes, flabbergasted about the amount of backdooring going on in Chicago and the possibility that Speedy might have actually killed his own friend after they had both just been taunting their ops together. Perhaps even Speedy would begin to think that his social media antics were getting out of hand, because he would also backtrack and make another post that seemed to be a tribute to Ksoo, saying how Ksoo's death had messed his head up and how people were going to say what they want, seemingly referring to the rumors of him being behind the murder, which arguably he himself had started. But this post would come across as insincere or even sarcastic, and it would do very little to dispel the rumors started by other, much more self-incriminating posts. And eventually a theory would form online about what had happened based on the tidbits of information that people would gather from news reports and social media posts, with online sleuths even posting detailed timelines of the alleged events, claiming that PGF members had somehow obtained Ksoo's location, possibly because his phone was still sharing it with Fully Chop from when they had been friends. The morning of his death, Ksoo and some others, including Lil Speedy, had allegedly been sliding around Chicago in a car, with Ksoo going live on Instagram during that ride, as covered by the YouTuber NC.
This morning, he went live for the last time close to 7 a.m. He was driving around and they thought they found somebody, but they continued on before the live ended.
Nah, I was in my feelings because he couldn't add me. Like, add me, rap, add me, I can't. Don't f***ing mean you can't. Then I had a fit. He's so funny. Who? Dude. Who's dude?
When Ksoo and Lil Speedy returned to Ksoo's house, PGF were allegedly waiting there, leading to a confrontation and a shootout between the two sides, as local news would later report that the police had found numerous shell casings on the ground in front of Ksoo's building. Speedy and Ksoo would flee inside Ksoo's home, but later on, Speedy would allegedly get suspicious about how PGF had gotten their location, and he would begin to suspect Ksoo of trying to backdoor him. However, other theories suggest that Speedy's possible motive ran deeper, as Ksoo had allegedly been friends with Lil Tay from Trap City, the alleged killer of Q50 with Lil 50, with one commenter arguing that Tay had actually killed Q50 with Lil 50 as a favor to Ksoo in retaliation for the gun that 50 and Fully Chop were said to have taken from him. But while Speedy had been on Ksoo's side in their beef with 50 and the rest of PGF, Trap City was still the #1 enemies of his set, the Bloodhounds, and the fact that Ksoo might have been messing with them was something that simply couldn't go unpunished. But whatever the true motive may have been, Speedy would then allegedly call a friend from Shorty Mob called Fat Drench, who arrived with a car to help him get out the situation that was about to unfold. This was supported by the fact that Fat Drench would later post on social media taking shots at Ksoo's clique, the 18 Kappas, while seemingly asking who wanted to be the next to die. But then tragically and suspiciously, Fat Drench would also lose his life just days after Lil Ksoo, gunned down under circumstances many have described as suspect and potentially indicative of yet another backdoor setup as well, although there's currently no concrete evidence linking the two killings. After Speedy had called Fat Drench to come and pick him up, they would meet outside before Speedy would allegedly return to Ksoo's home with the excuse that he had forgotten one of his phones, and while exiting the apartment, he would literally leave the door open, betting on PGF likely still wanting both him and Ksoo dead, Speedy would then allegedly call the PGF members in order to backdoor Ksoo in return, telling them that the coast was clear, with the PGF crew then sneaking into Ksoo's home through the open door and shooting him in the head while he was sitting in his room playing a video game, before running out of the building and fleeing the scene. This theory was based particularly on a report that claimed police were looking for a group of kids who had allegedly been in the apartment with Ksoo before running out of the building shortly after his murder. So to be clear, this is just a theory, but it seems like one person would take at least parts of it very seriously, and that would be Lil Ksoo's mother, who had seemingly confirmed that Speedy had been in the house with Ksoo around the time of the murder and had therefore very much likely backdoored him. Whether any of this was true or not, Ksoo's murder and the online theories about Speedy's involvement would ultimately encourage Speedy to launch his own rap career in early 2025, with him capitalizing on the rumors and using his music to hint at being involved in the hit to generate buzz on social media. Stepping into the rap game was a risky new chapter in Speedy's life, and he was beginning to enjoy the spotlight and money that came with being a rapping killer. But unfortunately, it seems that Speedy still hasn't been able to leave the streets alone, and things would soon end up getting even more complicated as tensions would flare up between him and the Bloodhound's closest ally, Shorty Mob, which led to a serious falling out. While Speedy's biggest rival, Fully Chop, would end up becoming very close to the main Bloodhound member, Q50, that's the bigger Q50, causing some major internal friction within the gang. In the middle of all this street drama, Ksoo's mother would remain determined to hold Speedy accountable for her son's murder, relentlessly pushing for justice. With enemies multiplying and pressure mounting from all sides, it began to look like the chances of Speedy staying both alive and free have become increasingly slim. Now, the wheels of justice may turn slowly, and in Chicago, where an alarming number of shootings remain unsolved, it can sometimes feel like they don't turn at all. But when you're involved in circles where these kind of high-profile murders keep happening, as we've come to see in recent years, the consequences do eventually catch up, even if it takes a long time. So while the opportunity for Lil Speedy and the other youngsters mentioned in this video to turn music into a real way out the streets is still there, so too is the very real risk that the same cycle of violence that helped build their names could just as quickly bring everything crashing down. Regardless, I hope they're all able to keep leaning into the positive path that they've begun to build with music, and if they can help it, stay as far away as possible from the streets of Chicago.